The Noble and Gentle Men of England. By Evelyn Philip Shirley. Late one of the Knights of the Shire for the County of Warwick. Bedfordshire. Knightly. St. John of Melchbourne, Lord St. John of Bletchew 1558-9. This great and ancient family, though not connected with this county before the reign of Henry VIII. Yet, having been for a considerable time seated at Melchbourne, may with propriety be included among the Bedfordshire families, and indeed stands alone as the only one of knightly rank. Descended in the direct male line from Hugh de Port mentioned in Domesday, in the 12th century William son of Adam de Port took the name of St. John from the heiress of that great Norman family. Basing in Hampshire, Stanton St. John in Oxfordshire, Bletchew in the county of Northampton, and Lydiard Tregoes in Wiltshire, both derived from the heiress of Beauchamp in the reign of Henry VI. Have successively been seats of these St. Johns, who have made themselves sufficiently remarkable both for their loyalty and disloyalty in the reign of Charles I, not to mention the ambition and ill-directed abilities of the great Lord Bolingbroke in that of Anne. Younger branch. St. John of Lydiard Tregoes, Viscount Bolingbroke 1712. Baronet 1611. Descended from Oliver, second son of Sir Oliver St. John and the heiress of Beauchamp. See Leland's Itinerary, edition 1769, volume 6. Folio 27. Bridges's Collins, 6. 42 and 741. For an account of Bletchew, and the monuments there, see Gent. Mag. 1799. For Lydiard Tregoes, and other monuments of the St. Johns, whose pedigree, by Sir R. St. George, is painted on folding doors on the north side of the chancel, see the topographer, I. 508. Arms. Argent, on a chief gules 2 mullets pierced or. William de St. John in the 13th century bore in his arms the addition of a bend gules, which was continued by his descendants till the reign of Elizabeth. Gent. Mag. 1787, 681. The present coat was borne by Sir John de St. John in the reign of Edward II. At the same time other members of the family varied the field and charges thus: Sir Roger bore, ermine, on a chief gules 2 mullets or, Sir Imes, argent, crucilly sable, on a chief gules 2 mullets or. Sir John de Laneham, argent, on a chief gules 2 mullets or, a border indented sable. John, heir of John de St. John, differenced his arms with a label azure, according to the roll of Carlaverock. The roll of arms of the reign of Richard II. Gives the mullets of 6 points pierced azure. Edward St. John at this period bore, argent, on a chief dancet gules 2 mullets of 6 points or, pierced vert. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, St. Andrew Beauchamp St. John, 14th Baron St. John. Hungry time hath made a glutton's meal on this catalogue of gentry, the list of gentry of the reign of Henry VI, and hath left but a very little morsel for manors remaining. Fuller. Worthies of Bedfordshire. Gentle. Polehill of Howberry, in the parish of Renhold. This family is of ancient Kentish extraction, and is a branch of the Polehills or Pollys of Preston, in Shoreham, in that county, descended from John Polehill, eldest son of John Polehill and Alice de Buckland, the heiress of Preston. In the reign of Henry VI. The Reverend Richard Polwheel, the historian of Cornwall, was of opinion that the Polehills of Kent were a branch of the Cornish Polwheels, which emigrated from the western into the eastern counties at a very early period. They were certainly seated at Detling in Hollingbourne, in Kent, at or previous to the reign of Edward III. In the time of Elizabeth, the Polehills were of Frenches, in the parish of Bewash, in Sussex. The immediate ancestor of the present family was Nathaniel Polehill, of Bewash and Howberry, an eminent merchant, who died in 1782. See a very minute account of all the branches of this ancient family in the Topographer and Genealogist, I. pp. 180 and 577. See also Hasted's History of Kent, Volume 1. And Volume 3. Arms. Or, on a bend gules 3 crosslets of the first. It appears by the roll of arms of the reign of Richard II, that Moncur Rolf Poli bore a coat nearly similar, viz., argent, on a bend gules 3 crosses petit or. Present representative, Frederick Polhill, Esq. Berkshire. Gentle. Easton of East Hendred. It has been observed by old Fuller, the lands of Berkshire are very skittish, and are apt to cast their owners, and again, of names which were in days of yore, few remain here of a great store. The ancient family of Easton, and the succeeding one of Clark, are indeed the only exceptions at the present day to this rule. The Eastons have been seated at East Hendred since the reign of Henry VI. John Easton, their ancestor, having at that period married Isabel, daughter and heir of John Stow, of Burford, co. Oxford, whose wife was Maud, daughter and heir of Rollin Arches, of East Henrith, whose great-grandmother was Amy, daughter and heir of Richard Turberville, of East Henrith, Esq. See the Visitation of Berks, 1566. Harl. MS 1822, 26b, and Harl. 1532, 19b. See also Licenses Berkshire, pages 186, 292, and Clark's Hundred of Wanting, 4-2. 1824. Arms. Confirmed in 1566. Sable, 3 lions rampant or. Present representative, Charles John Easton, Esq. Clark of Ardington. The pedigree begins with John Clark, of Basildon, in this county, living there the latter part of the 15th century. The family afterwards removed to Ardington, where they were established, according to license, in the reign of Henry VII. The Visitations of 1566 and 1623 record 5 generations of the Clarks before the year 1600. See the Visitation of Berks, 1566. Harl. MS 5822, 22b, and Harl. 1532, see also Licenses Berkshire, pp. 180, 186, and Clark's Hundred of Wanting. Arms. Confirmed October 22, 1600. Argent, on a fess sable 3 plates between 3 crosses petit of the second. Sometimes the fess is placed between 6 crosses petit. Present representative, William Nelson Clark, Esq. Buckinghamshire. Knightley. Chetwode of Chetwode, Baronet 1700. This very ancient family is lineally descended from Robert de Thane, who held Chetwode under the Bishop of Bire in the time of William the Conqueror, as appears by Domesday Book. John de Chetwode having during the reign of Edward III married the heiress of Oakley in Staffordshire, the family have mostly resided there, as well as at Ansley Hall in Warwickshire, derived from the heiress of Ludford in 1821. Willis, writing in 1755, says, "This manor of Chetwode, as appears to me, has been in the possession and inheritance of the Chetwodes longer than any estate or manor in this county of Buckingham has continued the property of any other family now there existing." See Willis's Buckingham. Ertswick, Staffordshire, edition 1844. Wotton's Baronetage, 4. And Licenses Buckinghamshire. Arms. Quarterly argent and gules, 4 crosses petit counterchanged. Present representative, Sir John Newdigate Ludford Chetwode, 5th Baronet. Dayrell of Lillingstone Dayrell. A very ancient and honourable family of Norman descent, who came over with the Conqueror, and seated themselves at Lillingstone before the year 1200. Richard son of Elias Dayrell being seized of a message and half a knight's fee there in King Richard I's time, or the beginning of King John's reign. Before 1306 the Dayrell became possessed of the fee of the manor, which has ever since continued in the family. The Dayrell of Shooty Camps, in the county of Cambridge, are a younger branch of this family, sprung from Francis, second son of Paul Dayrell of Lillingstone, Sheriff of Buckinghamshire 1579. See Willis's Buckingham. License. Arms. Azure, a lion rampant or, crowned argent. Present representative, Edmund Francis Dayrell, Esq. The Dayrells of Cale Hill, in Kent, purchased in the 4th Henry. 4. And sprung from the Dayrells of Cessay, in Yorkshire, are supposed to be a younger branch of this venerable family. The extinct family of Dayrell of Littlecote, Wiltshire, for which see the topographer, 2. 101, and the Darrells of Richmond, Baronet. 1795, are sprung from the house of Calehill. Grenville of Wotton under Barnwood, Duke of Buckingham 1822. Marquess of Buckingham 1782, Earl Temple 1749, Viscount and Baron. Cobham 1718. There is good reason to believe that this family, seated at Wotton from the reign of Henry I, is a collateral branch of the Grenvilles of the West. The manor of Wotton, among many others, was given by William I to Walter Gifford, Earl of Buckingham. Isabel, daughter and co-heir of Walter II Earl, is said to have brought it in marriage, about the year 1097, to Richard de Grenville. The consequence of this family in modern times is owing to matches with the heiresses of the great houses of Temple, Nugent, and Chandos. See Bridges's Collins's Peerage, 2. And License. See also Moll's Bibliotheca Herald. For an account of the MS, formerly at Stowe, viz. The original evidences of the Grenville family, collected by Richard Grenville, of Wotton, Esq. During the civil wars of the 17th century. Arms. Vert, on a cross argent 5 tortoises. Present representative, Richard Plantagenet Campbell Temple Nugent Bridges Chandos Grenville, 3rd Duke of Buckingham. Harcourt of Ankerwyck. On the decease of the last Earl Harcourt, in 1830, the representation in the male line of the illustrious House of Harcourt devolved on this family, descended from a younger brother of Simon, 1st Viscount Harcourt, and the heiress of Lee. Stanton Harcourt, in the county of Oxford, was possessed by the ancestors of this great house in 1166, and continued in the family till the extinction of the elder line in 1830. The pedigree is traced to Robert de Harcourt, who married Joan, daughter of Robert Beaumont, Earl of Mellent, and who was grandson of Robert who attended William the Conqueror in his expedition to England in 1066. See Bridges's Collins's Peerage, 4. And Nichols's Leicestershire, 4. pt 2. Arms. Gules, 2 bars or. This coat was borne by Sir John de Harcourt in the reign of Edward II. Thomas Harcourt, the reverse, in the reign of Richard II. Rolls of the period. Present representative, George Simon Harcourt, Esq. Gentle. Lovett of Liscombe. Vitalis Lovett of Rushton, in the county of Northampton, who lived in the reign of Henry II. Appears to be the first proved ancestor of this venerable family, said to be of Norman origin. William Lovett of Rushton, the son of Vitalis, held certain lands in Henwick, also in Northamptonshire, of Richard Ingane and his heirs by the service of finding 2 horsemen to follow the said Richard to hunt the wolf in any part of England. This service was remitted to John Lovett, son or grandson of William, in the reign of Edward I, and in lieu thereof an annual rent charge of 10 shillings was imposed. Soon after this period, viz., in 1304, 33 EDWI. Liscombe in the parish of Soulbury came into the family, being in the possession of Robert Lovett and Sarah his wife, daughter and heir of Sir Roger Turville, from the second marriage of their son Thomas. Descended the Lovetts of Astwell in Northamptonshire, since the reign of Elizabeth represented in the female line by the Shirleys Earls Ferrers. Liscombe has from the beginning of the 14th century remained the inheritance of the elder branch of the Lovetts, though the direct descent has been often interrupted. In 1781, Jonathan Lovett, the representative of the family, was created a baronet by King George III. His Majesty's remark on this occasion is preserved in Betham's Baronetage. In the summer of 1781, the Earl of Chesterfield, having been some time absent from court, was asked by the king where he had been so long. On a visit to Mr. Lovett of Buckinghamshire, said the Earl. Ah, said the king, is that Lovett of Liscombe? They are of the genuine old Norman breed, how happens it that they are not baronets? Would they accept the title? Go tell him, continued the king, is that the title is much at his service. They have ever stuck to the crown at a pinch. The same work also gives a very curious, and to an antiquary very tantalizing, account of the ancient armor and documents once preserved at Liscombe, and describes their melancholy fate. Sir Jonathan Lovett having died without surviving male issue in 1812, the title of baronet became extinct and the property descended to his daughters. On the decease of the survivor, Miss Eliza Lovett, in 1861, the ancient seat of this venerable family reverted by her will to the next male heir, the present representative of the family, descended from a younger brother of Sir Jonathan Lovett, Baronet. C. Baker's Northamptonshire, I. Lipscomb's Buckinghamshire, 3. Stemata Shirleyana, Pr. 1841. Collectania Topog, et Genealogue. 6. And Betham's Baronetage. Arms. Evidently allusive to the name, and to the service of hunting the wolf, argent, 3 wolves passant in pale sable, armed and longed gules. Present representative, Jonathan Vaughan Lovett, Esq. Cambridgeshire. Gentle. Bendish of Barrington. The name is local, from Bendish, in the parish of Radwinter, in Essex, where Peter Westley was seated at a very early period. His grandson was called Ralph of Westley, alias Bendish, and from him this ancient family, one branch of which was long settled at Steeple Bumstead, in Essex, is descended. A manor in Barrington came from the heiress of Bradfield early in the 15th century, and had acquired the name of the Manor of Bendish so far back as the year 1493. It has ever since remained the inheritance of this the eldest line of the Bendish family, of whom a younger branch was of Topfield Hall, in Hadley, Co. Suffolk, whose heiress married Doyley of Overbury, also of Steeple Bumstead before mentioned, created baronet in 1611, extinct in 1717, and other branches again were of Hadley and Turvey in Bedfordshire. See Licenses Cambridgeshire. And the Visitation of Essex 1612, Harl. MS 6095, Folios 16, where is a good pedigree of Bendish, brought down to William Bendish, Esq 10th in descent from Peter Westley. Arms. Argent, a chevron sable between 3 ram's heads erased azure. Present representative, John Bendish, Esq. Cheshire. Knightley. Davenport of Woodford. The Davenports claim precedence among the knightly families of Cheshire, that seed plot of gentry, the mother and the nurse of the gentility of England, and are traced directly to the Conquest. The elder line, which Leland terms the best and first house of the Davenports at Devonport, a great old house covered with lead on the ripe of Davin, 3 miles above Congleton, became extinct in 1674. The Coeresses married Davies and Davenport of Woodford. Ormus de Domport, living in the time of William I, is the first recorded ancestor of this family. To his son, Richard de Domport, Hugh Earl of Chester gave the chief forestorships of the forests of Leek and Macclesfield about 1166, a feudal office still held by this house. The present family are sprung from Nicholas, 3rd son of Sir John or Jenkin Davenport, of Weltrow and Henbury, who was himself a younger son of Thomas, 2nd son of Sir Thomas Davenport of Davenport, the 13th of Edward II. Woodford was granted by John Stafford and Isabella his wife, about the time of Edward III, to John, 3rd son of Thomas Davenport of Weltrow, an elder line not traced beyond 1677, while the Davenports of Henbury were extinct before 1664. Davenport of Cavaley, founded by Arthur, 6th son of Sir John Davenport of Davenport, killed at Shrewsbury in 1403, became extinct in 1771. The Coeresses married Bromley and Davenport of Woodford. Davenport of Bramhall, founded by the 2nd son of Thomas Davenport of Weltrow and the heiress of Bramhall, in the time of Edward III, survived till 1838. The Davenports of Davenport House, in the parish of Warfield, in Shropshire, are the only younger branch now remaining. They spring from the Davenports of Chorley and the heiress of Bromley of Howlon or Hawn, in the parish of Warfield. See Blakeway's Sheriffs of Salop, pages 85, 143, 228. For Davenport of Davenport and Woodford, see Ormered's Cheshire, 3. 39, 346, 357. For those of Cavaley, IB 2. 153, Henbury, 3. 352, Bramhall, 3. 401, Chorley, 3. 312. See also Leland's Iton, 7. Folios 42, and Harl. Mrs. 2119, for a good pedigree of the family drawn from original evidences. Arms. Argent, a chevron between three crosslets fichy sable. The crest of this family, a felon's head, souped proper, haltered or, alludes to the power of life and death within the forests of Leek and Macclesfield, granted by Hugh Earl of Chester. Present representative, Arthur Henry Davenport, Esq. Grosvenor of Eton, Marquess of Westminster 1831, Earl Grosvenor. 1784, Baron Grosvenor 1761, Baronet 1662. Descended from Gilbert le Grosvenor, nephew of Hugh Lupus, Earl of Chester. The pedigree of this ancient family is, thanks to the famous controversy with the Scropes, well ascertained. The principal line of the Grosvenors was seated at Hume, in this county, in the 100 of Northwich, and was extinct in the 22nd year of Henry VI. The Grosvenors of Eton descend from Ralph's second son of Sir Thomas Grosvenor of Hume, who married Joan, sole daughter and heir of John Eton, of Eton or Eton, Esq. Early in the 15th century. The match of Sir Thomas Grosvenor, Bart. In 1676, with Mary, sole daughter and heir of Alexander Davies, of Ebury, in the county of Middlesex, Esq. Laid the foundation of the great wealth and consequent honours of this family. Younger branches, the Earl of Wilton 1801. The Baron Ebury 1857. C. Ormerod, 2. 454, N3. 87, Bridges Collins, v. 239, and the Scrope and Grosvenor roll passum. Arms. Azure, a garb or, used since the sentence of the court in the cause of Sir Richard le Scrope and Sir Robert le Grosvenor in 1389, instead of azure, a bend or, an allusive to his descent from the ancient Earls of Chester. Present representative, Richard Grosvenor, 2nd Marquess of Westminster, K.G. Egerton of Olton, Baronet 1617. This is the principal male branch of the great house of Egerton, formerly Earls and Dukes of Bridgewater and Earl of Wilton. The pedigree begins with Philip Gotch, second son of David de Malpas, surnamed Leclerc, which David was lord of a moiety of the barony of Malpas. The present family is descended from Sir Philip Egerton, third son of Sir Rowland Egerton, of Egerton and Olton, Baronet, who died in 1698. The baronetcy devolved on Sir John Egerton, uncle of the present baronet, on the death of the Earl of Wilton, and extinction of the elder line, in 1814. Olton came from the heiress of Hugh Dun, anno 1498. It is thus mentioned in Leland's itinerary, the ancientest of the Egertons dwelleth now at Old Eton, and Egerton buildeth there now. Iton, 7. Folios 42. Younger branch, Egerton Warburton, of Warburton and Arley, in this county. C. Wotton's baronetage, I. 271, Bridges Collins, 3. 170, v. 528, Ormerod, 2. 118, 350, and for many curious particulars of the Bridgewater Egertons, see the topographer 2. 136, and Arms. Argent, a lion rampant gules between three fians sable. The fians were the ancient arms of Malpas, the lion was added by Urien Egerton, about the middle of the 14th century. According to tradition, an augmentation granted as a reward for his services in the Scotch Wars. Present representative, Sir Philip de Malpas Grey Egerton, 10th Baronet, M.P. for S. Cheshire. Cholmondeley of Cholmondeley, Marquess of Cholmondeley 1815, Earl of Cholmondeley 1706, Baron 1689. Descended with the Egertons from the Barons of Malpas, and immediately from Robert de Cholmondeley, second son of William Belward, lord of a moiety of the barony of Malpas, and younger brother of David the ancestor of the Egertons. Which Robert was seated at Cholmondeley in the reign of King John. Younger branches. Cholmondeley of Whitby, in Yorkshire, Baronet 1641, extinct 1688, descended from Robert, younger son of Hugh Cholmondeley, Temp. EDW 3. See the Memoirs of Sir Hugh Cholmondeley, Knight and Baronet, a curious book privately printed in 1787. Cholmondeley of Bransby, since the extinction of the Whitby family the only representative of the Cholmondeleys of Yorkshire. Cholmondeley of Easton, Co. Lincoln, Baronet 1806, descended from Sir Henry Cholmondeley, of Burton Coggles, Company Lincoln, who died in 1620. Cholmondeley of Vale Royal in this county, Baron Delamere 1821, descended from Thomas, younger son of Sir Hugh Cholmondeley of Cholmondeley, who died in 1501. See Ormond, 2. 356, and for Cholmondeley of Vale Royal, 2. 78, Bridges Collins, 4. 16. Arms. Gules, 2 helmets in chief argent, garnished or, and in base a garb of the 3rd. Present representative, George Horatio Cholmondeley, 2nd Marquess of Cholmondeley. Tatton, called Egerton of Tatton, Baron Egerton of Tatton 1859. Robert Tatton of Kenworthy, in Northenden, who married the heiress of William de Wythenshawe, alias Massey, about the latter end of the reign of Edward III. Is the first proved ancestor of this family, but there is reason to believe that he was descended from the much more ancient house of the name who were seated at Tatton in the 12th century. Wythenshawe, now the seat of the younger branch of this family, remained from the period above mentioned the inheritance and residence of the Tattons, until the decease of Samuel Egerton, Esq. In 1780, when the estate of Tatton, which is supposed to have given name to the family, devolved by his will on William Tatton of Wythenshawe, Esq., who had married Hester, sister of Mr. Egerton. Tatton had passed to the Egertons through the families of Tatton, Massey, Stanley, and Brereton. Younger branch, Tatton of Wythenshawe, in this county. See Ormond, 3. 315, and Gentleman's Magazine 1798, 930. Arms. Quarterly argent and gules, for crescents counterchanged. The arms are perhaps founded on the coat of Massey. Present representative, William Tatton Egerton, Baron Egerton of Tatton. Bunbury of Stanley, Baronet 1681. A family of great antiquity, descended from Henry de Bonnebury, in the time of Stephen, a younger brother of the house of Saint Pierre in Normandy. William de Bonnebury, son of Henry, was Lord of Bonnebury in the reign of Richard I. But the direct ancestor was David, brother of Henry, whose great-grandson Alexander de Bunbury was living in the 15th of Henry III. Stanley, still the inheritance, but not the residence, of the Bunburys, came from the heiress of the same name in the 17th of Edward III. See Ormond, 2. 216, and Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 687. Arms. Argent, on a bend sable 3 chess-rooks of the field. Present representative, Sir Charles James Fox Bunbury, 8th Baronet. Leicester of Toft. Descended from Sir Nicholas Leicester, who acquired the manor of Nethertabley in marriage, and died in 1295. The male line of the eldest branch of this family, established at Nethertabley, became extinct in 1742. The present and younger branch springs from Ralph, younger brother of John Leicester of Tabley, who married Joan, daughter and heir of Robert Toft of Toft. She was a widow in 1390. The antiquary Sir Peter was of the Tabley line. Younger branch, Leicester of White Place, Company Berks. See Ormond, I, 385, 456, 3. 190. Arms. Azure, a fess or Freddie Gules, between 2 fleurs-de-lis of the 2nd. Another coat was granted by Det to Sir Ralph Leicester of Toft, the 2nd year of Edward VI, viz. Sable, on a fessing railed between 3 falcons volant argent, beaked and membered or, a lion's head cabochet azure between 2 covered cups gules. But this very unnecessary and overloaded coat does not appear to have been used. Present representative, Ralph Oswald Leicester, Esq. Massey of Coddington. The pedigree in Ormond begins with Hugh Massey, who married Agnes, daughter and heir of Nicholas Bold, of Coddington. Their son William purchased the manor of Coddington in the 18th of Henry VI. The parentage of Hugh Massey is a matter of dispute, but he was probably a younger son of Sir John Massey of Tatton, who died in the 8th of Henry. He is also by others supposed to have been descended from the Masseys of Podington, a younger branch of the barons of Dunham Massey. This family is perhaps the only remnant in the direct male line of the posterity of any of the Cheshire barons. General Massey, a younger son of this house, was a distinguished officer in the civil wars, both in the service of the Commonwealth and in that of Charles II. Younger branches, Massey of Poole Hall, in this county, descended from the second son of Massey of Coddington, who was born in 1604. From Edward III's son descended the Masseys of Rosethorn, also in Cheshire, now extinct. For the extinct branches of Broxton and Podington, see Ormond, 2. 372 and 308, for Massey of Coddington, 2. 399, for Massey of Poole Hall, 3. 188. Arms. Quarterly gules and or, in the first and fourth 3 fleurs de lis argent, a canton of the third. There was a dispute about the arms of Massey between the houses of Tatton and Podington, for which see, the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. Which was decided in 1378 by the arbitration of Sir Hugh Cavely and others. The present coat, except that the first and second quarters were or, and the canton omitted, was awarded to Massey of Podington. Massey of Tatton bore the same arms with 3 escallops argent in lieu of the fleurs de lis. The elder line of Dunham bore quarterly or and gules, in the second quarter a lion passant argent. Present representative, Richard Massey, Esq. Wilbraham of Delamere. This family represents the eldest branch of the Wilbrahams of Cheshire, descended from Richard de Wilbraham, sheriff of this county in the 43rd year of Henry III. In the 3rd of Edward IV. The Wilbrahams were seated at Woodhay, in Cheshire, by a match with the heiress of Galborne. This, the elder line, created baronet in 1620-1, was extinct in 1692. The present family are descended from the second son of Thomas Wilbraham of Woodhay, and were seated at Townsend in Nantwich in the reign of Elizabeth. They removed to Delamere the latter part of the 18th century. Younger branches, Wilbraham Baron Skelmersdale 1828, and Wilbraham of Rode, in this county, both descended from Randall, younger brother of Roger Wilbraham, of Nantwich, who died in 1754. Wilbraham of Dorfold, sold in 1754, but existing at Falmouth in 1818, was sprung from the youngest son of Richard Wilbraham, of Nantwich, who died in 1612. See Ormond, 2. 65, 3. 31, 184, 199. Arms. Argent, 3 bends wavy azure. The Dorfold branch bore for distinction a canton gules. Additional coat, granted by Flower, Temp. Elise, azure, 2 bars argent, on a canton of the first a wolf's head erased of the second. Present representative, George Fortescue Wilbraham, Esq. Leg of East Hall, in High Leg. Efward de Liga, who appears from his name to have been of Saxon origin, and who lived at or near the period of the Conquest, was the patriarch of this ancient family, of which the principal male line failed in the time of Edward IV. Thomas Legge, of Northwood, in the same parish of High Leg, the ancestor of the present family, succeeded after a long litigation as the next heir male in the reign of Henry VIII. See Ormond, I. 358. Arms. Allowed 1566. Argent, a lion rampant gules, armed and longed azure. Present representative, George Cornwall Legge, Esq. MP for North Cheshire. Lee of West Hall, in High Leg. Descended from Richard de Limey, younger son of Hugh de Limey, which Richard in the latter part of the 13th century married Agnes, daughter and sole heir of Richard de Legge, great-grandson of Hammond de Legge. The first mentioned in the pedigree. Richard de Limey had issued Thomas de Legge, of West Hall, living in 1305. Younger branches, Lee, called Trafford, of Otterington, in this county, descended from John's second son of Richard Lee, of West Hall, who died in 1486. For whom see Ormond, I. 439. Lee of Leatherlake House in Surrey, descended from Thomas II son of the Reverend Peter Lee of West Hall, who died in 1719, and Lee of South Carolina, Baronet 1773, descended from Peter III son of the same Rev. Peter Lee. See Ormond, I. 350. Arms. Allowed 1563. Or, a lion rampant gules, armed and longed azure. For 4 descents after the match with Agnes de Legge, her descendants used the coat of Limey, gules, a pale fusile argent, conclusive evidence of the descent of this family from Richard de Limey, and not from William de Venables, another husband of Agnes de Legge. Indeed, In the Visitation of 1566, this coat of Limey was allowed to Lee of West Hall, but in 1584 both the East and West Hall families claimed the lion rampant gules. In 1663 the arms were settled as at present. Present representative, Egerton Lee, Esq. Aldersey of Aldersey, in the parish of Coddington. The pedigree is traced to Hugh de Aldersey, in the reign of Henry III, soon after which time the family divided into two branches. The estate and manor of Aldersey being also held in separate moieties by the representatives of the two families, one moiety eventually passed by an heir general to Hatton of Hatton, and has since been united into one estate. By purchase from Dutton of Hatton. A younger branch of this family was seated at Chester, of which was William Aldersey the antiquary, mayor of that city in 1614. See Ormerod, 2. 404. Arms. Gules, on a bending railed argent, between two cinquefoils or, three leopards' faces vert. The more ancient coat, given in King's Vale Royal, appears to have been, sable, 3 chargers or dishes argent. Present representative, Thomas Aldersey, Esq. Baskerville, called Glegg, of Old Withington. Ormerod traces this family to Sir John Baskerville, grantee of a moiety of Old Withington from Robert de Camville in 1266, and that estate has ever since remained in the family. In 1758 John Baskerville, Esq. The representative of the House of Old Withington, having married the heiress of Glegg of Gayton, in this county, assumed that name in lieu of his own. See Ormerod, 3. 355, and for Glegg, IB 2. 285. Arms. Argent, a chevron gules between 3 hertz. This coat, the chevron charged with 3 fleurs de lis or, was borne by a Monsignor de Baskerville. See Sir Harris Nicholas's Roll of Arms Temp. E. 3. Present representative, John Baskerville Glegg, Esq. Brooke of Norton, Baronet 1662. Adam Lord of Leighton, in the reign of Henry III. Is the first recorded ancestor of this family, who continued at Leighton, the seat of the principal branch of the Brookes, until the extinction of the elder male line, in or about the year 1632. Richard Brooke, younger son of Thomas Brooke of Leighton, purchased Norton from King Henry VIII. In the year 1545, which has remained the residence of his heirs male. Younger branches, Broke of Knacton in the county of Suffolk, Baronet 1813. Descended from Sir Richard Brooke, Knight, Chief Baron of the Exchequer, in the reign of Henry VIII, youngest son of Thomas Brooke of Leighton, the ancestor of the Norton family. There was a former baronetcy in this family, created 1661, extinct 1693. Brooke of Mere in this county, sprung from Sir Peter Brooke, third son of Thomas Brooke of Norton, established at Mere by purchase in 1632. See Ormerod, I. 360, 500, and 3. 241, Collectania Topographica et Genealogica, I. 22, and Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 392. Arms. Or, a crossing railed party per pale gules and sable. Present representative, Sir Richard Brooke, 7th Baronet. Gentle. Clutton of Chorlton, in the parish of Malpas. Ormerod gives no detailed pedigree, but states that the Cluttons had been settled at Clutton, in the parish of Farndon, in this county, as early as the 21st of Edward I. And that the manor of the same place was held by this family in the time of Henry VI. In the reign of Henry VIII, Roger, third son of Owen Clutton of Corthan, having married an heiress of Aldersey of Chorlton, became seated there, and was the ancestor of the present family. From Henry, elder brother of this Roger, were descended the Clutton Brocks late of Pensacks in Worcestershire, who were there established in the 17th century. See Ormerod, 2. 366, 410, and a pedigree of this family in Harleian MS 2119. Arms. Argent, a chevron ermine, codiced sable, between 3 annulets gules. Present representative, Thomas Charlton Clutton, Esq. Leche of Carden. The pedigree commences in the reign of Henry IV. With John Leche, said to be a younger brother of the House of Leche of Chatsworth, in Derbyshire, who married the heiress of Cawarthen, or Carden, and settled there about the year 1475. Some pedigrees, however, cite the Leches at Carden as early as the 20th of Edward III, and there is also a tradition that the family is descended from the Leche, or Chirurgeon, of that monarch himself. It is remarkable that Nolan has been the family Christian name, with one exception, during 13 generations. Younger branch, extinct in 1694, Leche of Mollington, in this county. C. Harl. MS 2119, 50, quoted by Ormrod, 2. 385. Arms. Ermine, on a chief indented gules 3 crowns or. Present representative, John Hurleston Leche, Esq. Barnston of Chetton, in the parish of Farndon. The descent of this family is not proved beyond Robert Barnston, of Chetton, in the 3rd year of Richard II. But Hugh de Barnston was lord of a moiety of Barnston in the 21st of Edward I. The pedigree was confirmed in the visitations of 1613 and 1663-4. C. Ormrod, 2. 408. Arms. Azure, a fess indented ermine between 6 crosslets Fichy or. Thomas de Bernaston bore this coat, except that the crosses were argent. See the roll of arms of the reign of Edward III. Present representative, Roger Barnston, Esq. Antrobus of Antrobus, Baronet 1815. This is an instance of an ancient family, which, having gone down in the world, has recovered itself by means of commercial pursuits, after centuries of comparative obscurity. Antrobus was sold by Henry Antrobus in the reign of Henry IV. And repurchased by Edmund Antrobus in 1808, he having proved himself a descendant of Henry, youngest son of Henry Antrobus above mentioned. Antrobus of Eaton Hall, in this county, is again a younger branch of this family. C. Ormrod, I. 487. Licenses Cheshire. De Bret's Baronetage, edition 1836. Arms. Lozenge or an azure, on a pale gules 3 estoiles of the first. Present representative, Sir Edmund William Romer Antrobus, 2nd Baronet. Lawton of Lawton. It is not improbable that this family is descended from Robert, a younger son of Vivian de Davenport, who settled at Lawton in the 50th of Henry III. And assumed the local name. This assertion is borne out by the arms, which are evidently founded on those of Davenport. The pedigree is not however traced beyond Hugh Lawton, who married Isabella, daughter of John Maddock, in the reign of Henry VI. The manor of Lawton was purchased by William Lawton, Esq. from King Henry VIII. It had been formerly held by the Abbey of Chester, to which the Lawtons appear to have been tenants from a very early period. Younger branch, Lawton of Lake Marsh, in the county of Cork. C. Ormrod, 3. 11, and licenses Cheshire. Arms. Argent, on a fess between 3 crosslets Fichy sable a cinquefoil of the first. Present representative, John Lawton, Esq. Cotton of Combermere, Viscount Combermere 1826, Baronet 1677. There are several places called Cotton, and antiquaries have doubted from which of them the present family is called. The house usually assigned is that of Cotton, near Wem, in Shropshire, where Sir Hugh Cotton was seated in the reign of Edward I. And whose descendant, Roger Cotton, acquired the estate of Alkington, in the same county, by marriage of the heiress, in the reign of Richard II. He was the ancestor of Sir George Cotton, grantee of Combermere after the dissolution in 1540, from whom the present family directly descend. Younger branch, extinct in the male line, but represented in the female line by R. H. Cotton of Etwall, Co. Derby, Esq. Mrs. of the late Mr. Joseph Morris of Shrewsbury. See a different account of this family in Ormrod, 3. 212, Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire. And Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 611. Arms. Azure, a chevron between 3 hawks' lures, or cotton hanks, argent. Present representative, Wellington Henry Cotton, 2nd Viscount Combermere. Cornwall. Knightley. Trelawney of Trelawney, Baronet 1628. The most Cornish gentlemen can better vaunt of their pedigree than their livelihood, wrote Richard Carew, of Antony, Esq in 1602, for that they derive from great antiquity. And I may question whether any shire in England, of but equal quantity, can muster a like number of fair coat armors, and again, by tray, pole, and pen, you shall know the Cornish men. There are two manors called Trelawney in Cornwall, one in the parish of Alternaun, the other in that of Peelant. The former was the original seat of the Trelawneys, probably before the Conquest, and here they remained till the extinction of the Cider branch in the reign of Henry VI. The latter was purchased from Queen Elizabeth by Sir Jonathan Trelawney, a knight well spoken, staid in his carriage, and of thrifty providence, the head of a younger line of this family, in the year 1600. And it has ever since remained the seat of this venerable house. Hamelin, who held Trelowan, i.e. Trelawney, under the Earl of Moreton, at the period of the Domesday Survey, is the first recorded ancestor. See Leland's Iton, 3. Folios 20. Carew's Survey of Cornwall, edition 1602. B. Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, I. 546, Licenses Cornwall, pages 14 and 257, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 87. Arms. Argent, a chevron sable. In the reign of Henry V, an augmentation was added, viz. 3 oak leaves vert, borne by Sir John Trelawney with the ancient coat, in consequence of his having greatly distinguished himself in the French wars with that monarch. Present representative, Sir John Salisbury Trelawney, 9th Baronet, late M.P. for Tavistock. Prideaux of Place, in the parish of Padstow. This is the eldest remaining branch of the ancient family of Prideaux, who trace their descent from Paganus, Lord of Prideaux Castle, in Luxulyan, in this county, in the time of William I. Where the family continued till the latter part of the 14th century, when Prideaux passed by an heiress to the Hurls of West Hurl, in Northumberland. The present family, which was seated at Place, in the 16th century, is sprung from the Prideaux of Solden, in Holsworthy, in Devonshire, a branch of Prideaux of Thuborough in Sutcombe, in the same county. Who were themselves descended from Prideaux of Orcherton in Modbury, also in Devonshire, where the family was established by marriage with the heiress of Orcherton in the reign of Henry III. Younger branch, Prideaux of Netherton, Co. Devon, Baronet 1622, founded by Edmund Prideaux, an eminent lawyer, second son of Roger Prideaux of Solden. See Carew, 143b, Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, 542, License, 252, Xi. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 515, Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. Princes Worthies of Devon, edition 1. Arms. Argent, a chevron sable, a label of 3-point gules. This was the coat of Orcherton. Present representative, Charles Prideaux Brune, Esq. Basset of Teehiddy. The immediate ancestor of the Cornish Bassets was William Basset, who married in 1150 Cecilia, daughter and coheiress of Alan de Dunstanville, and the daughter of Reginald Fitzhenry, Earl of Cornwall, natural son of Henry I. Who thus acquired the manor of Teehiddy, which has ever since continued the residence of his descendants of the House of Basset. In the early part of the 16th century, John Basset appears to have been the chief of this ancient family. He married Frances' daughter and co-heir of Arthur Plantagenet, Viscount Lisle, natural son of King Edward IV. From Arthur, his eldest son, descended the Bassets of Heanton Court in Devonshire, extinct in the early part of the present century. And from George, the second son, the House of Teehiddy, the elder branch of which were created Barons de Dunstanville in 1797. Extinct 1855. Leland mentions the right goodly lordship of Teehiddy, and the castellet or pile of Bassets on Carnbray Hill. See Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, I. 486. Arms. Or, 3 bars wavy gules. Present representative, John Francis Basset, Esq. Vivian of Trelowarren, in the parish of Maugon, Baronet 1644. Originally of Trevederne in the parish of St. Buryan. The first recorded ancestor is Sir Veal Vivian, knight, who lived in the 13th century, and whose descendant John, having married an heiress of Ferrers, succeeded to the lordship of Trelowarren in the reign of Edward IV. Which has since continued the seat and residence of this family. The baronetcy was conferred by King Charles I on Sir Richard Vivian, as a reward for his services in the civil wars of that period. See Leland's Iton, 3. Folios 3. Gilbert's Survey, I. 557, license, pages XC. And 218, Polwheel's Cornwall, 1803, Volume 1. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 411. Arms. Argent, a lion rampant gules, armed sable. Present representative, Sir Richard Rawlinson Vivian, 8th Baronet, late MP. For Helstone. Molesworth of Pencarrow, in the parish of Egloshayle, Baronet 1689. This is a younger branch of the Molesworths of Ireland, Viscount Molesworth of Swords, in the county of Dublin, 1716. They can be traced to the reign of Edward I, as a knightly family, but never remained very long in any one county. They have been seated in Bedfordshire, Huntingdonshire, and Northamptonshire. Sir Walter de Molesworth, the first recorded ancestor, is said to have attended Edward I in his expedition to the Holy Land. The family estate is believed to have been greatly impoverished by the profuse entertainment of Queen Elizabeth at Fotheringay, by Anthony, elder brother of John Molesworth, who settled at Pencarrow in the reign of the same queen. See Gilbert's Cornwall, I. 571, license, 92. 82, Wotton's Baronetage, 4. 25, Archdall's Lodge, v. 127. Arms. Ver, a border gules charged with crosslets or. This coat, except that the crosses were argent, was borne by Sir Walter de Molesworth of Company Huntingdon, as appears by the roll of arms of the reign of Edward II. Sir Gilbert Lindesay, of the same county, bore the present coat. Present representative, the Reverend Sir Paul William Molesworth, 10th Baronet. Gentle. Polwheel of Polwheel, in the parish of St. Clement. This venerable family, supposed to be of Saxon origin, traces its descent to one Drogo or Drew, chamberlain to the Empress Maud, and grantee of the manor of Polwheel in the year 1140. The family are said to have been seated there even before the Conquest. There appears however no proof that Drogo was the descendant of Wynus de Polhill, the owner of this place in the time of Edward the Confessor. The Rev. Richard Polwheel, the historian of this county, was the representative of the family. See Polwheel's Cornwall, I. 42, Gilbert's Survey, 2. 239, and license, pages XI. 60. Arms. Sable, a salter and railed ermine. Present representative, T. R. Polwheel, Esq. Trefusis of Trefusis, in the parish of Malore, Baron Clinton 1299. From time immemorial this ancient family had been seated at Trefusis, from whence the name is derived. The pedigree is traced 4 generations before the year 1292. The ancient barony of Clinton devolved upon this family, through the Bowles, on the death of George III Earl of Orford, in 1791. See Carew, 150b, Leland's Iton, 3. 26. Polwheel's Cornwall, I. 42, Gilbert's Cornwall, 468. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 Warrow spindles sable, which Randall Holmes, in his Academy, explains, as a sort of spindle used by women at a distaff put under their girdle, so as they oftentimes spin therewith going. Present representative, Charles Rodolph Trefusis, 18th Baron Clinton. Boscawen of Boscawen Rose, in the parish of St. Buryan, Viscount. Falmouth 1720. Descended from Henry, who lived in the reign of King John, and who took the name of Boscawen from the lordship of Boscawen Rose, still the property of the family. In the reign of Edward III. The Boscawens removed to Tregothnan, their present seat, in consequence of the marriage of John de Boscawen with Joan, daughter and heir of John de Tregothnan of that place, in the parish of St. Michael Penkeville. See Gilbert's Survey, I. 452. License, pages 74. 50, Bridges' Collins, 6. 62. Arms. Ermine, a rose gules barbed and seated proper. The ancient arms of the family were, according to license, vert, a bulldog argent, with a chief containing the arms now used. Present representative, Evelyn Boscawen, 6th Viscount Falmouth. Tremaine of Helligan, in the parish of St. Hugh. Tremaine is in the parish of St. Martin, and here the ancestor of the family, Purries, lived in the reign of Edward III. And assumed the local name. This estate passed with the heiress of the elder branch of the family to the Trethurfs, and from them to the Rees-Skymers, to whom it belonged in Leland's time. A grandson of the first Tremaine, having married the heiress of Trenchard, of Collicombe, in Devonshire, removed hither, where his descendants existed till the extinction of that line in 1808. The founder of the present family was Richard Tremaine, whose son purchased Helligan in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and who is thus noticed by Carew in his survey of this county. At the adjoining St. Ive dwelleth Master Richard Tremaine, descended from a younger brother of Collicombe House in Devon, who, being learned in the laws, is yet to learn, or at least to practice, how he may make other profit thereby. Then by hoarding up treasure of gratitude in the mindful breasts of poor and rich, on whom he gratis bestoweth the fruits of his pains and knowledge. See Leland's Iton, 3. 25, folios 9, Carew, 104b, Gilbert's Survey, 2. 292, license, pages cxv. 96, 214, Prince's Worthies of Devon, 1st edition 569. Arms. Gules, 3 dexter arms conjoined at the shoulders and flexed in triangle or fists proper. Present representative, John Tremaine, Esq. Kendall of Pellon, in the parish of Lanlavery. A younger branch of an ancient Cornish family of which the principal line became extinct in the early part of the 17th century. They were formerly seated at Truorgy in Dullo, and are traced to Richard Kendall of Truorgy, Burgess for Launceston in the 43rd of Edward III. Pellon has been for many generations the seat of this family, descended from Walter, 3rd son of John Kendall of Truorgy, who married a daughter and co-heir of Robert Holland, an illegitimate son of a Duke of Exeter. It has been remarked of this family, that they have perhaps sent more members to the British Senate than any other in the United Kingdom. See Carew, 132c, Gilbert's Survey, 2. 176, license, pages cvi. 178. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 dolphins naiant embowed sable. Present representative, Nicholas Kendall, Esq MP for East Cornwall. Ray of Trebai, in the parish of St. Ive, Baronet. An old Devonshire family, descended from Robert le Ray, who lived in the 2nd of Stephen, 1136-7, and whose son was seated at Ray, in the parish of Moreton Hampstead, in that county. A match with the heiress of Killigrew removed the Rays into Cornwall, and Trebai became their principal house, until, by the marriage of Sir Chichester Ray, the 2nd Baronet, with one of the co-heiresses of Edward Bortia, 4th Earl of Bath, they became possessed of the noble seat of Tavistock, in Devonshire, the present usual residence of the family. See Carew, 117a, Gilbert's Survey, I. 555, license, 89. 146, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 84, Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees, 567. Arms. Sable, a fess between 3 poleaxes argent, helved gules. Present representative, Sir Bortia Pauc Ray, 8th Baronet. Rashley of Menabilly. Rashley in the parish of Wemworthy, in Devonshire, gave name this ancient family, the elder line of which became extinct in the reign of Henry VII. John Rashley, a merchant of Foy, was the first who settled in Cornwall, and was in fact the founder of the present family. He is thus mentioned by Carew, writing in 1602, I may not pass in silence the commendable deserts of Master Rashley the elder, descended from a younger brother of an ancient house in Devon. For his industrious judgment and adventuring in trade of merchandise first opened a light and way to the townsman new thriving, and left his son large wealth and possessions, who, with a daily bettering his estate, converteth the same to hospitality, and other actions fitting a gentleman well affected to his God, prince, and country. See Carew. A. Gilbert's Survey, 2. 244, license, pages xci. 316. Arms. Sable, a cross, or between, in the 1st quarter, a Cornish chuff argent, beaked and legged gules, in the second a text T, in the third and fourth a crescent, all argent. The Cornish chough and crescents were added on removing into Cornwall. The elder branch bore only 2 text T's in chief with the cross S. Present representative, William Rashleigh, Esq. Glanville of Catch French, in the parish of St. Germain. Descended from the Glanvilles of Halwell, in the parish of Whitchurch, in Devonshire, where they were settled about the year 1400. This branch is derived from a younger son of Sergeant Glanville, the son of Sir John Glanville, one of the justices of the Common Pleas in the reign of Elizabeth. Catch French became the seat of the family in 1728. See Prince's Worthies of Devon, pages 326 and 339, Gilbert's Survey, 2. 121, License, pages Civ 116. Arms. Azure, 3 Salters or. Present representative, Francis Glanville, Esq. Cumberland. Knightley. Musgrave of Edenhall, Baronet 1611. Originally seated at Musgrave in Westmoreland, and traced to the time of King John, about the year 1204. After the marriage of Sir Thomas Musgrave, who died in 1469-70, with the coheiress of Stapleton of Edenhall, he removed to that manor, where is preserved the celebrated glass vessel called the Luck of Edenhall. Well known from the Duke of Wharton's ballad. God prosper long from being broke. The Luck of Edenhall. See License, 6. Where it is engraved. Younger branches. The Musgraves of Hayton Castle, in this county, Baronet of Nova Scotia 1638, and the Musgraves of Turin, in the county of Waterford, Baronet 1782. See License, 64. 100. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 74, 4. 354, and St. George's Visitation of Westmoreland, printed 1853. And K. Arms. Azure, 6 Annulets or. Monsignor de Musgrave bore this coat, as appears by the roll of the reign of Edward III. And Thomas Musgrave in that of Richard II. Rolls of those dates. Present representative, Sir George Musgrave, 10th Baronet. Huddlestone of Huttonjohn. An ancient northern family, said to be of Saxon descent, originally of Huddleston in Yorkshire, and afterwards of Milham Castle in this county, from an heiress of that name, where the elder line flourished till its extinction in 1745. Andrew, a younger son of John Huddleston of Milham, who lived in the reign of Henry VIII, married the heiress of Hutton of Huttonjohn, and was the ancestor of the present family. A younger branch of the Huddlestons were fixed in the county of Cambridge by a match with the illustrious house of Neville. Sir William Huddleston, having married Isabel, 5th daughter of John, Marquess of Montacute, became possessed, on the partition of the Neville estates in 1496, of the manor of Sawston, still the inheritance of this line of the family. For Sir John Huddleston, so much trusted by Queen Mary, see Fuller's Worthies, 1st ed. John Huddleston, the priest instrumental in saving the life of Charles II, and the same who attended him on his deathbed, was second son of Andrew Huddleston, of Huttonjohn. This family afterwards became Protestants, and were active promoters of the Revolution. For a curious account of Sawston and the Huddlestons, see Gent. Mag. for 1815, pt 2. Pages 25 and 120, licenses Cambridgeshire. And Cumberland, page 74. And 107, also Banks's Stemata Anglicana, Baroness Rejecti, and the Visitation of Cambridgeshire 1619, folios 1840. Arms. Gules, Freddie Argent. This coat was borne by Sir John de Hoddlestone in the reign of Edward II. Sir Adam the same, with a border indented or, Sir Richard with a label azure, Sir Richard, the nephew, with a label or. Roll of the reign of EDW2. Company York. Present representative, W. Huddleston, Esq. Gentle. Urton of Urton. A family of very great antiquity, and resident at Urton, on the river Irt, from whence the name is derived, as early as the reign of Henry I. The manor of Urton has belonged also to the ancestors of Mr. Urton almost from the time of the Conquest. See License, 75. 119. Arms. Argent, a fess sable, in chief 3 mullets gules. Present Representative, Samuel Urton, ESQ late MP for the Western Division of Cumberland. Briscoe of Crofton, in the parish of Thursby, Baronet 1782. Originally of Briscoe near Carlisle, where the family were seated 3 generations before the reign of Edward I, Crofton, which came by an heiress of that name, has been since the year 1390 the residence of the Briscoe family. See License, 66. 159. Arms. Argent, 3 greyhounds current sable. In Clutterbucks, Hertfordshire, 158, there is a pedigree of a younger branch of this family, who were seated at Aldenham, in that county, previous to 1736. Present Representative, Sir Robert Briscoe, 3rd Baronet. Dykes of Dovenby, in the parish of Bridekirk. The name, originally Del Dykes, is derived from the 2 lines of Roman wall in Berg, from whence the family at a remote period originated. Ramrus de Dykes, who lived before the reign of Henry II, is the first supposed ancestor. The pedigree is regularly traced 3 generations before the 50th of Edward III. To the present time. In the Wars of the Roses the Dykeses, like most other families in the northern counties, were Lancastrian. And in the civil wars of the 17th century, devoted royalists, and sufferers for their allegiance to the crown. Dovenby, formerly the seat of the Lampless, came by marriage in the present century. The manor of Warthole or Wardhill, purchased in the reign of Henry VI, and still in the family, was the former residence. Waverton, acquired in the 10th of Edward II, exchanged in 1619, and Dissington, acquired in the 7th of Richard II. And afterwards alienated, were more ancient possessions. See License, 72. 36, Hutchinson's Cumberland, 2. 98 and note, Burns Cumberland, 2. 49, and I, 157. I am obliged to the present representative for additions to this account. Arms. Or, 3 cinquefoil sable. Monser. Wilm. De Dykes bore, Argent, a fess vert or angules, between 3 water bouget sable, as appears by the roll of the reign of Richard II. Present Representative, Fresheville Lawson Ballantyne Dykes, ESQ. Derbyshire. Knightley. Gressley of Drakelow, Baronet 1611. In point of stationary antiquity hardly any families in the kingdom can compare with the Gressleys, wrote the topographer in 1789. In this county certainly none can claim precedence to the house of Drakelow. Descended from Nigel, mentioned in Doomsday, called de Stafford, and said to have been a younger son of Roger de Tony, standard-bearer in Normandy, it was very soon after the conquest established in Derbyshire, first at Gressley, and immediately afterwards at Drakelow, in the same parish. The present is a younger branch, seated at Nether Seal, in Leicestershire, at the beginning of the 18th century. See Leland's itinerary in Call Topog et Genealogue. 3, 339, Nichols's History of Leicestershire, 3. pt 2. The topographer, I. 432, 455, 474, License, 63, Wotton's Baronetage, 121, and Erdswick, Staffordshire, ed. 1844. Arms. Vere, ermine and gules. Allusive no doubt to the farers, under whom Drakelow was held anno 1200, by the service of a bow, quiver, and 12 arrows. The same coat was borne by Sir Geoffrey de Greasley in the reign of Edward I. And by Sir Perez de Gressel, in the reign of Edward II. Rolls. John de Greasley bore simply, Vere, Argent and gules. Roll Rick. 2. Present Representative, Sir Thomas Gressley, 10th Baronet. Fitzherbert of Norbury. This ancient Norman house was seated at Norbury, by the grant of the Prior of Tutbury, in 1125, 25 Henry I. The principal male line becoming extinct in 1649, the succession went to a younger branch descended from William, 3rd son of the celebrated Sir Anthony Fitzherbert the Judge, who had seated themselves at Swinnerton, in Staffordshire. Still the residence of this family. Younger branch. Fitzherbert of Tissington, Baronet 1783, descended from Nicholas, younger son of John Fitzherbert of Somersall. See topographer for a curious account of the pedigree and monuments, 2. 225, and license, 217. For Fitzherbert of Tissington, topographer and genealogist, I. 362, Gent. Mag. 67. Topographer, 3. 57, and Bridges's Collins, 9. 156. Arms. Argent, a chief ver or en gules, over all a ben sable. This coat is also complementary to Ferrers. The Tissington Fitzherberts have assumed a different coat, viz. Gules, 3 lions rampant or, from a fanciful notion of their descent from Henry Fitzherbert, Lord Chamberlain 5th Stephen, ancestor of the Herberts of Dean. The lions were assumed as early as 1569. See the Visitation of Derbyshire. Present representative, Basil Fitzherbert, Esq. Curzon of Kettleston, Baron Scarsdale 1761, Baronet 1641. This ancient family was seated at Kettleston as early as the reign of Henry I. It is said to be of Breton origin, and descended from Geraldine, a great benefactor to the Abbey of Abingdon, in Berkshire, in which county the Curzons held lands soon after the Conquest. Younger branches. Curzon Earl Howe 1821. Curzon of Parham, Sussex. Extinct branches. Curzon of Croxall and Waterperry, Company Oxford, and of Leatheringset, Norfolk. See license, Lee, Bridges's Collins, 7. 294, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 243. Arms. Argent, a ben sable, charged with 3 popinjays or collared gules, borne by Moncur. Roger Curson in the reign of Richard II. Sir John Cursoun bore, argent, a bend gules bezantee, in that of Edward II. Rolls. According to Burton's collections quoted by Wotton, the more ancient coat was, ver, or en gules, a border sable charged with popinjays argent. This was in compliment to William Earl Ferrers in Derby, who had granted to Stephen Curson the manor of Fald, Co. Stafford. Present representative, the Reverend Alfred Nathaniel Holden Curzon, 4th Baron Scarsdale. Vernon of Sudbury, Baron Vernon 1762. The Vernons were originally of Cheshire, and barons of Shipbrook, but became connected with Derbyshire by the heiress of Avenel's marriage with Richard Vernon in the 12th century. Their son died SPM. Leaving a daughter and heiress married to Gilbert LaFrancis, whose son Richard took the name of Vernon, seated himself at Haddon Hall in this county, and was the ancestor of the different branches of the House of Vernon. The Sudbury Vernons settled there in the reign of Henry VIII, and, by the extinction of the other lines, became in the end the chief of the family. Few houses have been more connected together by intermarriage than the Vernons. Younger branches. The Vernon Harcourts, now of Nuneham Courtney, Company Oxon, the Vernons of Hilton, Staffordshire, and the Vernon Wentworths, of Wentworth Castle, Yorkshire. See license, 53, Bridges's Collins, 7. 396, topographer, 2. 217, for inscriptions to the Vernons at Sudbury, which came from the heiress of Montgomery, for Vernon of Houndhill, in the parish of Henbury, and of Harleston in Clifton Camville. See Shaw's Staffordshire, I. 87, 399, and the topographer, 2. 11, and for Vernon of Tonge, topographer, 3. 109, and Ayton's Antiquities of Shropshire, Volume 2. Arms. Argent, Freddie Sable. This coat, with a quarter gules, was borne by Moncur. Richard Vernon in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, George John Warren, 5th Baron Vernon. Pole of Redbourne. Originally from Newborough in Staffordshire, but from the 14th century established, through female descent, first at Hartington, and afterwards at Wakebridge, in this county. Redbourne was inherited from the Chandoses, through the Laughtons, also in the 14th century. It came to the Chandos family from an heiress of Ferrers or Fitzwalkelin. See Leland's Itinerary, Volume 8. Folio 70A, and Volume 4. Folio 6. The topographer, I. 280, topographer and genealogist, 176, and license, 94. Arms. Argent, a chevron between three crescent gules. Present representative, Edward Sacheverell Chandos Pole, Esq. Cavendish of Hardwicke, Duke of Devonshire 1694, Earl 1618, Baron. 1605. This family was originally from Cavendish over Hall, near Clare, in Suffolk, and is descended from Sir John Cavendish, who in the reign of Edward III was Chief Justice of the King's Bench. It was John, a younger son of the judge, who killed Wat Tyler, and from him the family are descended. But it was Sir William Cavendish, younger brother of George Cavendish, who had been gentleman usher to Wolsey, who may be called the real founder of the Cavendishes. By the great share of abbey lands which he obtained at the dissolution of monasteries, and afterwards, adds Bridges, by the abilities, rapacity, and good fortune of Elizabeth, his widow, the celebrated Countess of Shrewsbury. The Cavendishes first settled in Derbyshire by the marriage of this Sir William with Bess of Hardwicke, in 1544. See topographer, 3. 306, Bridges's Collins, I. 302, Collins's noble families. Arms. Sable, 3 bucks' heads cabossed argent, attired or. Monser. Andrew Cavendish of this family bore, sable, 3 crosses Bodeni Ficci or, 2 and 1. Roll Rick. 2. Present representative, William Cavendish, 7th Duke of Devonshire, and 2nd Earl of Burlington. Harpa of Cock, Baronet 1626, called Crewe. This family was originally of Chesterton in Warwickshire, where it is traced as early as the reigns of Henry I and II. In right of Eleanor, daughter and heir to William Grober, descended from Richard de Rushall, of Rushall, in Staffordshire, the Harpas were afterwards seated at that place, but had no connection with Derbyshire till the reign of Elizabeth. Cock was purchased by Henry Harpa, Esq. in 1621. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd ed., Volume 1, 478, Shaw's History of Staffordshire, 2. 69, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 1, License, 63. Arms. Argent, a lion rampant within a bordering railed sable. This was the coat of Rushall, the arms of Harpa were a plain cross. Present representative, Sir John Harpa Crewe, 9th Baronet. Burdett of Foremark, Baronet 1618. The pedigree begins with Hugo de Burdett, who came into England with William I, and was lord of the manor of Lusby, in Leicestershire, in 1066. Arrow, in the county of Warwick, which came from the heiress of Camville the 9th of Edward II. Was long the seat of the Burdetts, but they had long before, as Dugdale shows, been connected by property with that county, William Burdett having founded the cell of Ancote, near Secundon, in the 5th of Henry II. The manor of Arrow, and many other estates of this family, carried by an heiress to the Conways in the reign of Henry VII, became the fruitful cause of many lawsuits, which were not finally settled till the end of the reign of Henry VIII. See Dugdale for the curious details. Foremark was inherited from the heiress of Francis in 1602. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd edit. 2, 847, Erdswick Staffordshire, edition 1844, 462, Nichols's Leicestershire, 3. pt 1. 351. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 327, and license. Arms. Azure, 2 bars or. Sir William Burdett bore this coat in the reign of Edward II. Sir Robert the same, in the upper bar 3 martlets gules. Roll EDW 2. Under Leicestershire. Sir Richard the same, with an orle of martlets gules. Roll E 3. Monser, John Burdett the same, each bar charged with 3 martlets gules. Roll Richard II. Present representative, Sir Robert Burdett, 6th Baronet. Cave of Stretton, Baronet 1641. A family of great antiquity, which can be traced to the Conquest, originally of South and North Cave in Yorkshire. In the 15th century they removed into Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, and were long of Stanford, in the former county. The elder line of the Caves becoming extinct in 1810, the baronetcy devolved on a younger branch, descended in the female line from the Browns of Stretton, and from hence their connection with Derbyshire. See Nichols's History of Leicestershire, Volume 4. Part 1, 350, for a curious account of this family, and for their monuments in Stanford Church, the earliest of which is that for John Cave, who died in 1471, Winky Face. Pedigree at Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 164, License, 18. Arms. Azure, Freddie Argent. This coat was borne by Monsignor de Cave, see the Roll of Arms of the reign of Edward III. Present representative, Sir Mills Cave Brown Cave, 11th Baronet. Colville of Lullington. This is an ancient Suffolk and Cambridgeshire family, and can be traced to the time of Henry I. The Colvilles, Barons of Culross, in Scotland, are descended from a younger brother of the second progenitor of the family. The manor of Newton Colville, acquired by the marriage of Sir Roger Colville of Carlton Colville in Suffolk, called the Rapacious Knight, with the heiress of de Morisco, and held under the Bishop of Ely. Continued in the Colvilles from a period extending nearly from the Conquest to the year 1792, when it was sold, and the representative of this family, Sir Charles Colville, settled in Derbyshire in consequence of his marriage with Miss Bonnell of Duffield. The head of the family was on the royalist side in the reign of Charles I, and one of the intended Knights of the Royal Oak. See Licenses Cambridgeshire, 242, Blomefields Norfolk, and Watson's History of Wisbech. Arms. Azure, a lion rampant or, a label of 5 points gules. This coat, with the lion argent, was borne by Sir Geoffrey de Colville in the reign of Edward II, and without the label by Monsieur John Colville in that of Richard II. Rolls of Arms of the dates. Sir Roger de Colville bore the present coat with a label of 3 points only, in 1240, as appears by his seal to a deed of that date. Present representative, Charles R. Colville, Esq. MP for South Derbyshire. Gentle. Coke of Trusley. This is a younger branch of the old house of the Cokes of Trusley, a family of considerable antiquity. The elder line became extinct in 1718. The present family are descended from the Cokes of Suckley in Worcestershire. The Cokes were originally of Staffordshire, but settled in Derbyshire in consequence of a match with one of the coheiresses of Odingsels of Trusley, in the middle of the 15th century. There is a younger branch of this family at Lower Moor, in Herefordshire. The Cokes of Melbourne were also a younger branch, from whom the Lambs, Viscounts Melbourne, were descended. See License, 81. Arms. Gules, 3 crescents and a canton or. Present representative, Edward Thomas Coke, Esq. Thornhill of Stanton, in the parish of Yulgrave. Descended from the Thornhills of Thornhill in the Peak, where they were seated as early as the 7th of Edward I. Stanton was inherited from an heiress of Back in 1697. See License, 97. Arms, confirmed in 1734. Gules, 2 bars gemelles and a chief argent, thereon a massel sable. This coat, without the massel, was borne by M. Brian de Thornhill in the reign of Edward III. Roll. Present representative, William Pole Thornhill, Esq. late MP for North Derbyshire. Abney of Mayasham. This is a younger branch of a family who were seated at Willersley, by a match with the heiress of Ingwardby at the beginning of the 15th century. Willersley was the property of the late Sir Charles Abney Hastings by female descent. Mayasham is a purchase of about a century. See License, Xi. Arms. Or, on a chief gules a lion passant argent. License however gives, argent, on a cross sable 5 bezants. Present representative, William Wotton Abney, Esq. Devonshire. Knightley. Fulford of Fulford, in the parish of Dunsford. There is every reason to believe that the ancestors of this venerable family have resided at Fulford from the time of the Conquest. 3 knights of the house distinguished themselves in the wars of the Holy Land. William de Fulford, who held Fulford in the reign of Richard I, is the first ascertained ancestor. Sir Baldwin Fulford, a leading Lancastrian, was beheaded at Bristol in 1461. See Princes Worthies of Devon, edition 1701. For description of Fulford, Westcott's Devonshire pedigrees. License, CXLV. 171. Arms. Gules, a chevron argent. Present representative, Baldwin Fulford, Esq. Courtney of Powderham Castle, Earl of Devon 1553, restored 1831. This illustrious house is descended from Reginald de Courtney, who came over to England with Henry II. A.D. 1151, and, having married the daughter and heiress of the hereditary Sheriff of Devonshire, became immediately connected with this county. The earldom of Devon was first conferred on the Courtneys in 1335, by reason of their descent from William de Redvers, Earl of Devon. The Powderham branch springs from Sir Philip, sixth son of Hugh II Earl of Devon. See Bridges's Collins, 6. 214, License, 87, Westcott's Devonshire pedigrees, 570, and Journal of Arch Institute, X 52, and Sir Harris Nicholas's Earldom of Devon. Arms. Or, 3 tortoises. This coat, with a bend azure, was borne by Sir Philip de Courtney in the reign of Edward II. Roll. And the same, with a label azure, by Hugh de Courtney in 1300. See the Roll of Carlavarock, and Sir Harris Nicholas's notes. This label was, he remarks, charged by respective branches of the family with mitres, crescents, lozenges, annulets, fleurs de lis, guttees, and plates, and with a bend over all. See also Wilmot's heraldic notices in Canterbury Cathedral. Present representative, William Reginald Courtney, 11th Earl of Devon. Edgecombe of Edgecombe, in the parish of Milton Abbots. Richard Edgecombe was Lord of Edgecombe in 1292, and was the direct ancestor of this venerable family, the present representative being 20th in lineal descent from this first Richard. In the reign of Edward III. William Edgecombe, second son of the House of Edgecombe, having married the heiress of Coatheel, in the parish of Calstock, removed into Cornwall, and was the ancestor of the Edgecombes of Coatheel and Mount Edgecombe, Earls of Mount Edgecombe, 1789. Another younger branch was of Brompton, or Brampton, in Kent. See Princes Worthies of Devon, edition 1701. Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, 4-2. 1820, Volume 1. Carew's Cornwall, 1st edition. B in 114a, Bridges's Collins, v. 306. And Licenses Cornwall, 73. 212, 53. Arms. Gules, on a bend ermine codist or 3 boars' heads couped argent. Present representative, Richard D. Edgecombe, Esq. Chichester of Yolston, in the parish of Sherwill, formerly of Raleigh, in the parish of Pilton, Baronet 1641. This ancient family is said to have taken its name from Cirencester, in Gloucestershire, the residence of its remote ancestors. The Chichesters were, however, as early as the reign of Henry III. Of the county of Devon, although Raleigh came to them at a later period from an heiress of that name, Yolston, the present seat, from an heiress of Beaumont in the time of Henry VII. John de Cirencester, living in the 20th of Henry I, is said to have been the first recorded ancestor. Younger branches. Chichester of Hall, in Bishop Stoughton. Seated at Hall, from an heiress of that name in the 15th century, Chichester of Arlington, since the reign of Henry VII, and Chichester, Marquis of Donegal, descended from Edward, third son of Sir John Chichester, in the reign of Elizabeth, and see Princes Worthies of Devon, edition 1701, pages 135, 199, Westcott's Devonshire, 303, and pedigrees, 604, and Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 226, Bridges's Collins, 8. 177, Shaw's Staffordshire, I, 374, License, Xi. 440. And Archdall's Lodge's Peerage, 2. 314. Arms. Cheeky or and Gules, a chief there. Present representative, Sir Arthur Chichester, 8th Baronet. Fortescue of Castle Hill, Earl Fortescue, 1789. Like the Chichesters, an ancient and widespreading family, settled at Wymedeston, now called Winston, in the parish of Modbury, in the year 1209. This was, writes Sir William Pole, the most ancient seat of the Fortescues, in whose possession it continued from the days of King John to the reign of Queen Elizabeth. There are many younger branches of this family, both in England and Ireland, to rank which in their seniority, and by delineating the descent to give every man his due place, surpasseth, I freely confess, my ability at the present. Westcott's Mrs. quoted by the topographer, I. 178. The great glory of this house is Sir John Fortescue, Lord Chief Justice of England in the reign of Henry VI. And the author of the work of Absolute and Limited Monarchy. Among the principal younger branches were the Fortescues of Buckland Fillet and Fortescue of Fallipit in this county, both extinct in the male line, and the Fortescues of the county of Louth in Ireland, represented by the Barons Claremont. See Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees, 498, 625, and Prince's Worthies, edition 1701, 304, Bridges's Collins, v. 335, license, 85. Arms. Azure, a bending railed argent codist or. Present representative, Hugh Fortescue, 3rd Earl Fortescue. Carey of Tor Abbey, in the parish of Tormohun. An ancient family, the history of which however is involved in great obscurity, supposed by some to have come from Castle Carey, in Somersetshire, by others from Carey, in the parish of St. Giles is in the Heath, near Launceston. It was certainly of the latter place in the reign of Edward I. Cockington in this county was, previous to the civil wars of the 17th century, the principal seat of the family. Tor Abbey was purchased by Sir George Carey, knight in 1662. Younger branches. Carey of Folleton, in this county. In the county of Donegal and in that of Cork, and in Guernsey, there are families which claim to be branches of the House of Carey. The present Viscounts Falkland, and the extinct Barons Hunsdon, descend from the second marriage of Sir William Carey, of Cockington, in the time of Henry VII. See Prince's Worthies. Westcott's Devonshire Families, 507, and license, Xxviaith. 524. And Clutterbuck's Hertfordshire, I. 129. For Carey Viscount Falkland, see the Herald and Genealogist, Volume 3, and for Carey Baron Hunsdon, the same work, Volume 4. Arms. Argent, on a bend sable 3 roses of the first seated proper, said to have been the arms of a knight of Aragon, vanquished by Sir Robert Carey in single combat in the reign of Henry V. Present representative, Robert Shedden Sulyard Carey, Esq. Carew of Hackham, Baronet 1661. About the year 1300, by the marriage of Sir John de Carew with a coheiress of Mohun, this ancient family first became connected with the county of Devon. The Carews are descended from Gerald, son of Walter de Windsor, who lived in the reign of Henry I, which Walter was son of Otho, in the time of William the Conqueror. Hackham was inherited from an heiress of Courtenay, and was settled on this the second branch of the family in the 15th century. The extinct families of Carew of Bickley and Carew Earl of Totnes were descended from Sir Thomas Carew, elder brother of Nicholas, the first of the Hackham line. The present Lord Carew, of Ireland, represents, in fact, the elder line of this family, being descended from a nephew of the Earl of Totnes. Carew of Antony, Baronet, 1641, now extinct, was a younger branch of the House of Hackham. See Leland's Iton, 3. Folios 40, Prince's Worthies of Devon, 148, 176, 204, Westcott's Devonshire, 440, Pedigrees, 528, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 323, License, Xiv. For notices of a branch of this family formerly seated in the county of Cork, see Call Topog and Genealogue. V. 95, see also Nicholas's Roll of Carlaverock. And Maclean's Life of Sir Peter Carew, London, 8 VO, 1857. Arms. Or, 3 lions passant sable. This coat was borne by Sir Nicholas Carew in 1300. Roll of Carlaverock. Sir John de Carew, the same, with a label gules, in the reign of Edward II, and by M. de Carew in that of Edward III. Roles. Present representative, Sir Walter Pauch Carew, 8th Baronet. Kelly of Kelly. Kelly is a manor in the hundred of Lifton and deanery of Tavistock, and lies on the borders of Cornwall, about 6 miles from Tavistock. The manor and Nedvousen have been in the family of Kelly at least since the time of Henry II, and here they have uninterruptedly resided since that very early period. See Westcott's pedigrees. License, CL 296. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 billets gules. Present representative, Arthur Kelly, Esq. Pole of Shute, Baronet 1628. This is an ancient Cheshire family, who settled in the county of Devon in the reign of Richard II. Arthur Pole, their ancestor, having married the heiress of Pole of Honiton. The representative of the family, the learned antiquary Sir William Pole, resided at Shute in the early part of the 17th century, though the fee of that manor, once the inheritance of the noble family of Bonville, did not belong to the Poles till it was purchased by Sir John Pole, Baronet, in 1787. See Princes Worthies of Devon. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 124, License, 6. 442. Arms. Azure, Semi of Fleurs de Lis or, a lion rampant argent. Present representative, Sir John George Reeve de la Pole, 8th Baronet. Clifford of Ugbrook, Baron Clifford of Chudley 1672. An illustrious Norman family, traced to the Conquest, of which the extinct Earls of Cumberland were the chiefs, first connected with Devonshire by the marriage of Thomas, 4th grandson of Sir Lewis Clifford, who died in 1404. With a daughter of John Thorpe of King's Tainton. Ugbrook came from an heiress of Courtenay, in the reign of Elizabeth. The peerage was conferred by Charles II. On the Lord Treasurer Clifford, one of the celebrated cabal. Sir Thomas Clifford Constable, Baronet, 1815, represents a younger branch of this family, descended from Thomas, 4th son of the 4th Lord Clifford. C. Cliffordiana, by the Reverend G. Oliver, Exeter, 8 VO. And Collectania Cliffordiana, Paris, 1817, 8 VO, Erdswick, Staffordshire, edit. 1844, 73, and for the Earls of Cumberland, and their ancestors the Lords Clifford, see Whitaker's admirable account in his Craven, edition 1812, 240, and see also Queen's Call Ox. MSCV 4, Evidences of the Cliffords, Bridges' Collins, 7. 117, and License, Sci., and for the early history of this family, Aiton's Antiquities of Shropshire, Volume 5. Arms. Chequy or an azure, a fess gules. Born by Roger de Clifford in the reign of Henry III, and by Walter de Clifford at the same period, instead of a fess, a bend gules. Sir Robert de Clifford, in the reigns of Edward II. N3. Bore the present coat. Sir Louis de Clifford, in the time of Richard II. Differenced his coat by a border gules. Rolls. See also the roll of Carlavarock. Present representative, Hugh Charles Clifford, 8th Baron Clifford of Chudley. Harrington of Dartington, called Champernon. This is a younger line of the ancient and noble family of Harrington, formerly of Ridlington, in the county of Rutland, created baronet in 1611, and still represented by Sir John Edward Harrington, the 10th Baronet. The name is local. From Harrington in Cumberland, from whence Robert Harrington was called in the reign of Henry III. A younger branch of the Harringtons was fixed at Ridlington by purchase in the first year of Philip and Mary, but had been seated at Exton in the same county from the reign of Henry VII. Sir James Harrington, 3rd Baronet, was attainted in the 13th of Charles II, having been named as one of the judges of his sovereign Charles I. He sat however only one day, and refused to sign the fatal warrant. Dartington, the ancient seat of the Champernon family, was carried by an heiress, Jane, only daughter of Arthur Champernon, Esq., the last heir male of the family, to the Rev. Richard Harrington, second son of Sir James Harrington, Baronet, grandfather of the present representative, and who assumed her name. See Wright's History of the County of Rutland, pages 48, 108, Blores, Rutlandshire. And Courthope's de Bret's Baronetage. Arms. sable, Freddie Argent. Present representative, Arthur Champernon, Esq. Gentle. Bastard of Kitley, in the parish of Yelmton, or Yalmaton. Descended from Robert Bastard, who held several manors in this county in the reign of William I. For several generations Efford, in the parish of Eggbuckland, was the seat of this family, but in the early part of the 17th century the hereditary estates were sold, and they were of Woolston and Garston, in West Allington. About the beginning of the 18th century Kitley, the present seat, was inherited from the heiress of Polexfen. In 1779, William Bastard, Esq., the representative of this family, was gazetted a baronet, the honour, which was declined by Mr. Bastard, was intended as an acknowledgment of his services in raising men to defend Plymouth in 1779. See License, XXI, and 577. Arms. Or, a chevron azure. Present representative, Baldwin John Polexfen Bastard, Esq. Ackland of Ackland, Baronet 1644. Ackland, which gave name to this ancient family, is now a farm in the parish of Land Key. It is thus described in Westcott's Devonshire, page 290, smiley face. Then Land Key, or Lund Key. And therein Ackland, or rather Auckland, as taking name from a grove of oaks, for by such an one the house is seated, and hath given name and long habitation to the Claris family of the Acklands, which have many ages here flourished in a worshipful degree. Hugh de Calan is the first recorded ancestor. He was living in 1155, from whom the present Sir Thomas Dyke Ackland is 22nd in lineal descent. Killerton, in the parish of Broadclyst, purchased at the beginning of the 17th century, is the present seat of the family. Colum John, an ancient Elizabethan mansion in the same parish, now pulled down, was the earlier residence of the Acklands, who were remarkable for their royalty during the civil wars. Younger branch. Ackland of Fairfield, Baronet 1818. See Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, I. 559, Princes Worthies of Devon. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 407, and License, XI. Arms. Chequy Argent and Sable, a fess gules. This coat was borne by M. John Ackland, as appears by the roll of arms of the reign of Richard II. According to Prince, 3 oak leaves on a bend between 2 lions rampant, was also borne at this time by this family. Present representative, Sir Thomas Dyke Ackland, 10th Baronet. Bamfield of Poltimore, Baron Poltimore 1831, Baronet 1641. John Baumfield, the ancestor of this family, became possessed of Poltimore in the reign of Edward I. But the pedigree can be traced 3 generations before that period. A younger branch was of Hardington in Somersetshire, extinct about the beginning of the 18th century. For the story of the heir of the Bamfields taken away and recovered, see Princes Worthies of Devon. See also Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 188, and License, CX. Arms. Or, on a bend gules 3 mullets argent. Present representative, Augustus Frederick George Warwick Bampfield, 2nd Baron Poltimore. Northcote of Pines, Baronet 1641. Descended from Galfridus, who was of Northcote, in the parish of East Down, in the 12th century. Hayne, in the parish of Newton Street Sears, was afterwards acquired by marriage with the heiress of Drew. Pines was inherited from the heiress of Stafford, originally Stowford, early in the last century. See License, pages CX. 361, 545, and Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 206. Arms. Argent, 3 crosslets Botoni in Ben Sable. Used on seals in the reign of Henry VI. The earliest coat, used till the time of Edward III. Was a chief gules Freddie of the First. Afterwards, argent, a fess between 3 cross Malines sable. In 1571, Robert Cook, Clarenceau, is said to have granted, according to the foolish custom of the day, another coat to Walter Northcote of Crediton, grandfather or uncle of the first baronet, viz., or, on a pale argent 3 bend sable. Sir William Pole mentions another coat, or, 3 spread eaglets gules, on a chief sable 3 escallops of the first. But this appears to be a mistake. From the information of the present baronet. Present representative, Sir Stafford Henry Northcote, 8th Baronet, MP for Stamford. Fursdon of Fursdon, in the parish of Cadbury. From the days of Henry III. If not from an earlier period, this ancient family has resided at the place from whence the name is derived. See the Visitation of Devon, 1620, Harl. MS 1080, FO. 4. License, CXLV. N92. Arms. Argent, a chevron azure between 3 fireballs proper. Present representative, George Fursdon, ESQ. Strode of Newenham, in the parish of Plimpton St. Mary. Originally of Strode, in the parish of Ermington, where Adam de Strode, the first recorded ancestor, was seated in the reign of Henry III, in that of Henry IV. By the marriage of the coheiress of Newenham, they became possessed of that place, since the seat of the family. A right ancient and honourable family, says Prince. It may also be called an historical one, William Strode, of this house, being one of the 5 members of the House of Commons demanded by Charles I, in 1641. See Prince's Worthies. Westcott's Pedigrees. License, CLV. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 cony sable. Present representative, George Strode, ESQ. Walrond of Dulford in the parish of Broad Hembury. This is a younger branch of an ancient family seated at Bradfield, in Uffcolme, as early as the reign of Henry III. For many years the Walronds, living at their venerable mansion of Bradfield, were a powerful family in Devonshire. The male line of this the principal branch has become extinct since the time of license, and the representation devolved on the present family, descended from Colonel Humphrey Walrond. A distinguished loyalist during the civil wars of the 17th century. On the fall of the royal cause he emigrated to Barbados, of which island with the aid of other royalists he made himself governor. Philip IV. Of Spain conferred upon him the title of Marqués de Velado, and other Spanish honors, for, as the still existing patent states, services rendered to the Spanish marine. See License, Culvii. And 540, Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. Arms. Argent, 3 bulls' heads cabossed sable. Present representative, Bethel Walrond, ESQ. Bellew of Court, in the parish of Stockley English. This is a younger branch of the great Anglo-Irish family of Bellew of Barmeath, in the county of Meath, settled in Devonshire in the reign of Edward IV, in consequence of a marriage with one of the coheiresses of Fleming of Bratton Fleming. See the Visitations of Devon in 1564 and 1620, License, Xixiv. And 455. Arms. Sable, Freddie or, a crescent for difference. Present representative, John Prestwood Bellew, ESQ. Drew of Grange, in the parish of Broad Hembury. The name is derived from Drogo or Drew, and is supposed to be Norman. The first proved ancestor of the family, however, is William Drew, who married an heiress of Prideaux of Orkeston in this county, and appears to have lived about the beginning of the 14th century. His son was of Sharpham, also in Devonshire. The present seat was erected by Sir Thomas Drew in 1610. Younger branches of this family were of Drew's Cliff and High Hayne in Newton Street, Sears. See License, Xlii. And 266, Westcott's Pedigrees, 582-3, and the Topographer and Genealogist, 2. 209, for the Drews of Ireland, descended from a second son of the house of Drew's Cliff, who came to Ireland, and settled at Menas, in the county of Kerry, in 1633. See also Prince's Worthies, 1st ed. Arms. Ermine, a lion passant gules. Present representative, Edward Simcoe Drew, ESQ. Buller of Downs, in the parish of Crediton. This is the head of the widespread family of Buller, of which there are several branches in the western counties. The first recorded ancestor appears to be Ralph Buller, who in the 14th century was seated at Wood, in the hundred of South Petherton and county of Somerset, by an heiress of Beauchamp. They became possessed of Lilsden, in the same county, and afterwards, by an heiress of Trethurf. We find them at Tregarrick, in Cornwall, but were not till the 18th century of Downs, which came from the coheiress of Gould. Younger branches. Buller of Morval and of Lanreath, both in the county of Cornwall. Buller of Lupton, in this county, Baronet 1790, Baron Churston 1858. See License, Xxvi, Carews Cornwall, edition 1st. B. and Gilbert's Survey of Cornwall, 2. 38. Armstud, sable, on a plain cross argent, quarter pierced, for eagles of the field. Present representative, James Wentworth Buller, Esq. Whish of Sand. Originally of Donnaford, in Somersetshire, where John de Highwish is said to have been seated in the early part of the 13th century. Sand, in the parish of Sidbury, came by purchase to an ancestor of the family in the reign of Elizabeth. And, although we find it in License's list of the decayed mansions of the county of Devon, it still remains the inheritance of this ancient family. See License, Xlix. V. 144, and Burke's History of the Commoners, 1st edition Volume 4. Arms. Argent, on a bend sable 3 lutes naiant of the first. Present representative, the Reverend John Whish. Dorsetshire. Knightly. Bingham of Bingham's Melcombe. Sir John de Bingham, knight, who lived in the reign of Henry I, is the first recorded ancestor of this ancient family. He was of Sutton, in the county of Somerset. Melcombe was inherited from an heiress of Turberville in the time of Henry III, and has been ever since the residence of the Binghams, of whom the most remarkable was Sir Richard, a younger son of the head of the family in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, who greatly distinguished himself in Ireland. Younger branch. The Earls of Lucan in the Peerage of Ireland, 1795, descended from George, 4th son of Robert Bingham and Alice Coker, and younger brother of Sir Richard. See Hutchins's History of Dorset, Volume 4. 202. And Archdall's Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, 7. 104. Arms. Azure, a bend codist between 6 crosses petit or. Present representative, Richard Hip Isley Bingham, Esq. Russell of Kingston Russell, Duke of Bedford 1694, Earl of Bedford. 1550. Although this family may be said to have made their fortune in the reign of Henry VII, first by Mr. John Russell's accidental meeting with Philip Archduke of Austria, and his consequent introduction to the king, and secondly by the large share of ecclesiastical plunder acquired by this same John at the dissolution of the monasteries. Yet there is no reason to doubt that the Russells are sprung from a younger branch of an ancient baronial family, of whom the elder line were known by the name of Gorges, and were barons of Parliament in the time of Edward III. The Russells were seated at Kingston as early as the reign of Henry III. See Whiffin's House of Russell, and Bridges's Collins, I. 266, and K. Arms. Argent, a lion rampant gules, on a chief sable 3 escallops of the first. Present representative, William Russell, 8th Duke of Bedford, K.G. Digby of Tilton, Baron Digby of Sherborne 1765, Baron Digby of Geashel in Ireland 1620. An ancient Leicestershire family, to be traced nearly to the Conquest, and supposed to be of Saxon origin. The name is derived from Digby, in Lincolnshire. But Tilton, in the county of Leicester, where Aylmar, the first recorded ancestor of the Digbys, held lands in 1086, also gave name to the earlier generations of the family. These ancient possessions have long ceased to belong to the Digbys. And by the will of the last Earl Digby, who died in 1856, the manor of Coleshill, in Warwickshire, granted by Henry VII. To Simon Digby, and the castle of Sherborne, in Dorsetshire, have also been alienated from the male line of the family. There have been several branches of the Digbys both in England and Ireland, besides the extinct Earls of Bristol. During the 17th century the history of the family, as evinced in the lives of the celebrated Sir Kenelm Digby and the Earl of Bristol, is very remarkable. See Leland's Iton, 4. F.O. 19, Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd edition, Volume 2. 1012. And Pedigree of Digby of Tilton, I, Kettleby, Sisonby, North Luffenham, and Welby, in Nichols's Leicestershire, 2. PTI, page 261. For a more extended pedigree see Volume 3. PTI. Under Tilton, Bridges's Collins, v. 348, Hutchins's Dorset, 4. 133, and for an account of the famous Digby pedigree, compiled by order of Sir Kenelm in 1634, at the expense, it is said, of £1,200, see Pennant's Journey from Chester to London, 8 vo. 1811. And for portraits of the Digbys at Gothurst, I.B. Arms. Azure, a fleur-de-lis argent. Present representative, Edward St. Vincent Digby, 9th Baron Digby of Geishel. Gentle. Frampton of Moreton. John de Frampton, M.P., for Dorset in 1373 and 1380, is the first recorded ancestor. His son Walter, having married Margaret heiress of the manor of Moreton, became possessed of that estate as early as the year 1365, which has since continued the seat of the family. See Hutchins's History of Dorset, Volume 1. 238, where the pedigree is given from the Herald's Office, cc. 22, 155, continued from 1623 to 1753 by James Lane, Richmond Herald, and the new edition of Hutchins, Volume 1. Arms. Argent, a bend Pule's coatest sable. Said to have been born by the first ancestor, John Frampton. Present representative, Henry James Frampton, Esq. Bond of Grange and Lutton, in the parish of Steppel, in the Isle of Purbeck. Originally of Cornwall, and said to be a family of great antiquity, but not connected with Dorset till the middle of the 15th century. In 1431, 9th Henry VI. Robert Bond of Beauchamp's Hatch, in the county of Somerset, was seated at Lutton, his mother having been the heiress of that name and family. Grange was purchased by Nathaniel Bond, Esq. in 1686. There were other branches of this family seated at Blackmanston, Swanwick, and Wareham. See Hutchins's History of Dorset, Volume 1, 326, and the new edition, Volume 1. Arms. Sable, a fess or a former coat, recognized in the Visitation of Dorset in 1623, was argent, on a chevron sable 3 besants. Present representative, the Reverend Nathaniel Bond. Tregonwell of Anderson and Cranbourne. The name is derived from Tregonwell, in the parish of Cranstock and county of Cornwall, and there the remote ancestors of this family doubtless resided, though the pedigree is not proved beyond the latter part of the 15th century. In the reign of Henry VIII, Sir John Tregonwell was employed by the king on his matrimonial affairs, and sent into France, Germany, and Italy. His services were rewarded by grants of monastic lands, among others by the mitred abbey of Milton in this county. Milton was sold to the Damers in the 18th century, and Anderson purchased in 1622. See Gilbert's Cornwall, 2. 313. Hutchins's Dorset, 4. 210, and the new edition, I. Arms. Argent, on a fess coatest sable, between 3 Cornish chuffs proper 3 plates. Present representative, John Tregonwell, Esq. Weld of Lulworth Castle. Founded by William Weld, Sheriff of London in 1352, who married Anne Wetenhall, his posterity were seated at Eton in Cheshire, till the reign of Charles II. The present family are descended from Sir Humphrey, Lord Mayor of London in 1609, who was 4th son of John Weld of Eton and Joan Fitzhugh. Lulworth was purchased in 1641. Younger branch, Weld Blundell of Ince Blundell, Lancashire. See Ormerit's Cheshire, 2. 131, Hutchins's Dorset, I. 226, and the new edition, I. Blakeway's Sheriffs of Salop. Arms. Azure, a fess nebulae between 3 crescents ermine. Confirmed by Camden in 1606. See Morgan's Sphere of Gentry, Book 2. Present representative, Edward Weld, Esq. Floyer of West Stafford. This is a Devonshire family of good antiquity seated at Floyers Hayes, in the parish of St. Thomas in that county, soon after the Norman Conquest. That estate appears to have remained in the family till the latter part of the 17th century. The Floyers afterwards removed into Dorsetshire, of which County Anthony Floyer, Esq. was a justice of the peace in 1701. See Prince's Worthies of Devonshire, edition 1701. Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. Arms. Sable, a chevron between three broad arrows argent. Present representative, John Floyer, Esq. M.P. for Dorset. Durham. Knightley. Lumley of Lumley Castle, Earl of Scarborough 1690, Viscount Lumley. Of Ireland 1628. This very distinguished family is of Anglo-Saxon descent, and has been seated in this county from the time of the Conquest. Lyulph, who lived before the year 1080, is the first recorded ancestor. In the female line the Lumleys represent the Barons Thwang of Kilton, and from hence the arms borne by this ancient house, who were themselves summoned as barons from the 8th of Richard II. to the 1st of Henry IV. The elder line of the family became extinct on the death of John Lord Lumley in 1609. It was during the time of this lord that the following anecdote is told. "Oh, mon, gang na farther. Let me digest the knowledge I ha gained, for I did not ken Adam's name was Lumley," exclaimed King James I, when wearied with Bishop James's prolix account of the Lumley pedigree, on His Majesty's first visit to Lumley Castle in 1603. For the curious story of the lucky leap of Richard Lumley, the immediate ancestor of the present family, see Nichols's Leicestershire, 3. pt. I. 363, and Surtees's Durham, 2. 162. See also Leland's Iton, 6. Folios 62, Bridges's Collins, 3. 693, The Roll of Carlaverock by Sir H. Nicholas, page 313, and the Surrey Archaeological Collections, volume 3. Pages 324 to 348, for a valuable account of the Lumley monuments in Cheam Church, and notes on the pedigree and arms. Arms. Argent, a fess gules between three popinjays proper, collared of the second. This coat was borne by Marmaduke de Twenge in the reign of Henry III. And by M. de Twenge and Monsieur Ralph Lumley in the reign of Edward III. And Richard II. Rolls. John Lafitte's Marmaduke bore, gules, a fess and three popinjays argent. Roll of Carlaverock, 1300. Sir Robert de Lumley the same, but on the fess 3 mullet sable. Roll of the reign of Edward II, see the seal of John Lord Lumley, who died in 1421, in Bishop's Notes on Upton. Present representative, Richard George Lumley, 9th Earl of Scarborough. Salvin of Croxdale. Sir Osbert Sylvain, Knight, of Norton Woodhouse, in the Forest of Sherwood, living in the 29th of Henry III, is the first proved ancestor of this family. He is said to have been son of Ralph Sylvain. Some of the name, which we may suppose to be derived from this wood or forest, were seated at Norton before the year 1140. Croxdale was inherited from the heiress of Walton in 1402. Younger branch, Salvin of Sunderland Bridge, in this county. See Surtees's Durham 4. 117, and the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, 2. For the extinct family of Salvin of Newbiggin, see Graves Cleveland. Arms. Argent, on a chief sable 2 mullets pierced or. This coat was borne by Sir Gerard Salvian in the reign of Edward II, and also I suppose by the same Sir Gerard in that of Edward III, but here the mullets are void advert. Again, in the reign of Richard II, Monsieur Gerard Salvain bore his mullets of 6 points or, pierced gules. Present representative, Gerard Salvin, Esq. Gentle. Lambton of Lambton Castle, Earl of Durham 1833, Baron 1828. According to Surtees, traced to Robert de Lambton, Lord of Lambton in 1314. There was, it is true, a John de Lambton, living between 1180 and 1200, but the pedigree cannot be proved beyond this Robert. The Lambtons were among the first families of the North who embraced the Reformed religion, and were loyal during the civil wars of the 17th century. See Surtees's Durham, 2. 174. Arms. Sable, a fess between 3 lambs tripant argent. Present representative, George Frederick Darcy Lambton, 2nd Earl of Durham. Essex. Knightley. Tyrrell of Boreham, Baronet 1809. This is, says Morant, one of the most ancient knightly families which has subsisted to our own days. Descended from Walter Tyrrell, who held the manor of Langham, in this county, at the time of Doomsday, it is doubtful whether he was the person who shot William Rufus. Indeed, although the ancient descent of the Tyrrells or Tyrrells is generally admitted, the pedigree appears to require the attention of an experienced genealogist. There have been many branches of the Tyrrells in this and other counties. The present is a junior one of the original stock, and Boreham a very recent possession. Elder branches now extinct. Tyrrell of Thornton, Company Buckingham, Baronet 1627 to 1749. Tyrrell of Springfield, Essex, Baronet 1666 to 1766. See Morant's History of Essex, I, 208, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 85, 3. 610. Arms. Argent, 2 chevrons azure within a border enrailed gules. Present representative, Sir John Tyson Tyrrell, 2nd Baronet, late MP for Essex. Waldegrave of Naverstoke, Earl Waldegrave 1729, Baronet 1685. Baronet 1643. An ancient family which has been seated in many counties, originally of Waldegrave, in Northamptonshire, afterwards settled in Suffolk. About the latter end of the 15th century, seized of lands in this county, and again we find them in Norfolk and Somersetshire. Naverstock was granted by Queen Mary in 1553, the Waldegraves having suffered for their attachment to the old faith at the time of the Reformation. Leland thus mentions the family. As far as I could gather of young Walgrave, of the court, the eldest house of the Walgreaves cometh out of the town of Northampton or thereabout, and there yet remaineth in Northamptonshire a man of Landis of that name. See Leland's Itinerary, 4. Folios 19, Morant's Essex, I, 181, Bridges's Collins, 4. 232, and the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, 2. For an interesting memoir of Sir Richard Waldegrave, who died in 1401, having been chosen Speaker of the House of Commons in 1381. Younger branch, Baron Radstock, of Ireland, 1800, descended from the younger brother of the 4th Earl Waldegrave. Arms. Per pale argent and gules. This coat was borne by M. Richard Waldegrave V.E., as appears by the roll of the reign of Richard II. Present representative, William Frederick Waldegrave, 9th Earl Waldegrave. Disney of the Hyde, in the parish of Ingatstone. A younger branch of an ancient knightly Norman house, settled for many years at Norton Disney in Lincolnshire, where the principal line became extinct in 1722. The present family descend from the eldest son by the second marriage of Sir Henry Disney of Norton Disney, who died in 1641. See very elaborate pedigrees of this family in the College of Arms, Norfolk 1. And Norfolk 7. Also Hutchins's Dorset, 4. For Disney of Swinderby, Company Lincoln, and of Corscombe, Company Dorset, and for the present family. See also the Topographer and Genealogist, 3. 393, and Leland's Itinerary, I. Disney, alias de Iceny. He dwelleth at Disney, and of his name and line be gentleman yn France. Arms. Argent on a fess gules 3 fleurs de lis or. In the reign of Richard II. Monsieur William Disney bore, argent, 3 lions passant in pale gules. Roll. Present representative, Edgar Disney, Esq. Gentle. Gent of Moynes. The family of Gent was seated at Wimbish in this county in 1328. William Gent, living in 1468, married Joan, daughter and heir of William Moyne of Moyne or Moynes. His widow purchased that manor in 1494, and it has since continued the seat of this family, who were greatly advanced by Sir Thomas Gent, the judge, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. See Morant's History of Essex, 2. 353. Arms. Ermine, a chief indented sable. Sometimes a chevron sable is borne on the field. The judge bore 2 spread eagles on the chief, as appears by his seal. Present representative, George Gent, Esq. Vincent of Debden Hall, Baronet 1620. The family of Vincent descend from Miles Vincent, owner of lands at Swinford in the county of Leicester, in the 10th of Edward II. Early in the 15th century the family removed to Bernac, in the county of Northampton, on marriage with the heiress of Sir John Bernac, of that place. Here they continued to reside, until David Vincent, Esq. seventh in descent from that marriage, settled at Long Ditton, in Surrey, in the reign of Henry VIII. His son, Sir Thomas Vincent, by marriage with the heiress of Lyfield, removed to Stoke-Diaburnon, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, which was sold shortly after 1809, when the family removed to the present seat in this county. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. And Manning and Bray's Surrey, Volume 2. Arms. Azure, 3 Catterfoils Urgent. Present representative, Sir Francis Vincent, 10th Baronet. Gloucestershire. Knightley. Berkeley of Berkeley Castle, Earl of Berkeley 1679, Baron Berkeley. 1416. Preeminent among the Norman aristocracy is the House of Berkeley, and more especially remarkable from being the only family in England in the male line retaining as their residence their ancient feudal castle. This great family are descended from Hardinge, who fought with William at the Battle of Hastings, and whose son, Robert Fitzhardinge, received the lordship and castle of Berkeley from Henry II. In reward for his fidelity to the Empress Maud and her son. His son and successor Maurice married Alice, daughter of Roger de Berkeley, the former and dispossessed owner of Berkeley. Younger branches. The Berkeleys of Cutheridge and Spetchley, both in Worcestershire, and both descended from Thomas, fourth son of James V Lord Berkeley, and Isabel, daughter of Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. Nash's Worcestershire, I. 258. For Berkeley of Stoke Gifford in this county, and of Bruton, Company Somerset, Lords Berkeley of Stratton, both extinct, see Blores Rutlandshire. For Berkeley of Wyndham, also extinct, see Nichols's Leicestershire, 2. pt 1. For Berkeley Portman of Bryanston, Company Dorset, see Hutchins's Dorset, I. 154. For Berkeley Genealogy, see Leland's Itinerary, 6. Fo. 49, and for Charters of the Berkeleys, with their seals copied from the originals at Berkeley Castle, see MSS. Reg Call Oxon Xlix, and, above all, Fosbroke's Abstracts and Extracts of Smith's Lives of the Berkeleys, admirably illustrative of the ancient manners of our old landed families. Arms. Gules, a chevron between 10 crosses petit argent. The original arms were, gules, a chevron argent, and were so borne by Maurice de Berkeley, in the reign of Henry III. The present coat was used by Sir Maurice in the reigns of Edward II. and III. and Richard II. His son, during his father's life, differenced his arms by a label azure. Sir Thomas de Berkeley used rosettes instead of crosses. Sir John de Berkeley, gules, a chevron argent between 3 crosses petit or. Roll of EDW 2. And K. See for the differences in the Berkeley coat, Camden's Remains, edition 1657. Present representative, Thomas Morton Fitzhardinge Berkeley, 6th Earl of Berkeley. Gentle. Kingscote of Kingscote. Anstrus, or Arthur, owner of lands in Coombe, in the parish of Wotton under Edge, in this county, the gift of the Empress Maud, is the patriarch of this venerable family. The manor of Kingscote, which had been given by William I. to Roger de Berkeley, was inherited from Aldiva, the daughter of Robert Fitzhardinge and the wife of Nigel de Kingscote, soon after the reign of Henry II. The Kingscotes shared in the glories of both Poictiers and Agincourt, and, although a family of such long standing in this county, appear never to have exceeded the moderate limits of their present ancestral property. See Atkins's Gloucestershire, 2nd edit. 1768. Rutter's Gloucestershire. And Fosbroke Smith's Lives of the Berkeleys. Arms. Argent, 9 escallop sable, on a canton gules a mullet pierced or. Present representative, Thomas Henry Kingscote, Esq. Try of Leckhampton Court. This family is traced to Roland Try, in the reign of Richard II. He married an heiress of Berkeley, by whom he had the manor of Alkington in Berkeley. His great-grandson was High Sheriff of Gloucestershire in 1447, and married an heiress of Boteler, from whence came the manor of Hardwicke, sold to the Yorks in the last century. Leckhampton came from the Norwood family in recent times. C. Atkins as Gloucestershire. N. Rudder. And Arms. Or, a Bend Azure. In the Roll of Arms of the 13th century, printed by the Society of Antiquaries in 1864, numbers 69 and 70, occur the following coats. Seigneur de Bilabétia de Try, d'Or un Bend Gobany d'Argent et d'Azur. Regnald de Try, d'Or un Bend d'Azur un Label Gilles. Present Representative, Reverend Charles Brandon Try. Escart of Escart, in Shipton Moyne. The printed accounts of this ancient family are somewhat meager, but original evidences in the possession of the present Mr. Escart prove the long continuance of his ancestors as lords of the manor of the place from whence the name is derived, and of which John Escart died seized in the 14th year of Edward IV. The estate has remained the inheritance of his descendants from that period. Walter de la Escart is the first recorded ancestor. He held lands in Shipton in 1317, and died about 1325. C. Atkins as Gloucestershire, 2nd ed. Rudder. And Lee's History of the Parish of Tetbury. Arms. Ermine, on a chief indented gules 3 estoiles or, and so borne by William Escart, Warden of New College, Oxford, in 1426, as appears by his silver seal in the possession of Mr. Escart. Present Representative, the Right Honourable Thomas H. S. Southern Escart, late MP for North Wilts. Lee of Addlestrop, Baron Lee of Stoneleigh 1839. Descended from Agnes, daughter and heir of Richard de Legge, and her second husband William Venables, the common ancestress of the Lees of West Hall in High Lee. C. They had a son who took the name of Legge, and settled at Booths in Cheshire. From hence came the Lees of Adlington, and from them the Lees of Lyme, both in Cheshire, and both now extinct. John Lee, Escheator of Cheshire in the 12th of Henry VI, was a younger son of Sir Peter Lee, of Lyme, and the ancestor of the Lees of Ridge, in the same county. Ridge was sold in the 4th of George II. And the family, still I believe existing, removed into Kent. The present family are descended from Sir Thomas Lee, Knight, Lord Mayor of London in 1558, who was also the ancestor of the extinct House of Stoneleigh. Sir Thomas was great-grandson of Sir Peter Lee, Knight Banneret, who fell at Agincourt. Younger branches. Lee of Middleton in Yorkshire, and Eggington in Derbyshire. See also Townley of Townley. Extinct branches. Lee of Rushall, in Staffordshire, see Shaw's Staffordshire, 2. 69, of Brownsover, Company Warwick, Baronet, of Baguley, Company Chester, of Annesley, Company Notts, of Birch, Company Lancaster, of Stockwell, Company Surrey, and of Isle, Company Cumberland, and so various indeed are the ramifications of the different branches of this wide-spreading family, that, as many lees as fleas, has grown into a proverb in Cheshire. See Ormerod's Cheshire, I. 350, 3. 333, 338, 374. Arms. Gules, a crossing railed, and in the dexter point a fusel argent. Present Representative, William Henry Lee, 2nd Baron Lee. Herefordshire. Knightley. Bodenham of Rotherwas. Hugh de Bodenham, Lord of Bodenham, in this county, grandfather of Roger who lived in the reign of Henry III, is the ancestor of this family, who were afterwards of Monington and of Rotherwas, about the middle of the 15th century. See Blore's Rutlandshire for Bodenham of Ryhall, in that county, now extinct, page 49, and Duncombe's Herefordshire, I. and 91, 104. Arms. Azure, a fess between 3 chess-rooks or. Present Representative, Charles de la Barre Bodenham, Esq. Scudamore of Kent Church. This is the only remaining branch of an ancient Norman family formerly seated at Upton and Norton near Warminster, in Wiltshire, Walter de Scudamore being lord of the former manor in the reign of Stephen. In that of Edward III. Thomas, younger son of Sir Peter Scudamore, of Upton Scudamore, having married the heiress of Uys, removed into Herefordshire, and was the ancestor of the family long seated at Holme Lacy, created Viscount Scudamore in 1628, and extinct in 1716. From him also descended the house of Kenchurch, who are said to have been seated there in the reign of Edward IV. See Gibson's Views of the Churches of Dore, Holme Lacy, and Hempstead, and C. Fortu, 1727, and Gillam's Heraldry, edition 1724. Arms. Gules, 3 stirrups, leathered and buckled, or ancient coat, or a cross petit fichi gules. Present representative, John Lucy Scudamore, Esq. Gentle. Lutley of Brockhampton, called Barnaby. Lutley is in the parish of Enfield, in the county of Stafford, and Philip de Lutley was lord thereof in the 20th of Edward I. He was the ancestor of a family the direct line of which terminated in an heiress in the reign of Henry VI. But Adam de Lutley, younger brother of Philip above named, was grandfather of Sir William Lutley, Knight, of Munslow Hall, Company Salop, whose lineal descendant, John Lutley, Esq. was of Bromcroft Castle, in the same county, 1623. Philip Lutley, Esq. of Lawton Hall, Company Salop, great-grandson of John last named, married Penelope, only daughter of Richard Barnaby, Esq. of Brockhampton, and their son, Bartholomew, succeeding to the Barnaby estates, assumed that name. And was grandfather of the late John Barnaby, Esq. M.P., for the county of Worcester. From the Mrs. of Mr. Joseph Morris of Shrewsbury. Arms. Quarterly or and azure, for lions rampant counterchanged. Present representative, John Habington Barnaby, Esq. Barrington of Winsley. The name is derived from Barrington, in the hundred of Condover, and county of Salop, where Thomas and Roger de Barrington were living in the reigns of Edward I. And 2. Another Thomas, living in the time of Edward III, married Alice, daughter of Sir John Draycott, Knight, and was ancestor of John Barrington, of Stoke Lacy, in this county, who, about the reign of Henry VII, married Eleanor, daughter and heir of Roland Winsley, of Winsley, Esq. From this marriage the present Mr. Barrington is 10th in descent. From Roger de Barrington, brother of Thomas first named, the Barringtons of Shrewsbury and of Moat Hall, co. Salop, traced their descent. Thomas Barrington, of Moat Hall, Esq. who died in 1719, married Anne, daughter of John Barrington, of Winsley, Esq., and the last heir male of their descendants, Philip Barrington, Esq. dying sp. In 1803, devised his Shropshire estates to his kinsman, Mr. Barrington, of Winsley. From the Mrs. of Mr. Joseph Morris, of Shrewsbury, and Ayton, Shropshire, 6. Arms. Sable, 3 greyhounds courant in pale argent, collared gules, within a border of the last. Present representative, John Barrington, Esq. Hertfordshire. Knightley. Jocelyn, of Hyde Hall, in the parish of Sabridgeworth, Earl of Roden. In Ireland 1771, Irish Baron 1743, Baronet 1665. A family of Norman origin, said to have come into England with William the Conqueror, and to have been seated at Sempringham, in the county of Lincoln, by the grant of that monarch. In 1249 Thomas Jocelyn, son of John, having married Maud, daughter and co-heir of Sir John Hyde, of Hyde, brought that manor and lordship into this family, in which it has ever since continued. The peerage was originally conferred on Robert Jocelyn, Lord Chancellor of Ireland in 1739, created Baron Newport 1743, whose son, the first Earl, married the heiress of the Hamiltons, Earls of Clanbrassil, in 1752. See Historical Anecdotes of the Families of the Bullens, Careys, Mordaunts, Hamiltons, and Jocelyns, arranged as an elucidation of the genealogical chart at Tullamore Park, Newry, 1839, privately printed. See also Archdall's Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, 3. 258, and Chauncey's Hertfordshire, 1st ed. Arms. Azure, a circular wreath argent and sable, with 4 hawks' bells joined thereto in quadrature or. Present representative, Robert Jocelyn, 3rd Earl of Roden, K.P. Woolrich of Croxley. This is a very ancient Shropshire family, descended from Sir Adam Woolwich, Knight, of Wenlock, living in the reign of Henry III. And who, previous to being knighted, was admitted of the roll of guild merchants of the town of Shrewsbury in 1231, by the old Saxon name of Adam Wulfric. His descendant Andrew Woolwich was M.P. for Bridgenorth in 1435, being then of Dudmaston, where the elder branch of this family was seated for a considerable period, created baronets in 1641, extinct in 1723. The present family descend from Edward, third son of Humphrey Woolwich, Esq. grandson of Andrew Woolwich, which Humphrey is recorded as one of the gentlemen of Shropshire, in the 17th of Henry VII, 1501. There were branches of the family, now extinct, at Cowling and Wickhambroke, Suffolk, and Alconbury, Huntingdonshire. From the Mrs. of Mr. Joseph Morris, of Shrewsbury. Arms. Azure, a chevron between three swans argent. Present representative, Humphrey William Woolwich, Esq. Huntingdonshire. Knightley. Sherard of Glatton, Baron Sherard in Ireland 1627. The pedigree of this family does not appear to be proved beyond William Sherard, who died in 1304. His ancestors, however, are said to have been of Thornton, in Cheshire, in the 13th century. In 1402 the family were established at Stapleford in Leicestershire by marriage with the heiress of Hawberk. On the decease of Robert Sherard, 6th Earl of Harborough, in 1859, the representation of the family devolved upon the present lord, descended from George, third son of the first Baron. See Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 2. pt. 343. And Bridges's Collins, 4. 180. An extinct younger branch was of Lopthorne, in the county of Leicester. Arms. Argent, a chevron gules between three tortoises. Present representative, Philip Castell Sherard, 9th Baron Sherard. Kent. Knightley. Deering of Shurenden Deering, Baronet 1626. The family of Deering descend from Norman de Morinis, whose ancestor, Vitalis Fitzosbert, lived in the reign of Henry II. Norman de Morinis married the daughter of Doringus, descended from Norman Fitzdeering, sheriff of this county in King Stephen's reign. Richard Deering died seized of Shurenden, which came from the heiress of Haute, in 1480. The loyalty of Sir Edward Deering in the civil wars, in Charles I.'s time, deserves to be remembered. See his character in Pex Desiderata Curiosa 2. B. 14, 19, 20, and the interesting memoir of him by John Bruce, Esq. FSA. In Proceedings in the County of Kent, printed for the Camden Society 1861. For a notice of the old seats of this family, in the parish of Lydd, called Dengemarsh Place and Westbrook, see Hasted's History of Kent, 3. 515, and for the family, 3. 228, and Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 13. Arms. Argent, a fess azure, in chief 3 tortoises, borne by Richard Phil de Ringy de Haute, in 19 hen. 4, as appears by his seal. The same coat is on the roof of the cloisters of Canterbury Cathedral. The son of this Sir Richard Deering bore, or, a salter sable, the ancient arms of de Morinis, and now generally quartered with Deering. See Wilmot's Heraldic Notices of Canterbury Cathedral, pages 90, 106. Present representative, Sir Edward C. Deering, 8th Baronet, MP for East Kent. Neville of Burling, Earl of Abergavenny 1784, Baron 1392. In point of antiquity, and former feudal power, probably the most illustrious house in the peerage, says Bridges. Descended from Guspatrick, the Saxon Earl of Northumberland, whose great-grandson, marrying the heiress of Neville, gave that name to his posterity. For many ages the Nevilles were barons of Raby and earls of Westmoreland. The last earl was attainted in the 13th of Elizabeth. A younger branch of the Nevilles, in the person of Sir Edward Neville, obtained the castle and barony of Abergavenny, and the estate of Burling, with the heiress of Beauchamp, in the reign of Henry VI. And the present family is descended from this match, having been barons of Abergavenny previously to the creation of the earldom. Burling was long deserted by the family, whose principal seat was afterwards at Sheffield and Irridge, in Sussex. but it is now the residence of Lord Abergavenny. C. Hasted, 2. 200, Bridges's Collins, v. 151, and Surtees's Durham, 4. 158, 4 pedigrees of the Nevilles, Earls of Westmoreland, and the Nevilles of Weardale and Thornton Bridge. See also Rowland's Account of the Noble Family of Neville, privately printed 1830, folio, Surtees's Sketch of the Stock of Neville, 8 vo. 1843. Arms. Gules, a salter argent, thereon a rose of the first, seated proper. This coat, without the rose, was borne by Robert de Neville in the reign of Henry III. In the reign of Edward III. M. de Neville de Hornby bore the coat reversed, argent, a salter gules. M. Alexander de Neville, at the same period, differenced it by a martlet sable. M. William Neville and N. Thomas Neville bore for difference respectively, a fleur-de-lis azure and a martlet gules, in the reign of Richard II. Rolls. The rose is allusive to the house of Lancaster, Ralph Neville, 1st Earl of Westmoreland, having married to his second wife Joan, daughter of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. The older coat was, or, Freddie Gules, on a canton sable and ancient ship. Present representative, the Reverend William Neville, 4th Earl of Abergavenny. Gentle. Honeywood of Evington, in Elmstead, Baronet 1660. The name is derived from Heenwood, near Posling, in this county, where the ancestors of this family resided as early as the reign of Henry III. In the 14th and 15th centuries the Honeywoods removed to Hythe, which they often represented in Parliament, and afterwards to Senna, in Newington, near Hythe. Caseborn, in Sheraton, came from an heiress of that name before the time of Henry VI, Evington, by purchase, in the reign of Henry VII. Younger branches were of Marks Hall, in Essex, and of Petts, in Charing, in this county. Of the former family was Robert Honeywood, whose wife Mary, daughter of Robert Atwaters, or Waters, lived to see 367 descendants. She died in 1620, aged 93. See Topographer and Genealogist, I. 397, 568, 2. 169, 189, 256, 312, 433. Hasted's Kent, 2. 442, 449, 3. 308, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 105. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 hawks' heads erased azure. These arms, of the time of Richard II, are carved on the cloisters of Canterbury Cathedral. C. Wilmot. Present representative, Sir Courtney John Honeywood, 7th Baronet. Twisden of Royden Hall, in East Peckham, Baronet 1611. Twisden, in the parish of Goudhurst, appears to have given name to this family. It was possessed by Adam de Twisden in the reign of Edward I, and in that of Henry IV. Roger Twisden, his descendant, married the daughter and heir of Thomas Chelmington of Chelmington, in Great Chart, Esq, where his son Roger removed. Twisden was sold in the reign of Henry VI. In the reign of Elizabeth, William Twisden, of Chelmington, married Elizabeth, daughter of Thomas Royden, of Royden Hall, which has since been the residence of his descendants. There is another Twisden, in the parish of Sandhurst, in this county, where the family are also said to have lived in the time of Edward I. A younger branch of Bradbourne, in this county, also baronets, were extinct in 1841. See Hasted's Kent, 2. 213, 275, 3. 37, 244, Philpotts Kent. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 211. Arms. Gyrony of 4, argent and gules, a salter between 4 crosses crosslet, all counterchanged. Present representative, Sir William Twisden, 8th Baronet. Tokay, of Godington. This family claimed descent from Robert de Tokay, who was present with Henry III. At the Battle of Northampton. In the 14th and 15th centuries the Tokes were seated at Bear, in the parish of Westcliff, in this county. This line became extinct at the latter end of the 17th century. The Tokes of Godington are a junior branch, descended from the heiress of Goldwell, of Godington, about the reign of Henry VI. C. Hastings, Kent, 3. 247, Visitations of Kent, 1574 and 1619, and Harley and Mrs. 1195. 55, 1196. 108. Arms. Party per chevron sable and argent, 3 griffins' heads erased and counterchanged. John Tokay, of Godington, had an additional coat, an augmentation granted to him by Henry VII. As a reward for his expedition in a message on which he was employed to the French king, viz. Argent, on a chevron between 3 greyhounds' heads erased sable, collared or, 3 plates. Present representative, the Reverend Nicholas Tokay. Roper of Linstead, Baron Tenham 1616. William Roper, or Rospur, who lived in the reign of Henry III, is the first recorded ancestor. His descendants were of St. Dunstan's, near Canterbury, in the reigns of Edward III and Richard II. Edmund Roper was one of the justices of the peace for this county in the time of Henry IV. N.V. The elder line of this family were seated at West Hall, in Eltham, and also at St. Dunstan's, and became extinct in 1725. The younger and present branch at Linstead, which came from the heiress of Finiax, in the reign of Henry VIII. King James I conferred the peerage on Sir John Roper in 1616. For the origin of the family, see Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd ed. Hastings, Kent, I. 55, 2. 687, 3. 589, and Bridges's Collins, 7. 77. Arms. Per fess azure and or, a pale counterchanged, 3 bucks' heads erased of the second. Present representative, George Henry Roper Curzon, 16th Baron Tenham. Knatchbull of Mersham-Hatch, Baronet 1641. Hasted gives no detailed pedigree of this family before the purchase of the manor and estate of Hatch, by Richard Knatchbull, in the reign of Henry VII. It appears however that the first recorded ancestor, John Knatchbull, held lands in the parish of Limna, in this county, in the reign of Edward III, where some of the name remained in that of Charles I. There are pedigrees in the Visitations of Kent of 1574 and 1619. See Philpotts Kent, page 199, Hastings Kent, 3. 286, and Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 228. Arms. Azure, 3 crosslets Fitchy in bend or, codist of the same. Present representative, Sir Norton Joseph Knatchbull, 10th Baronet. Filmer of East Sutton, Baronet 1674. The Filmers were anciently seated at the manor of Hurst, in the parish of Otterden, in this county, in the reign of Edward II. And there remained till the time of Elizabeth, when Robert Filmer, son of James, removed to Little Charlton, in East Sutton. The manor was purchased by his elder son. There are pedigrees of Filmer in the Kentish Visitations of 1574 and 1619. The baronetcy was conferred by Charles II, as a reward for the loyal exertions of Sir Robert Filmer during the usurpation. See Hastings Kent, 2. 410, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 581, Arms. Sable 3 bars, and in chief 3 cinquefoils or. Present representative, Sir Edmund Filmer, 9th Baronet, late MP for West Kent. Oxenden of Dean, Baronet 1678. Solomon Oxenden, who lived in the reign of Edward III, is the first known ancestor. Dean, in the parish of Wingham, was purchased at the latter part of the reign of Henry VI. The family had previously been stated at Brooke, in the same parish. Thomas Oxenden died seized of Dean in 1492. There is a pedigree in the Visitation of Kent in 1619. See Hastings Kent, 3. 696, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 638. Arms. Argent, a chevron gules between 3 oxen sable. Confirmed in the 24th of Henry VI. Present representative, Sir Henry Chudley Oxenden, 8th Baronet. Finch of Eastwell, Earl of Winchilsea and Nottingham 1628 to 1681. The name of the Finches, writes Leland, hath been of ancient time in estimation in South Sex about Winchilsea, and by all likelihood rose by some notable merchant of Winchelsea. The name is said to be derived from the manor of Finches in the parish of Kidd. Vincent Herbert, alias Finch, married Joan, daughter and heir of Robert de Piddlesden, of Tenderden. His son was of Netherfield, in Sussex, in the reign of Richard II. And Henry IV, and was the ancestor of this family, who were of the Moat, near Canterbury, by marriage with the heiress of Belknap before 1493. Eastwell came by the coheiress of Moyle about the reign of Elizabeth. The heiress of Heneage, who married Sir Moyle Finch, was created Countess of Winchelsea in 1628. The earldom of Nottingham is due to the law, being granted in 1681 to Heneage, grandson of the first Countess. Younger branch. Earl of Aylesford 1714. From John, second son of the second Vincent Finch, of Netherfield, were descended the Finches of Suards, Norton, Kingsdown, Feversham, and other places in this county. See Leland's Itinerary, 6. Folios 59, Bastets Kent. 3, 198. And Bridges's Collins, 3. 371. Arms. Argent, a chevron between three griffins sable. Present representative, George James Finch Hatton, 10th Earl of Winchelsea, and 7th Earl of Nottingham. Lancashire. Knightley. Pennington of Pennington, Baron Muncaster in Ireland 1676. Gamel de Pennington, ancestor of this ancient family, was seated at Pennington at the period of the Conquest. But, as early as the reign of Henry II. Muncaster, in Cumberland, belonged to the Penningtons, and afterwards became their residence, and here King Henry VI. Was concealed by Sir John Pennington in his flight from his enemies. There is a tradition that, on quitting Muncaster, the king presented his host with a small glass vessel, still possessed by the family, and called the Luck of Muncaster, to the preservation of which a considerable degree of superstition was attached. See Baines's History of the County of Lancaster, 4. 669, Licenses Cumberland, 139, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 602. Arms. Or, 5 Fusels in Fess Azure. Present representative, Jocelyn Francis Pennington, 5th Baron Muncaster. Molyneux of Sefton, Earl of Sefton in Ireland 1771, Viscount Molyneux. In Ireland 1628, Baron Sefton 1831, Baronet 1611. An ancient Norman family, who had been possessed of the manor of Sefton, in this county, from the period of the Conquest, or very soon afterwards. It was held as a knight's fee, as of the castle of Lancaster. William de Malines is the first recorded ancestor, and from him the pedigree is very regularly deduced to the present day. This truly noble family have been greatly distinguished in the field, witness Agincourt and Flodden. Thrice has the honor of the banner been conferred on a Molyneux. The second occasion was in Spain in 1367, from the hands of the Black Prince himself. In the 17th century, the family proved themselves right loyal to the crown, and suffered accordingly. Sir Archdall's Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, 3. 239, Bridges's Biographical Peerage, 4. 93, and Baines's Lancashire, 4. 276. Younger branch. Molyneux, of Castle Dillon, Co. Armagh, Baronet 1730, descended from Thomas Molyneux, born at Calais in 1531, for whom see an account of the family and descendants of Sir Thomas Molyneux, Knight, Chancellor of the Exchequer in Ireland to Queen Elizabeth. Evesham, small 4-2. 1820. For Molyneux of Taversal, Company Notts, Baronet 1611, extinct 1812, descended from the second son of Sir Richard Molyneux, the hero of Agincourt, see Thornton's Nottinghamshire. And Wotton's Baronetage, I. 141. Arms. Azure, a cross Malines or. The Irish branch bears a fleur-de-lis or in the Dexter quarter. Present representative, William Philip Molyneux, 4th Earl of Sefton. Houghton of Houghton Tower, Baronet 1611. Hawk Tun, or Houghton, appears to have been granted in marriage by Warren Bussell to one Hammon, called Pincerna, whose grandson was the first, Adam de Hawk Tun, who held 1 carucate of land in Hock Tun in the reign of Henry II. His grandson, Sir Adam de Houghton, lived in the 50th of Henry III, and was the ancestor of this family. See Baines's Lancashire, 348 and 459, for an interesting account of Houghton Tower, long deserted by the family. And Wotton's Baronetage, I-15. Arms. Sable, 3 bars argent, born in the reign of Richard II. By Mons. Rick de Houghton. His son, Richard, the same, with a label of 3 points gules. Rolls. Present representative, Sir Henry Houghton, 9th Baronet. Clifton of Clifton. Clifton is in the parish of Kirkham, and here William de Clifton held 10 carucates of land in the 42nd year of Henry III. And was collector of aids for this county. His son Gilbert, Lord of Clifton, died in the 17th of Edward II. On the death of Cuthbert Clifton, in 1512, the manor was temporarily alienated from the male line by an heiress. But by a match with the co-heiress of Halsall, before 1657, it again became the property of the then principal branch of this ancient family, who were originally a junior line descended from the Cliftons of Westby. See Baines's Lancashire, 404. Arms. Sable, on a bend argent 3 mullets pierced gules, born in the reigns of Edward III. And Richard II. By Mons. Robert de Clifton. Rolls. Present representative, John Talbot Clifton, Esq. Trafford of Trafford, Baronet 1841. Trafford is in the parish of Eccles, and here the ancestors of this family are said to have been established even before the Norman Conquest. The pedigree given in Baines's Lancashire professes to be founded on documents in possession of the family, but some of it is certainly inaccurate, and cannot be depended on. Ralph de Trafford, who is said to have died about 1050, is the first recorded ancestor, but this is before the general assumption of surnames, which, as Camden observes, are first found in the Domesday Survey. On the whole, it may be assumed that the antiquity of the family is exaggerated, though the name no doubt is derived from this locality at an early period. See Baines's Lancashire, 110. Arms. Argent, a griffin segrient gules. See in Hearne's Curious Discourses, I-262. Edit. 1771, for the supposed origin of the Trafford crest, a man thrashing, which was however only granted about the middle of the 16th century. Present representative, Sir Humphrey Trafford, 2nd Baronet. Hesketh of Rufford, Baronet 1761. In the year 1275, the 4th of Edward I. Sir William Hesketh, Knight, married the co-heiress of Fitton, and thus became possessed of Rufford, which has since remained the inheritance of this ancient family. Younger branch. Hesketh of Gwyrch Castle, Denbighshire, descended from the Heskeths of Rossell, Lancashire, who were a younger branch of the House of Rufford. See Baines's Lancashire, 426. Arms. Argent, on a bend sable 3 garbs or, the ancient coat of Fitton. Hesketh of Gwyrch Castle bears, or, on a bend sable between 2 tortoises 3 garbs of the field. Present representative, Sir Thomas George Hesketh, 5th Baronet. Townley of Townley. This is not one of those long lines which are memorable only for their antiquity, says Whitaker, in his account of several remarkable members of this eminent family, who are descended from John Del Legge, who died about the 4th of Edward III, and the great heiress Cecilia, daughter of Richard de Townley, whose family was of Saxon origin, and traced to the reign of Alfred. There is preserved at Townley, of which beautiful place Whitaker gives a charming account, an unbroken series of portraits from John Townley, Esq. in the reign of Elizabeth to the present time. See Leland's Itinerary, I and 96 and v. 102. Whitaker's Whalley, 271, 341, 484, and for the extinct branches of Hestwood Hall, 1562 to 1794. And of Barnside, EDW 4. 1739. For the origin of the Legge, properly Venables, family of Cheshire, see Lee of Addlestrop. Arms. Argent, a fess and in chief 3 mullet sable. Present representative, Charles Townley, Esq. Gerard of Bryan, Baronet 1611. This family claims the same ancestor as the now extinct house of the Windsors Earls of Plymouth. The Carews also, both of England and Ireland, are descended, according to Camden, from the same progenitors. The pedigree therefore is extended to the Conquest, Utherus or Otho being the first recorded ancestor. The Lancashire branch were not settled there till the reign of Edward III. When they became possessed of Bryn, by marriage with the heiress of that name and place, from the Gerards of Ince descended the extinct Lords Gerard, of Gerards Bromley, and Sir William Gerard, Lord Chancellor of Ireland, who died in 1581. See Baines's Lancashire, 3. 641, and Wotton's Baronetage, I. 51. Arms. Argent, a Salter Gules. Present representative, Sir Robert Tolver Gerard, 13th Baronet. Stanley of Knowsley, Earl of Derby 1485, Baronet 1627. Although Sir Rowland Stanley Errington, brother of Sir William Massey Stanley, late of Hooton, in the county of Chester, Baronet, is in fact the head of this illustrious house, yet, as that estate has been sold, and his family have now no connection with Cheshire, the Earl of Derby must be considered the chief, as he is in truth the principal, branch of the House of Stanley. As few families have acted a more prominent part in history, so few can trace a more satisfactory pedigree. Descended from a younger branch of the Barons Audley, of Audley in Staffordshire, the name of Stanley, from the manor of that name in this county, in the reign of John, was assumed by William de Audley. Sir John Stanley, K.G. Lord Deputy of Ireland, in 1381 married the heiress of Latham, and thus became possessed of Knowsley. It was this Sir John also who obtained a grant of the Isle of Man, which afterwards descended to the Mays Dukes of Atholl till 1765. The principal branch of this family became extinct on the death of James, 10th Earl, in 1736, when the earldom descended on Sir Edward Stanley of Bickerstaffe, Baronet, descended from Sir James Stanley, brother of Thomas II Earl of Derby. For Stanley of Hooton, see Ormerod's Cheshire, 2. 230. The famous, or rather infamous, Sir William Stanley was of this line. Younger branches. Stanley of Crosshall, descended from Peter II, son of Sir Thomas Stanley, 2nd Baronet, who died in 1653, and the family of the late Reverend James Stanley of Ormskirk, descended from Henry II, son of Sir Edward Stanley I, Bart, who died in 1640. Stanley of Alderley, Cheshire, Baron Stanley of Alderley 1839, descended from Sir John Stanley and the heiress of Weaver of Alderley. See Ormerod, 3. 306. Stanley of Dalegarth, Cumberland, descended from John, second son of John Stanley, Esq. Younger brother of Sir William Stanley, and the heiress of Bamville. See Bridges's Collins, 3. 50. Seacombe's House of Stanley, 4-2. 1741. For Stanley Legend, and Call Topog et Genealogue. 7, 1. Arms. Argent, on a bend azure 3 bucks heads cabossed and attired or, assumed on the match with the heiress of Bamville, instead of the coat of Audley. Present representative, Edward Geoffrey Smith Stanley, 14th Earl of Derby, K.G. The Dalegarth family bear the bend coatist vert. Assheton of Downham. This is the only remaining branch of the old Lancashire family of Assheton, originally seated at Assheton-under-Lyne, and of whom the Asshetons of Middleton and of Great Lever, both baronets, represented the elder lines. The present family descend from Radcliffe Assheton, second son of Ralph Assheton, of Great Lever, born in 1582. Downham appears to have come into the family in the 17th century. See Whitaker's Whalley. And for the curious journal of Nicholas Assheton, of Downham, Esq 1617-18, since published entire as Volume 14. Of the series of the Chetham Society, 1848. For Assheton of Ashton-under-Lyne, Baines's Lancashire, 2. 532, and Collectania Topog et Genealogue. 7, 12, for Ashton of Lever and Whalley, Baines, 3. 190. Arms. Argent, a mullet-pierced sable. Present representative, Ralph Assheton, Esq. Radcliffe of Fox-Denton. This is a younger branch of the well-known Lancashire family of this name, who trace their descent from Richard of Radcliffe Tower, near Bury, in the reign of Edward I. Ord Shall, also in this county, was for many ages the seat of the ancestors of the present family, who are descended from Robert, sixth and youngest son of Sir Alexander Radcliffe, of Ord Shall, who was born in 1650. Fox-Denton, which as early as the 15th century belonged to one branch of the Radcliffes, was bequeathed to the present family early in the last century. The extinct house of the Radcliffes, Barons Fitzwalter and Earls of Sussex 1529, were sprung from William, elder brother of the first Sir John Radcliffe, of Ord Shall. The Radcliffes of Dilston, Baronet 1619, and Earls of Derwentwater 1687, were perhaps also of the same origin, but this has not been ascertained. See Burke's Landed Gentry, 2nd edition Volume 2. And Ellis's family of Radcliffe, for the House of Dilston, 1850. Arms. Argent, 2 benzing railed sable, a label of 3 points gules. The more simple coat of argent, a bending railed sable, was borne by the Earls of Sussex, and also by the Earls of Derwentwater. Present representative, Robert Radcliffe, Esq. Gentle. Hulton of Hulton. Hulton is in the parish of Dean, and gave name to Blathen, called de Hulton, in the reign of Henry II, and from him this ancient family, still seated at their ancestral and original manor, is regularly descended. See Baines's Lancashire, 3. Arms. Argent, a lion rampant gules. Present representative, William Hulton, Esq. Eccleston of Scarisbrick, called Scarisbrick. Descended from Robert Eccleston of Eccleston, living in the reign of Henry III. An estate which continued in the family until the last generation, when it was sold, and that of Scarisbrick, with the name, acquired by marriage about the same period. C. Baines, 3. 480, and for Scarisbrick, 4. 258. In Flower's Visitation of this county, in 1567, is a pedigree of Eccleston. Arms. Argent, a cross sable, in the first quarter of fleur-de-lis gules. Present representative, Charles Scarisbrick, Esq. Ormerod of Tilsley. There is a good pedigree of this, his own family, in Ormerod's History of Cheshire, 2. Under Chorlton, a seat of the family purchased in 1811. The first recorded ancestor is Matthew de Ormerods, living about 1270. The elder line of his descendants, whose name was derived from Ormerod in Whalley, became extinct in 1793. The present family trace their lineage from George Ormerod, fourth son of Peter Ormerod, of Ormerod, who died in 1653. See also Whitaker's Whalley. Arms. Or, 3 bars, and in chief a lion passant gules. Present representative, George Ormerod, Esq. Starkey of Huntroyd. The pedigree begins with Geoffrey Starkey, of Barthington, Barntun, in Cheshire, supposed to be the same with Geoffrey, son of Richard Starkey, of Stretton, in the same county, an ancient family which can be traced almost to the Conquest. William Starkey was of Barntun in the 7th of Edward IV. Huntroyd was acquired by marriage, in 1464, with the heiress of Simonstone. See Whitaker's Whalley, 266, 529, also Ormerod's Cheshire, I. 474, and Baines, 3. 309. Younger branches. Starkey of Twiston and Starkey of Thornton, Yorkshire. Arms. Argent, a bend between 6 stork sable. Present representative, Legendra Starkey, Esq. Chadwick of Healy. A younger branch of Chadwick, now extinct, a family which can be traced to the reign of Edward III. Healy came from the coheiress of O'Keaton in 1483. Mavison Ridware, in Staffordshire, is also the property of this family, derived by an heiress from the Cowardens, and ultimately from the Malvisons, who came in with the Conqueror. Younger branch. Chadwick of Swinton, in this county, derived from the heiress of Strettle. They bear their arms differenced by a bordering railed or, charged with crosslets. C. Shaw's Staffordshire, I. For a curious account of the Malvisons, Cowardens, and Chadwicks of Mavison Ridware, see also Whitaker's Whalley. Arms. Gules, an inescutcheon within an orle of martlets argent. Present representative, John de Helly Mavison Chadwick, Esq. Patten of Bankhall. Richard Patten, who appears to have flourished before the reign of Henry III. By his marriage with a coheiress of Dagenham became possessed of the court of that name in the county of Essex, and was the remote ancestor of this family. John Patten of Dagenham Court, living in 1376, removed to Wainfleet in Lincolnshire. He was the great-grandfather of the celebrated William Patten alias Wainfleet Bishop of Winchester, from whose brother, Richard Patten, of Boslow, in the county of Derby, the present family descend. His son was of Warrington in this county in 1536. See the pedigree by Bigland and Hurd drawn up in 1770, and printed in Bloxham's Memorial of Bishop Wainfleet for the Caxton Society in 1851. Arms. Lozenge Ermine and Sable, a Canton Gules. Present representative, John Wilson Patten, Esq MP. For North Lancashire. Leicestershire. Knightley. Turville of Husbands Bosworth. One of the ancientest families in the whole shire, wrote Burton in 1622, descended from Ralph Turville, a benefactor to the Abbey of Leicester in 1297. The principal seat was at Normanton Turville, in this county, where the elder line of the family became extinct in 1776. Aston Flamville, also in Leicestershire, was the residence of the immediate ancestors of this younger branch. It was sold early in the 18th century, and Husbands Bosworth inherited, by the will of Maria Alethea Fortescue, in 1763. See Nichols's Leicestershire, under Normanton Turville, 4. pt. 2. 1004, under Aston Flamville, 2. pt. 2. 465. Under Husbands Bosworth, 4. pt. 2. 451. Arms. Gules, 3 chevronnels vert. This coat was borne by Sir Richard Turville, de Company War, in the reign of Edward II. And Sir Nicholas Turville, at the same period, bore the same coat reduced to 2 chevrons. Rolls of the date. Present representative, Francis Charles Turville, Esq. Farnham of Quarndon. This ancient family was certainly seated at Quarndon 2 descents before the reign of Edward I. In that of Henry VI. Thomas, second son of John Farnham and Margaret Billington, living in 1393, founded a junior branch denominated of the Netherhall. He was the ancestor of the present family, who also descend in the female line from the elder branch, denominated of Quarndon, by the marriage of the coheiress in 1703 with Benjamin Farnham, of the Netherhall. See Nichols's History of Leicestershire, Volume 3. Pti. Arms. Quarterly or and azure, in the first and second quarter a crescent interchanged. Sir Robert de Farnham, of the county of Stafford, bore in the reign of Edward II. Quarterly argent and azure, for crescents counterchanged. Roll. Present representative, Edward Basil Farnham, Esq late MP for North Leicestershire. Beaumont of Culloden, Baronet 1660. Louis de Brienne, who died in 1283, married Agnes, Viscountess de Beaumont, who died in 1300. Their children took the name of Beaumont, and from hence this noble family is supposed to be descended. Culloden came from the heiress of Mowry Ward in the 15th century, but Greystew, also in this county, was the older seat. The representative of the elder line of the family was created Viscount Beaumont in Ireland in 1622, extinct 1702, when Culloden went to the ancestors of the present baronet, descended from the third son of Nicholas Beaumont, of Culloden, who died in 1585. See Nicholas Leicestershire, 3. pt. 2. 743, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 230, Ertswick Staffordshire, edition 1844, 396, and Hornby's Tract on Dugdale's Baronage. Arms. Azure, Semi of Fleurs de Lis and a lion rampant or. Sir Henry de Beaumont bore this coat with a baton Gaboni argent and gules, in the reign of Edward II, in that of Richard II. Mons. De Beaumont omitted the baton, Rolls of the Dates. Present representative, Sir George Howland Beaumont, 9th Baronet. Grey of Groby and Bradgate, Earl of Stamford 1628, Baron 1603. Dugdale begins the pedigree of this great historical family with Henry de Grey, unto whom King Richard I in the 6th year of his reign gave the manor of Turrock or Thurrock in Essex. His son Richard was of Codnor or Codnor in Derbyshire, inherited from his mother, a coheiress of Bardolph. Groby and Bradgate came from the heiress of Ferrers in the reign of Henry VI. Of the latter Leland writes, this park was part of the old Earls of Leicester's Landis, and since by heirs generals it came to the Lord Ferrers of Groby, and so to the Greys. Extinct branches of this illustrious family were, the Greys of Codnor, of Wilton, of Rotherfield, of Ruthin, and the Dukes of Kent and Suffolk. See Dugdale's Baronage, I. 709, Nichols's Leicestershire, 3. pt 2. 682, Bridges's Collins, 3. 340. Arms. Berry of 6, Argent and Azure. Richard de Grey bore this coat in the reign of Henry III. John de Grey differenced it with a label gules in the reign of Edward II. The same arms were borne by different members of the family, with the additions of a bend gules, a label gules bezanti, a baton gules, and 3 tortoises in chief, which last was used by the Dukes of Suffolk. Present representative, George Harry Grey, 7th Earl of Stamford and Warrington. Babington, of Rothley Temple. The Babingtons were of Babington in Northumberland in the reign of King John. They afterwards removed into Nottinghamshire, and became very distinguished. The elder line was seated at Dethick in Ashover, in the county of Derby, by marriage with the coheiress of the ancient family of that name, before the year 1431. The Rothley branch, descended from a second son of the house of Dethick, was seated there at the very beginning of the 16th century, and is now the chief line of the family on the extinction of Babington of Dethick about 1650. See Nichols's Leicestershire, 3. pt 2. 955, and Collectanea Topographica et Genealogica, 2. 94, and 8. 313, for a most valuable article on the elder line of this family. See also Topographer and Genealogist, I. 133, 259, 333, for the various branches of this ancient family. Arms. Argent, 10 tortoises, and a label of 3 points azure. This coat reversed and without the label was borne by Sir John de Babington in the reign of Edward II. Roll of the date. Present representative, Thomas Gisborne Babington, Esq. Gentle. Haslerig of Knowsley, Baronet 1622. Originally of Northumberland, where Simon de Haselrig was seated in the time of Edward I. Early in the 15th century Thomas Haselrig of Fawdon, in that county, having married Isabel Heron, heiress of Knowsley, the family removed into Leicestershire. Leland makes the following mention of the head of the house in his time, Haselrig of Northamptonshire, a mistake for Leicestershire, hath about 50 li land in Northumberland, at Eslington, where is a prady pile of Haselrigs. And one of the Coilingwoods dwelleth now in it, and hath the oversight of his landis. See Leland's Iton, I. Folios 15. V. Folios 101, Wotton's Baronetage, I. 520, Nichols's Leicestershire, 2. pt 2. 756, and the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 hazel leaves slipped vert. Present representative, Sir Arthur Grey Haslerig, 12th Baronet. Wollaston of Shenton. The Wollastons were lords of the manor of Wollaston in the parish of Old Swinford and county of Stafford, which they sold to the Aston family in the time of Richard II. At a very early period, they afterwards settled at Trescott and Pertun, in the parish of Tettenhall, in the same shire. The pedigree in Nichols's Leicestershire begins with Thomas Wollaston of Pertun, a person of figure in the reigns of Henry VII. N. 8. In 1709, William Wollaston, Esq., the celebrated author of The Religion of Nature, compiled an account of this family, which is printed in the History of Leicestershire. He was the direct ancestor of the present family, who have been also seated at Oncott, in Staffordshire, and Finborough Hall, in Suffolk. Shenton was acquired early in the reign of James I. See Nichols's Leicestershire, 4. pt. 2. 541. Arms. Argent, 3 mullets pierced sable. Present representative, Frederick William Wollaston, Esq. Lincolnshire. Knightley. Welby of Denton, Baronet 1801. Welby, near Grantham, in this county, is supposed to have given name to this ancient house, bearing arms, and here Sir William Welby, who heads their well-authenticated pedigree, undoubtedly possessed property between 1307 and 1327. The manor of Fry's Tun, with Poynton Hall, also in Lincolnshire, was held by Sir Thomas Welby, who it cannot be doubted was a still earlier ancestor of King Henry III. In chief, in 1216. The first mentioned Sir William having married the heiress of Moulton in this county. That place continued, till the end of the 16th century, the principal seat of his descendants. Denton was purchased by John Welby, the ancestor of the present family, in 1539. See Notices of the Family of Welby, 8 vo. Grantham, 1842, and Allen's History of Lincolnshire, 2. 314, for Welby of Moulton, see Blore's Rutlandshire, 192. Arms. Sable, a fess between 3 fleurs de lis argent. Present representative, Sir Glyn Earl Welby, 3rd Baronet. So styled in the Herald's grant of Crest in 1562. De Moke of Scrivelsby, Champion of England. The name is supposed to be derived from Dimmock, in the county of Gloucester, but the pedigree is not proved beyond Henry Dimmock in the 2nd year of Edward III. His grandson John married Margaret, sole granddaughter and heir of Sir Thomas de Ludlow, by Joan youngest daughter and co-heir of Philip last Lord Marmion, Baron of Scrivelsby, and by the tenure of that manor hereditary champion of England. Which office, since the coronation of Richard II, has been held by the De Moke family. See Banks's family of Marmion. And Allen's Lincolnshire, 2. 83. Arms. Sable, 2 lions passant argent crowned or. Born by Monsieur John de Moke in the reign of Richard II. Roll of the date. Present representative, the Honourable and Reverend John de Moke. Heneage of Hainton. John Heneage stands at the head of the pedigree. He was living in the 38th Henry III. From him descended another John, who in the 10th of Edward III was lord of the manor of Hainton. According to Leland, however, the old Heneage lands possid not a £50 by the year. The family evidently rose on the ruins of the monastic houses. Sir Thomas Heneage hath doen much cost at Hainton, where he is lord and patroni, yn translating and new building with brick and abbey stone. See Leland's Itinerary, 7. Folios 52. And Allen's History of Lincolnshire, 2. 67. Arms. Or, a greyhound courant sable between 3 leopards' heads azure, a bordering railed gules. Present representative, Edward Heneage, Esq., MP for Lincoln. Manors of Belvoir Castle, Duke of Rutland 1703, Earl 1525. Originally of Northumberland, where the family were seated at an early period. The first recorded ancestor is Sir Robert de Mainers, who obtained a grant of land in Barrington in 1327, and was MP for Northumberland in 1340. His son William Mainers, of Edel, died before 1324, which estate appears to have been inherited from an heiress of Muschamp. At the end of the 15th century, by marriage with the heiress of the baronial family of Roos, the House of Manners came into possession of the castle of Belvoir. In the succeeding century, a fortunate match with the heiress of Vernon of Haddon still further increased the wealth and importance of this noble family. The royal title of Rutland, which had belonged to the House of York, was conferred upon Thomas Lord Roos in 1525 as the grandson of the Lady Anne of York, sister to King Edward IV. An extinct branch was from the time of Henry VIII. For a long period of Newmanor House, in the parish of Framlington, in Durham. Another branch of the Edel family was of Chiswick, in the same county, extinct after 1633. See Rains North Durham, 211, 230, Nichols's Leicestershire, 2. pt I. 67. And Bridges's Collins, I. 454. Arms. Or, 2 bars azure, a chief quarterly azure and gules, on the first and fourth 2 fleurs de lis, on the second and third a leopard of England of the first, the chief being an augmentation granted by Henry VIII. The ancient arms, no doubt founded on those of the Muschamp family, were, or, 2 bars azure, a chief gules. See the rolls of the reign of Edward II. And Richard III. Present representative, Charles Cecil John Manners, 6th Duke of Rutland. Allington of Swinhope. This is a branch of the extinct family of the Lords Allington, of Horseheath, in Cambridgeshire, who were originally of Allington, in the same county, soon after the Conquest. The family descend from a younger son of Sir Giles Allington, and were seated at Swinhope in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. See Clutterbuck's History of Hertfordshire, 2. 542, and Collectania Topog et Genealogue. 4. 33-53, and Note 2. For Horseheath, see Topographer, 2. 374. Arms. Sable, a bending railed between 6 billets argent. Present representative, George Marmaduke Allington, Esq. Gentle. Thorold of Marston, Baronet 1642. It has been supposed, but without any evidence or authority, that this family is descended from Thorold, Sheriff of Lincolnshire in 1052, and that consequently it may claim Saxon origin. There is however no doubt that this is a family of very great antiquity, and seated at Marston as early as the reign of Henry I. See Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 338, and 4. 250. Arms. Sable, 3 goats salient argent. Present representative, Sir John Charles Thorold, 11th Baronet. Langton of Langton. Langton, sir, exclaimed Dar. Johnson, alluding to his friend Bennet Langton of Langton, at that time the accomplished head of this very ancient family, has a grant of free warren from Henry II, and Cardinal Stephen Langton in King John's reign was of this family. The name is derived from Langton by Spilsby in Lincolnshire, a manor which has remained to the present day the inheritance of this house, who are descended in the female line from the Massingbirds of Sutterton in this county. Younger branch. The Langton Massingbirds of Gunby. See Allen's History of the County of Lincoln, 2. 175, and Boswell's Life of Johnson, edition 1836, I. 294. Arms. Polly of 6 argent and sable, a Bend, Oregon. Present representative, Bennet Rothus Langton, Esq. Massingbird of Wrangle. This very ancient family is descended from Lambert Massingbird of Soderton, now Sutterton, in this county, who lived in the reign of Edward I and has ever since remained in Lincolnshire. In the latter part of the 15th century, by the marriage of Sir Thomas Massingbird with the heiress of Braytoft Hall and Gunby, the Massingbirds removed to that place, which became the principal seat of their descendants. Ormsby, purchased from the Skipwiths in 1636, and afterwards Gunby Hall, built by Sir William Massingbird, the 2nd baronet of this family, in 1699, was their principal residence, till it went by an heiress to a younger branch of the Langtons, who have assumed the name. Wrangle is a recent purchase in this county by the present representative of the male line of the family. The Massingbirds early embraced the Reformed faith. Thomas Massingbird, the last representative for Calais in 1552, fled abroad for his religion under Mary. Nevertheless his descendant, William Burrell Massingbird of Ormsby, joined Prince Charles Edward at Derby. A miniature given to him by the prince is still in the family. Ormsby belongs at present to a younger branch of the Mundys of Markeaton in Derbyshire, who have assumed the name of Massingbird. See the genealogy of this house, IMS. By Robert Dale, Suffolk Herald, compiled about the year 1718, and still at Ormsby, and Allen's History of the County, under Ormsby and Gunby. Arms. Azure, 3 caterfoils, 2 and 1, and in chief a boar passant or, charged on the shoulder with a cross petit gules, with which the following coat is generally quartered, said to be the arms assumed by Sir Thomas Massingbird, Knight of St. John, in the reign of Henry VIII. Quarterly or an argent, on a cross humet gules, between 4 lions rampant sable, 2 escallops of the first. Present representative, the Reverend Francis Charles Massingberd. Monson of Burton, Baron Monson 1728, Baronet 1611. In the Isle of Axholme, be now therefore gentlemen of name, Sheffield, Candish, Evers, and Mounson. The lands of one Bellwood became by marriage to this Mounson, a younger son to old Mounson of Lincolnshire. This old Mounson is in a manner the first avancer of his family. Thus wrote Leland in his itinerary. The Monsons however are clearly traced to the year 1378, as resident at East Resin, in this county. They were afterwards seated at South Carlton, a village adjacent to Burton. See Leland's Iton, I. Folios 42, Allen's Lincolnshire, 2. 57. And Bridges's Collins, 7. 228. Arms. Or, 2 Chevronels Gules. Present representative, William John Monson, 7th Baron Monson. Witchcote of Azerby, Baronet 1660. This is an ancient Shropshire house descended from William de Witchcote, of Witchcote, in that county, in 1255. In the reign of Edward IV. By marriage with the heiress of Tyrwhitt, the family became possessed of Harpswell in this county, which for a long time continued the residence of the Witchcotes. See Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 13, and Allen's History of Lincolnshire, I. 38. Arms. Ermine, 2 boars passant in pale gules. Present representative, Sir Thomas Witchcote, 7th Baronet. Anderson of Brocklesby, Earl of Yarborough 1837, Baron Yarborough. 1794. Roger Anderson of Roby, in this county, Esquire, living in the latter part of the 14th century, and who came from Northumberland, stands at the head of the pedigree. His great-grandson Henry, also of Roby, was grandfather of Sir Edmund Anderson of Flixborough, Knight, Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, who died in 1605. He was the ancestor of the present family, and of Sir Charles Anderson of Broughton in Lincolnshire, Baronet 1660, and of the Andersons of Iworth in Bedfordshire, Baronet 1664, extinct in 1773. Brocklesby came from an heiress of Pelham, a younger branch of the Pelham's Earls of Chichester. See Wotton's English Baronetage, Volume 3. Volume 4. And The History of Leah, printed in 1841. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 crosses flory sable. Present representative, Charles Anderson Pelham, 3rd Earl of Yarborough. Bertie of Uffington, Earl of Lindsey 1626. The ancient extraction of the Berties from Burstead in the county of Kent is proved by the Thurnham Charters in the possession of Sir Edward Deering, and by various public records of undoubted authority. And, although the exact line of pedigree is by no means clear, there appears no reason to doubt the descent of this undefamed house from John or Bartholomew de Baratague, who were living in the 35th of Edward I. The marriage of Richard Bertie, son of Robert, who died in 1500, with Catherine, daughter of William Willoughby, last Lord Willoughby of Eresby, and widow of Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, was, as is well known. The origin of the consequence of this right loyal family, 5 generations of whose history have been so agreeably illustrated by Lady Georgiana Bertie. Grimsthorpe, inherited from the Duchess of Suffolk from her paternal Willoughby ancestors, became the principal seat of the Berties, Barons Willoughby of Eresby and Lords Great Chamberlains of England. Advanced in the person of Robert II Lord Willoughby to the earldom of Lindsey by King Charles I. His great-grandson was created Duke of Ancaster and Kesteven in 1715, which titles became extinct on the decease of the 5th Duke in 1809. The earldom of Lindsey and representation of the family thereupon devolved on the father of the present Earl, descended from the 5th son of the 2nd Earl of Lindsey by his first wife. Younger branch, the Earl of Abingdon 1682, Baron Norreys of Rycote 1572, descended from the second marriage of the 2nd Earl of Lindsey and the heiress of Ray, whose mother was the sole heir of Francis Norreys, Earl of Berkshire, and Lord Norreys of Rycote. See Lady G. Bertie's 5 Generations of a Loyal House, 4-2. 1845, and Bridges's Collins, Volume 2. Volume 3. 628. Arms. argent, 3 battering rams barways in pale azure, armed and garnished or. The docket or grant, in the 4th of Edward VI. Gives the arms, quarterly, 1 and 4, argent, a battering ram azure, garnished or, 2 and 3, sable a tower argent. Present representative, George Augustus Frederick Albemarle Bertie, 10th Earl of Lindsey. Norfolk. Knightley. Wodehouse of Kimberley, Baron Wodehouse 1797, Baronet 1611. This family is very ancient, for they were gentlemen of good ranka in the time of King John, as it appeareth by many ancient grants and evidences of theirs which I have seen, wrote Peacham in his Complete Gentleman, in 1634. Page 191. The name is local, being derived from Wodehouse in Silfield, in this county, but as early as the reign of Henry III. The family had property in Kimberley, and in that of Henry IV. The manor was also inherited from the heiress of Fastolf. See Blomfield's Norfolk, edition 1739, volume 1. For long extracts from the curious old pedigree in verse, Wotton's Baronetage, 164, and Bridges's Collins's Peerage, 8. 562. Arms. Sable, a chevron or gâtie de sang, between 3 cinquefoils ermine. This coat is said to have been augmented as now borne, by Henry V. In honor of John Wodehouse's valor at the Battle of Agincourt, the gâtie de sang, not at present considered very good heraldry, being then added. The supporters, 2 woad or wild men, were also, it has been said, then first used. Present representative, John Wodehouse, 3rd Baron Wodehouse, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Walpole of Wolterton, Earl of Orford 1806, Baron 1723. Walpole, in Mershland, in this county, gave name to this historical family, and here Jocelyn de Walpole was living in the reign of Stephen. Reginald de Walpole, in the time of Henry I, seems to have been lineal ancestor of the house. He was father of Richard, who married Emma, daughter of Walter de Houghton, or Houghton, which at a very early period became the family seat and which, after the death of the 3rd Earl of the First Creation, passed to the issue of his Aunt Mary. Viscountess Malpas, daughter of Sir Robert Walpole, whose descendant, the Marquess of Cholmondeley, is the present possessor. See Blomfield, 3. 796, and 4. 708, also Bridges's Collins, v. 631. Arms. Or, on a fess between 2 chevrons sable 3 crosslets of the first. Present representative, Horatio William Walpole, 4th Earl of Orford. Burney of Kirby Beadon, Baronet 1620. Burney, in the 100 of North Greenow in this county, doubtless gave name to this ancient family, who are traced pretty nearly to the Conquest. Park Hall, the former seat, is in the parish of Reedham, and was acquired by the marriage of Sir Thomas de Burney with Margaret daughter and heir of Sir William de Reedham in the reign of Edward III. Younger branch, Burney of Morton Hall in this county, descended from a younger brother of the 1st Baronet. See Parkins's continuation of Blomfield's Norfolk, v. 1482, and Wotton's Baronetage, I. 378. Arms. Party per pale gules and azure, a crossing railed ermine. Present representative, Sir Henry Hanson Burney, 9th Baronet. Astley, of Melton Constable, Baron Hastings 1841, Baronet 1660. Descended from the noble house of Astley Castle in Warwickshire, and traced to Philip de Lega in the 12th of Henry II. And in the female line from the Constables of Melton Constable, which estate came into the family by the second marriage of Thomas Lord Astley with Edith, 3rd sister and co-heir of Geoffrey de Constable, in the time of Henry III. Astley Castle, the original seat, descended by an heiress to the Greys of Ruthin, afterwards Marquesses of Dorset and Dukes of Suffolk. Hillmorton in Warwickshire was also the seat of this family from the reign of Henry III. The Astleys formerly of Padishall in Staffordshire were the elder branch, sprung from the first marriage of Thomas Lord Astley, who was killed in the Barons' Wars at Evesham, the 49th of Henry III, extinct 1771. The Astleys, now of Everley, in Wiltshire, Baronets 1821, descend from the second son of Walter Astley of Padishall, the father of the 1st Baronet of that line, 1662. See Parkins's Blomefields Norfolk, v. 940. Thomas's Dugdale's Warwickshire, I. 19, 107, and Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 63, for Astley's of Pattishall, Shaw's Staffordshire, 2. 287, and Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 368. Arms. Azure, a cinquefoil ermine within a border enrailed or. The Pattishall and Everley family omit the border, and it was thus borne by the head of the house in the reign of Richard II. Thomas de Astley, at the same period, differenced his coat by a label of 3 points or, charged with 2 bars gules. Rolls. Present representative, Jacob Henry de Laval Astley, 3rd Baron Hastings. Bedingfeld of Oxborough, Baronet 1660. Traditionally a Norman family seated at Bedingfeld, in Suffolk, soon after the Conquest. Oxburgh, or Oxborough, has been the residence of this eminently knightly house from the reign of Edward IV. When it came by the marriage of Edmund Bedingfeld with Margaret, daughter of Robert Tuddenham, and to whom license was granted to build the walls and towers of Oxburgh in the year 1482. The baronetcy was conferred by Charles II. As a mark of his favor and in consideration of the eminent loyalty and consequent sufferings of the family during the usurpation. The Bedingfelds of Ditchingham, in this county, are a younger branch parted from the parent stem as early as the middle of the 14th century. See Blomefield, 3. 482, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 212, and the Reverend G. H. Gill's account of Oxburgh Hall in the Proceedings of the Norfolk Archaeological Society. Arms. Ermine, an eagle displayed gules, armed or. Present representative, Sir Henry George Potton Bedingfeld, 7th Baronet. Howard of East Winch, Duke of Norfolk 1483. The great historical house of Howard in point of antiquity must yield precedence to many other English families. It can only be traced with certainty to Sir William Howard, Judge of the Common Pleas in 1297. Norfolk appears to be the county where this great family should be noticed, the Duke of Norfolk still possessing property in the county of his dukedom derived from his ancestors of the House of Bigod. In the 14th century, by the match with the heiress of Mowbray, the foundation of the honours and consequence of the Howards was laid, the first duke being the son of Margaret, daughter and co-heir of Thomas de Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. The Sussex estates came from the heiress of Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, in the reign of Edward VI, Worksop from the Talbots, Greystoke and Morpeth from the Deckers. All the English peers of the House of Howard are traced to a common ancestor in Thomas, the second Duke of Norfolk, who died in 1524. The Duke of Norfolk, the Earls of Suffolk and Carlisle, descend from his first wife, and the Earl of Effingham from the second. The Howards of Greystoke, in Cumberland, are a younger branch of the present ducal house. The Howards of Corby Castle, in the same county, descend from the second son of Belted Will, the ancestor of the House of Carlisle. Extinct branches. The Viscount Bindon, the Earls of Northampton, Nottingham, and Stafford. And Lord Howard of Escrick. See Bridges's Collins, I. 50, for the Duke of Norfolk, 3. 147, for the Earl of Suffolk, 3. 501, for the Earl of Carlisle, and 4. 264, for the Earl of Effingham. See also Cartwright's Rape of Bramber. And Dalloway's Rape of Arundel, Hunter's South Yorkshire, 2. 10, for the Howard monuments at East Winch, see Weaver's Funeral Monuments. -9, for their state in the 18th century Parkins's Blomefields Norfolk, 4. 746. And Topographer and Genealogist, 2. 90, for the Earl of Carlisle, see Hodgson's History of Northumberland, 2. pt. 2. For Howard of Corby, the same volume. See also Historical Anecdotes of some of the Howard family, 12 Mo, 1769. Tierney's Castle and Town of Arundel, 8 Vo, 1834, and Mr. Howard's Indication of Memorials, and of the Howard Family, Folios 1834. Arms. Gules, a bend between 6 crosslets fichy argent, on an escutcheon a demi-lion pierced through the mouth with an arrow, within a double trachure flory counterflory gules, granted by patent 5 Henry VIII. To Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk, in remembrance of the victory gained over the Scots at Flodden. The present coat was borne by Sir John Howard in the reign of Edward II, and by Mr. Howard in those of Edward II and Richard III. It has been conjectured, from the similarity of this coat with that of the Botelers, Barons of Wem, Gules, a fess cheeky argent and sable between 6 crosses petit fichy argent, that Sir William Howard the Judge was descended from the Howards. Stewards to these barons, it is observable that none of the Howards ever prefixed the de to their name, a fact which opposes their derivation from Harden in Flintshire. Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire, pages 53 note. Present representative, Henry Fitz-Alan Howard, 15th Duke of Norfolk. Gurney of Keswick. This is a younger branch of the Gurneys of West Barsham in this county, whose principal male line became extinct in 1661. West Barsham came from the heiress of Wansey about the reign of Edward III. Previous to that time the Gurneys appear to have been seated at Harpley, also in Norfolk, as early as 1206, and are traced for 2 descents beyond that period. Being, as there appears no reason to doubt, descended from the great Norman baronial house of the name. The present family may be said to have been refounded by John Gurney, an eminent silk merchant at Norwich, about 1670. Keswick was purchased in 1747. The Gurneys of Somersetshire, represented by the Earls of Egmont, may have been a distinct family. Their arms were Polly of 6 or an azure. Dugdale, however, gives them a common ancestor with the former house. Baronage, I. 429. See the Records of the House of Gournay, privately printed, 4-2. 1848, and particularly, for the Norman origin of the family page 293 of that work. For the Gournays of Somersetshire, see the History of the House of Ivory. London, 1742, Volume 2. Arms. Argent, a crossing railed gules, in the first quarter a cinquefoil azure. Present representative, Hudson Gurney, Esq. De Grey of Merton, Baron Walsingham 1780. This ancient family is supposed to have the same origin as the noble Norman House of Grey, now represented by the Earl of Stamford. It is traced to William de Grey, of Cavendish, in Suffolk, whose grandson Sir Thomas was seated about 1306 at Cornarth in that county, by his marriage with the heiress of the same name. Their son and heir married the coheiress of Baynard, and thus became possessed of Merton, the long-continued seat of this family. See Blomefield, I. 576, and Bridges's Collins, 7. 510. Arms. Berry of 6 argent and azure, in chief 3 annulets gules. The ancient coat of Cornarth, azure, a fess between 2 chevronels or, which was doubtless derived from their superior lords the Baynards, was borne for many generations by the ancestors of this family. Present representative, Thomas de Grey, 5th Baron Walsingham. Bacon of Raveningham, Premier Baronet of England, of Redgrave. Suffolk, 1611. This family is said to have been established at a period shortly subsequent to the conquest at Leatheringset, in Norfolk, but is better known as a Suffolk family, having been seated at Monk's Bradfield, in that county, in the reign of Richard I. Redgrave was granted by Henry VIII. In the 36th year of his reign, to the great Sir Nicholas Bacon, who with Francis his son, Viscount St. Albans, were the principal ornaments of this family. Raveningham descended to the Bacons from the heiress of the ancient family of Castell, or de Castello, about the middle of the 18th century. See Parkins's continuation of Blomefield's Norfolk, 4. 262 Wotton's Baronetage, I. 1 and 2. 72. Arms. Gules, on a chief argent 2 mullets pierced sable. This coat was borne by Sir Edmund Bacon, in the reign of Edward II, and by M. Bacon in that of Edward III. Rolls. A brass circa A.D. 1320, at Gorleston Church, Suffolk, supposed to represent one of this family, bears 5 lozenges in bend on the field, besides the mullets in chief. See Boutell's brasses. Present representative, Sir Henry Hickman Bacon, 11th Baronet. Jerningham of Cossey, Baron Stafford, restored 1824, Baronet 1621. The ancestors of this ancient house were seated at Horham in Suffolk in the 13th century, knights of high esteem in those parts, Seth Camden, and traced to Sir Hubert Jerningham of that place. Somerleyton, in the same county, derived from the heiress of Fitzisbert, afterwards became the family seat, and so continued until the extinction of the elder line. Cossey was granted to Sir Henry Jerningham, son of Sir Edward Jerningham, by his second wife, in 1547, by Queen Mary, being the first that appeared openly for her after the death of Edward VI. He was the ancestor of Lord Stafford. See Weaver's Ancient Funeral Monuments. Blomefields, Norfolk, I. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 450, and Suckling's History of Suffolk, 2. Arms. Argent, 3 buckles gules. Present representative, Henry Valentine Stafford Jerningham, 9th Baron Stafford. Townsend of Rainham, Marquis Townsend 1787, Baron 1661, Viscount. 1682. In 1377, the ancestor of this family was of Snoring Magna in this county. In 1398, John Townsend settled at Rainham, which according to some accounts accrued to them by the heiress of Havel, but the pedigree as given by Collins cannot be relied on, neither can the defamatory account of Leland, who says, "The grandfather of Townsend now living was a mean man of substance." The truth seems to be that the family is old, but not of great account before the time of Sir Walter de Townsend, who married Maud Scogon, and flourished about the year 1400. See Blomefield, 3. 815, Bridges' Collins, 2. 454. And Leland's Itinerary, 4. Arms. Azure, a chevron ermine between 3 escallops argent. Present representative, John Villiers Stewart Townsend, 5th Marquis Townsend. Northamptonshire. Knightley. Wake of Courteenhall, Baronet 1621. This is a younger branch of the very ancient baronial house of Wake, who were Lincolnshire barons in the reign of Henry I. Sir Hugh Wake was Lord of Deeping in the county of Lincoln, and of Blisworth in this county, by gift of his father, Baldwin IV Lord Wake. He died in 1315, and was the direct ancestor of the present baronet. See Memoir of the Family of Wake privately printed in 1833, but written by Archbishop Wake, and Wotton's Baronetage, I. 465. Arms. Or, 2 bars gules, in chief 3 tortoises. This coat was borne by Hugh Wake in the reign of Henry III. And again by Sir John Wake in that of Edward II. Sir Hugh Wake at the latter period differenced his arms by a canton azure. His uncle reversed the colours gules and argent, the field being gules. M. Thomas Wake de Blisworth in the reign of Edward III. Bore the same arms, with a bordering railed sable. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, Sir William Wake, 11th Baronet. Brudenell of Dean, Earl of Cardigan 1661, Baron 1627. Baronet 1611. William de Bredenhill, seated at Dodington in Oxfordshire, in the reign of Edward I. And the owner of lands at Ainhoe in this county at the same period, is the first ascertained ancestor of the Brudenells, whose principal consequence however must be traced to Sir Robert Brudenell, Chief Justice of the King's Bench in the reign of Henry VII, who married a coheiress of Entwisle, and thus became possessed of Dean and of Stanton Wyville in the county of Leicester. See the pedigree of this family in Nichols's History of Leicestershire, Volume 2. pt. 2. See also Bridges' Collins, 3. 487. Younger branch. The Marquis of Aylesbury, 1821, descended from Thomas, 4th son of George IV Earl of Cardigan, and the Lady Elizabeth Bruce, eldest daughter of Thomas II Earl of Aylesbury. Arms. Argent, a chevron gules between 3 morions azure. Present representative, James Thomas Brudenell, 7th Earl of Cardigan, KCB. Knightley of Fawsley, Baronet 1798. The first recorded ancestor of this ancient family is Reynold, mean Lord of Knightley, in the county of Stafford, under Earl Roger, in the time of William the Conqueror, as appears by Domesday Book. That estate went out of the family by an heiress who married Robert de Pechall, about the reign of Edward III, and the Knightleys removed to Nosal, in the same county, in the 17th of Richard II. 1394. Fawsley was purchased in the 3rd of Henry V, 1415–16. It is thus mentioned by Leland, Mr. Knightley, a man of great lands, hath his principal house at Falesel, but it is no very sumptuous thing. Eighton, I, Folios 11. C. Baker's Northamptonshire, I, 381. Blakeway, Sheriffs of Salop, asserts that the Knightleys appear to have been a branch of the Shirleys, an assumption without any foundation except the similarity of their arms. Arms. Quarterly ermine, and polly of 6 or and gules. This coat was borne as early as 1301–2, 30th ed. I. by Sir Robert de Knightley. It is also borne by Coats of Coats, Company Stafford, probably from family connection. Present representative, Sir Reynold Knightley, 3rd Baronet, M.P., for South Northamptonshire. Spencer of Althorpe, Earl Spencer 1765. The Spencers claim a collateral descent from the ancient baronial house of Le Despencer, a claim which, without being irreconcilable perhaps with the early pedigrees of that family, admits of very grave doubts and considerable difficulties. It seems to be admitted that they descend from Henry Spencer, who, having been educated in the Abbey of Evesham, obtained from the abbot in the reign of Henry VI. A lease of the domains and tithes of Badby in this county, and was induced to settle there. His son removed to Hodnall in Warwickshire, his grandson to Rodburn in the same county, his great-grandson Sir John purchased Althorpe in 1508. The Spencers of Claverdon, Company Warwick, extinct 1685, were a younger branch. The Dukes of Marlborough, 1702, represent the elder line of this family. C. Baker's Northamptonshire, I. 106, and Bridges's Collins, I. 378. The poet Spencer boasted that he belonged to this house, though, says Baker, the precise link of genealogical connection cannot now perhaps be ascertained. Arms. Quarterly, 1st and 4th argent, 2nd and 3rd gules, a fret or, over all a bend sable charged with 3 escallops of the first. This coat, which is different from the ancient baronial arms by the 3 escallop shells, was used by Henry Spencer of Badby, who sealed his will with it. In 1504 another coat was granted, viz. Azure, a fess ermine between 6 seamews heads erased argent, but the more ancient arms have been generally borne by the Spencers. Present representative, John Point Spencer, 5th Earl Spencer. Rokeby of Arthingworth. This is a junior branch of the Rokebys of Rokeby in Yorkshire, a knightly race immortalized by Scott. The principal line has been long extinct. Sir Thomas Rokeby was Sheriff of Yorkshire in the 8th of Henry IV. The family was seated in the parish of Ecclesfield, and also at Sandalparva, in South Yorkshire, where William Rokeby was rector in the reign of Henry VII. In 1512 he became Archbishop of Dublin. His brother Ralph wrote the history of the family, now in possession of Mr. Rokeby of Arthingworth, and which is printed in Whitaker's Richmondshire, Volume 1. The present family acquired Arthingworth from the Langhams by marriage in the end of the 17th century. C. Hunter's South Yorkshire, I. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 rook sable, borne by Mons. Thomas de Rokeby in the reigns of Edward III. and Richard II. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, the Reverend Henry Ralph Rokeby. Monsell of Thorpe Malzer. The curious poetical history of this family, preserved in Collectanea Topographica et Genealogica, claims one Saher, their written seer, the sire of us all, as their ancestor. He is stated to have been the son of Ralph Monsell, who was living in Buckinghamshire in the 14th of Henry II. 1167, Thickthorns in Chichele in that county appears to have been the residence of the Monsells, and also Turvey in Bedfordshire. These lands were sold by William the son of Sampson le Monsell of Turvey to William Mordaunt in 1287. The Monsells afterwards settled at Berryend in Chichele, and in 1622 at Thorpe Malzer. Elder branches. 1. Monsell of Muddlescombe, Company Carmarthen, Baronet 1621–2. 2. The extinct Barons Monsell, created 1711, extinct 1744. Younger branch. Monsell of Cosgrave in this county, which came from the coheiress of Furtho. See Call Topog et Genealogue. I. Baker's Northamptonshire, 2. And Memoirs of the Family, an unfinished work privately printed in 1850 by William W. Monsell, Esq. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 manches sable. Present representative, Thomas Philip Monsell, Esq. late M.P., for Northamptonshire. Gentle. Isham of Lamport, Baronet 1627. The name is local, from Isham in the hundred of Orlingbury in this county, where an elder branch of the family was seated soon after the Conquest. Robert Isham, who died in 1424, is however the first ancestor from whom the pedigree can with certainty be deduced. He was escheator of the county of Northampton, and was of Pytchley, a lordship contiguous to Isham, in the first of Henry V. Lamport was purchased by John Isham, the immediate ancestor of the present family, fourth son of Sir Usby Isham, of Pytchley, Knight, in the year 1559. He was an eminent merchant of London. See Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 28. Arms. Gules, a fess and in chief 3 piles wavy argent. This coat was borne by Robert de Isham in the second of Richard II. Present representative, Sir Charles Edmund Isham, 10th Baronet. Palmer of Carlton, Baronet 1660. This family appears to have been founded by the law early in the 15th century, and descends from William Palmer, who was established at the present seat of Carlton in the 9th of Henry IV. The celebrated Sir Geoffrey Palmer, Attorney General to Charles II, was the first baronet. See Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 19, and Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 2. pt. 2. Arms. Sable, a chevron, or between 3 crescents argent. Present representative, Sir Geoffrey Palmer, 8th Baronet. Fane of Apthorpe, Earl of Westmoreland 1642. The fanes or veins are said to have originated from Wales, in the reign of Henry VI. They were seated at Hildon in Tunbridge, in Kent, by a marriage with the Pashalls. In 1574 Sir Thomas Fane married Mary, daughter and heir of Henry Neville, Lord Abergavenny. Hence the importance of the family, and the earldom of Westmoreland, the ancient honour of the House of Neville. Apthorpe came from the heiress of Mildmay, about the end of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Younger branches. Fane of Wormesley, Oxfordshire, descended from Henry Fane, Esq., younger brother of Thomas VIII Earl of Westmoreland. The Duke of Cleveland, 1833, and Sir Henry Vane, of Hutton Hall in Cumberland, Baronet, 1786, descend from John, younger brother of Richard Fane, ancestor of the Earl of Westmoreland. See Bridges's Collins, 3. 283, and 4. 499, Hasted's Kent, 2. 265, and Blore's Rutlandshire. Arms. Azure, 3 right-hand gauntlets or. Present representative, Francis William Henry Fane, 12th Earl of Westmoreland. Northumberland. Knightley. Clavering of Callally Castle. Robert Fitzroger, Baron of Warkworth, the ancestor of this great Norman family, was father of John, who assumed the name of Clavering, from a lordship in Essex, as it is said, by the appointment of King Edward I. From Sir Alan, younger brother of John, the present family is descended. Callally was granted to Robert Fitzroger by Gilbert de Callally in the reign of Henry III, and has ever since continued in the possession of the House of Clavering. Younger branches. Clavering of Axwell, Company Durham, Baronet 1661, descended from James, 3rd son of Robert Clavering of Callally. Clavering of Barrington in North Durham, descended from William, 3rd son of Sir John Clavering, who died a prisoner in London for his loyalty to King Charles I, extinct about 1812. See Nicholas's Siege of Carlaverock, pages 115, 117. Mackenzie's View of Northumberland, Volume 2. Surtees's Durham, 2. 248, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 295, and Rains North Durham. Arms. Quarterly Orr and Gules, a Ben Sable, and so borne by Robert Fitzroger, as appears by the roll of Carlaverock, and by his son John de Clavering, who differenced his coat by a label vert. Sir Alexander de Clavering, in the reign of Edward II. Charged the bend with 3 mullets argent. John Clavering, in the reign of Richard II, the same arms, with a label of 3 points argent. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, Edward John Clavering, Esq. Mitford of Mitford Castle. Descended from Matthew, brother of John, who is said to have held the castle of Mitford soon after the conquest, and by whose only daughter and heiress it went to the Bertrams. The ancestors of the present family appear to have been for many ages resident at Mitford, though the castle was not in their possession till it was granted with the manor by Charles II. To Robert Mitford, Esq. Younger branches. Mitford of Pittshill, Company Sussex, descended from the 4th son of Robert Mitford of Mitford Castle, Esq., Sheriff of Yorkshire in 1702. Mitford of Exbury, Company Southampton, sprung from the 3rd son of Robert Mitford, of Mitford Castle, Esq. Who died in 1674. From this latter branch Mitford Baron Redesdale, 1803, of Batsford, Company Gloucester, is derived. See Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 2. pt. 2. And from Mitford of Exbury the same work, Volume 1, pt. 2. See also Bridges's Collins, 9. 182. Arms. Argent, a fess sable between 3 moles proper. Present representative, Robert Mitford, Esq. Swinburne of Capheaton, Baronet 1660. Swinburne in this county gave name to this ancient family, the first recorded ancestor being John, father of Sir William de Swinburne, living in 1278, and Alan Swinburne, rector of Whitfield, who purchased Capheaton from Sir Thomas Fenwick, Kent, in 1274. Collerton in Northumberland was also an ancient seat of the Swinburnes. It was held under the great Umfraville family by this same Sir William de Swinburne, the arms being evidently founded upon the coat of the Umfravilles. The date of the baronetcy points to the loyalty of the family during the civil wars of the 17th century. See the early part of the pedigree in Surtees's Durham, 2. 872, Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 1, pt. 2. And Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 167. Arms. Per fess gules and argent, 3 cinquefoils counterchanged, borne by Monsieur William Swinburne in the reign of Richard II. Roll of the date. Present representative, Sir John Swinburne, 7th Baronet. Middleton, called Monk, of Belsey Castle, Baronet 1662. John de Middleton, father of Sir Richard Middleton, sometimes secretary and chancellor to King Henry III, is the first on record of the ancestors of this family. The castle of Belsey appears to have come from the heiress of Strivelin in the reign of Edward III. The name was exchanged for Monk in 1799. A younger branch, now extinct, was of Silksworth, Company Durham. See Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 1, pt. 2. The record of the House of Gorney, 4-2, PRPR 1848. And Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 382. Arms. Quarterly gules and or, in the first quarter a cross flory argent. Present representative, Sir Charles Miles Lambert Monk, 6th Baronet. Selby of Biddleston. In 1272, King Edward I. Granted in the first year of his reign the lands of Biddleston to Sir Walter de Selby. It has ever since remained in the possession of his descendants, and has been usually the chief seat of the Selbys. Their early history unfortunately is defective, occasioned by an accidental fire which took place at Allenton in 1721, at that time the residence of the family, whose evidences were thereby mostly destroyed. For the grant above mentioned, and for the pedigree, see Mackenzie's View of Northumberland, 2. 39. Arms. Barry of 8 or and sable. Present representative, Walter Selby, Esq. Grey of Howick, Earl Grey 1806, Baronet 1746. An eminent border family, of which there have been many branches, descended from Thomas Grey of Heaton, living in the 2nd of Edward I. 1273, and from Sir John Grey of Berwick, living in 1372, who was ancestor of the baronial house of Grey of Wark and Chillingham, and of the Howick family, founded by Sir Edward Grey of Howick, who died in 1532, and was the fourth son of Sir Ralph Grey of Chillingham. No family perhaps in the whole of England, writes Raine in his admirable history of North Durham, has in the course of the centuries through which the line of Grey can be traced, afforded so great a variety of character. Younger branches. Sir George Grey, Baronet 1814, and Grey of Morwick, Company Northumberland. See the curious and valuable illustrations of the pedigree of Grey, in Raine's North Durham. And Surtees's Durham, 2. 19, and Bridges's Collins, v. 676. Arms. Gules, a lion rampant within a border enrailed argent, a mullet for difference. The present coat was borne by Monsieur Thomas Grey, as appears by the roll of the reign of Richard II. Present representative, Henry George Grey, 3rd Earl Grey, K.G. Gentle. Lorraine of Kirkharle, Baronet 1664. This is said to be a Norman family, and to have been originally settled in the county of Durham. Kirkharle was inherited from Johanna, daughter of William, son of Alan del Struther, in the time of Henry IV. See Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 1, pt. 2. And Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 433. Arms. Quarterly sable and argent, a plain cross-counter quartered of the field. Another coat, viz. Argent, 5 lozenges conjoined in pale azure, in the dexter chief and escutcheon of the second, is given in Courthopes de Bret's baronetage. Present representative, Sir Lambton Lorraine, 11th Baronet. Haggerston of Ellingham, Baronet 1643. The pedigree is not regularly traced beyond Robert de Haggerston, Lord of Haggerston in 1399, although a Robert de Hagerdeston occurs in 1312. It has been supposed that this family is of Scotch extraction. But a fire which took place at Haggerston Castle, the ancestral seat of this house, in the year 1618, and another which happened in 1687, having destroyed the ancient evidences, the early history is somewhat imperfect. See Mackenzie's Northumberland, I. Note, Raine's North Durham. And Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 388. Arms. Azure, on a bend coatest argent 3 billet sable. The ancient arms of this venerable family, of which Raine writes, few families can boast of such a pedigree or of such a shield of arms, was a scaling ladder between 2 leaves, alluding to the coat of Haslerigg. An heiress of that house having married into the Haggerston family. The arms were so born in 1577, as appears by a seal of that date. The scaling ladder was afterwards corrupted into the bendlets and billets. Present representative, Sir John Haggerston, 9th Baronet. Ridley of Blagden, Baronet 1756. The pedigree is proved for 3 descents before the reign of Henry VIII, the original seat of the family being at Willamotswick in this county, of which place Nicholas de Rydal is designated Esquire in 1481. Here also was born the martyr Bishop of London, Nicholas Ridley, early in the 16th century. The present family is a younger branch, seated at Blagden and inheriting the baronetcy on the death of Sir Matthew White in 1763. See Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 2. pt. 2. And Volume 3. pt. 2. Arms. Gules, a chevron between 3 goshawks argent. The more ancient coat was, argent, an ox passant gules through reeds proper. Present representative, Sir Matthew White Ridley, 4th Baronet. Nottinghamshire. Knightley. Clifton of Clifton, Baronet 1611. Gervas de Clifton, living in the 5th of John, is the patriarch of this honourable family, who took their name from the manor of Clifton, which was the inheritance of Sir Gervas Clifton, in the 9th of Edward II. One of the most remarkable members was the 1st Baronet, Sir Gervas Clifton, who died in 1666, very prosperous and beloved of all, after having been the husband of 7 wives. See an interesting account of him and of the family and their curious monuments in Thornton's Antiquities of Nottinghamshire. And see also Wotton's Baronetage, I. 34. Arms. Sable, semi of cinquefoils, and a lion rampant argent, armed and longed gules. This coat reversed was borne by Monsieur John de Clifton, in the reign of Richard II. Roll of the date. Present representative, Sir Robert Jux Clifton, 9th Baronet. Sutton of Norwood, Baronet 1772. Sutton-upon-Trent gave name to this ancient family, the first upon record being Roland, son of Hervey, who lived in the reign of Henry III. And married Alice, daughter and coheiress of Richard de Lexington. From this match came the manor of Avram or Egram in this county, which long continued the seat and residence of the Suttons, who were represented in the days of Queen Elizabeth by Sir William Sutton, whom Her Majesty coupled. Not in the most complimentary manner, with 3 other eminent Nottinghamshire knights in the following distich: Gervas the Gentle, Stanhope the Stout, Markham the Lion, and Sutton the Lout. In 1646, Robert Sutton, the head of this family, was raised to the peerage as Baron Lexington, extinct 1723, who is represented in the female line by Viscount Canterbury. The present family descend from Henry, younger brother of the first Lord Lexington. See Thornton's Nottinghamshire, pages 327, 359, and Courthope's de Brett's baronetage. Arms. Argent, a Canton sable. Present representative, Sir John Sutton, 3rd Baronet. I.e. Sir Gervas Clifton. Stanhope of Shelford, Earl of Chesterfield 1628. Stanhope, in the wapentake of Darlington in the bishopric of Durham, gave name to this knightly family, of whom the first recorded ancestor is Walter de Stanhope, whose son Richard died at Stanhope, in 1338 or 1339. In the reign of Edward III. We find Sir Richard Stanhope, grandson of Walter, Mayor of Newcastle-on-Tyne. Hampton and other manors in this county came by marriage with the heiress of Maulevel about 1370. But on the death of Richard Stanhope in 1529, these estates went to his only daughter and heiress, who became the wife of John Babington. The monastery of Shelford was soon after this period granted to Sir Michael Stanhope, in the 31st of Henry VIII. Younger branches. 1. Stanhope of Holme Lacy, Baronet 1807, descended from the youngest brother of the great-grandfather of the present Earl. 2. Stanhope Earl Stanhope 1718, descended from the eldest son of the second marriage of the first Earl of Chesterfield. 3. Stanhope Earl of Harrington 1742, descended from Sir John Stanhope, younger brother by the half-blood of the first Earl of Chesterfield. See Lord Mahone's, now Earl Stanhope, Notices of the Stanhopes. 8 VO, 1855, Thornton's Nottinghamshire, 147. Surtees's Durham, 2. 46, and Bridges's Collins, 3. 407, 4. 171, and 284. Arms. Quarterly Ermine and Gules. And so born in the reign of Edward III. But after the match with Maulevel, who brought into the family the estate and seat of Rampton from the heiress of Longvillers, the arms of that family, viz. Sable, a bend between 6 crosslets argent, were assumed. On losing that great estate, Sir Michael Stanhope resumed the more ancient coat in the reign of Henry VIII. Present representative, George Stanhope, 6th Earl of Chesterfield. Willoughby of Woollerton, Baron Middleton 1711. This is a younger and now the only remaining male branch of the great Lincolnshire family of Willoughby, descended from Sir Thomas Willoughby, Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas in the reign of Henry VIII. Youngest son of Sir Christopher Willoughby of Eresby, who was sprung from Sir William Willoughby of Willoughby in Lincolnshire, and lord of that manor in the reign of Edward I. Woollerton was inherited from the heiress of Willoughby, of another family, in the 38th year of Queen Elizabeth. See Bridges's Collins, 6. 591, 7. 215, and for the Nottinghamshire family, see Thornton. And for the tombs of this ancient house, pages 36, 223, 227, see also Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd edition volume 2. Arms. Or, Freddie Azure. And so born by Robert de Willoughby in 1300, as appears by the roll of Carlaverock. But after the death of Bishop Beck, his maternal uncle, in the 4th of Edward II, he adopted the coat of Beck, gules, a mill-rind argent. See Nicholas's roll of Carlaverock. Willoughby of Woolleton and of Middleton in the county of Warwick bore, or, 2 bars gules, the upper charged with 2 waterbowgets, the lower with 1 waterbowget, argent. Present representative, Henry Willoughby, 8th Baron Middleton. Clinton of Clumber, Duke of Newcastle 1756. The Clintons are traced to the reign of Henry I. When, by favour of that king, Geoffrey de Clinton was raised from the dust, as a contemporary writer affirms, and made Justice of England. He was enriched by large grants of land from the crown, and built the castle of Kenilworth. The present family descend from the brother of this Geoffrey, whose issue were of Coleshill and Maxstoke in Warwickshire, of which latter place John de Clinton was created Baron in 1298. His descendant, Edward Lord Clinton, was advanced to the earldom of Lincoln in 1572. No family was more nobly allied, few had broader possessions, all have been long dissipated. But a fortunate match with the eventual heiress of Pelham in 1717 revived the drooping fortunes of the Clintons, hence the estate of Clumber, the former seat of the Hollis family, and the dukedom of Newcastle. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd ed. Volume 2. Pages 992, 1007, and Bridges's Collins, 2. 181. Arms. Argent, 3 crosslets fichy sable, on a chief azure 2 mullets pierced of the first. The original arms, as borne by Thomas de Clinton in the reign of Henry III. Appears to have been a plain chief. See his seal engraved in Upton, de Studio Militari. In the reign of Edward II. Sir John Clinton of Maxstoke bore, argent, on a chief azure 2 mullets or. At the same period another Sir John Clinton bore, or, 3 piles azure, a canton ermine. His son in the 5th of Edward III. Bore, argent, on a chief azure 2 fleurs de lis or. William Clinton, Earl of Huntingdon, at the same period bore the present coat with the exception of 3 mullets or in place of the 2 mullets argent, and John Clinton omitted the crosslets. William Clinton, Lord of Allesley, who lived at the same period, bore the present coat. John de Clinton in the succeeding reign, bore 2 mullets of 6 points or pierced gules, and Thomas de Clinton the same with a label of 3 points ermine. See Wilmot's and Nicholas's rolls, and Montague's Guide to the Study of Heraldry. Present representative, Henry Pelham Alexander Pelham Clinton, 6th Duke of Newcastle. Gentle. Heir of Hampton. The heirs appear as witnesses to charters in the Peak of Derbyshire in the remotest period to which private charters ascend. The first of the name known is William Lew heir, of Hope, in the reign of Henry III. In the reign of Henry V. The family divided into 3 great branches. The present house descends from heir of Lawton in South Yorkshire, who spring from heir of Holme Hall near Chesterfield. One moiety of Rampton was purchased by Anthony Eyre in the reign of Elizabeth. The other came from the coheiress of Babington, in 1624. See Hunter's South Yorkshire, I. 288, see also Licenses Derbyshire, 83, for a note on the various branches of heir, and gent. Mag, 1795, pages 121, 212. Extinct branches. 1. Heir of Hilo, who adopted the names of Archer, Newton, and Gell. 2. Heir of Normanton upon Soar. 3. Heir Earl of Newburgh. Arms. Argent, on a chevron sable 3 catterfoils or. Present representative, the Reverend Charles Wastoney's heir. Oxfordshire. Knightley. Stoner of Stoner, Baron Camoes 1383, restored 1839. Stoner is a 3 miles out of Henley. There is a fair park and a warren of connies and fair woods. The mansion place standeth Clymange on a hill, and hath 2 courts builded with timber, brike, and flinty. Sir Walter Stoner, now possessor of it, hath augmented and strength the house. The Stoners hath lunge had it in possession since one Fortescue invited it by mariage of an heir general of the Stoners, but after dispossessed. Thus wrote Leland in his itinerary, 7. Fo. 62a. To which it may be added that the family has the reputation of being very ancient, and may certainly be traced to the 12th century as resident at Stoner. in the reigns of Edward II. And 3. Sir John Stoner, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, whose tomb is preserved in the chancel of Dorchester Church in this county, was the representative and great advancer of the family. See Magna Britannia, 425. And the first edition of Burke's Commoners, 2. 440, see also Excerpta Historica. For some curious letters of the Stoners of the time of Edward IV. Arms. Azure, 2 bars dancet or, a chief argent. Monsieur John de Stoner bore, Azure, a fess dancet in chief or, in the reign of Edward III. Roll. Present representative, Thomas Stoner, 3rd Baron Camoes. Wycombe of Tythrop. This ancient family is traced to the commencement of the 14th century, when Robert Wycombe was Lord of Swalcliffe, the original seat of the Wycombes in this county, and possessed by the late W. H. Wycombe, Esq., who died in 1800, and still, I believe, belonging to his daughter the Baroness Wenman. Tythrop came from the Herberts by will to the late P. Wycombe, Esq., uncle of Lady Wenman. The relationship of the great William of Wycombe, Bishop of Winchester, with this family is a disputed point, for which see Collectanea Topographica et Genealogica 2. 225, 368, 3. 178, 245, see also the Topographer and Genealogist, 3. 49, for a very interesting paper on this subject by C. Wycombe Martin, Esq., MP. Younger branch. Wycombe Martin, of Leeds Castle, Kent. Arms. Allowed by Robert Cook, Clarenceux, in 1571. Argent, 2 chevronnels sable between 3 roses gules, barbed and seated proper. This coat was borne by the great bishop, though when he was Archdeacon of Lincoln he bore but 1 chevron between the roses. But the Herald Glover attributed a variation of the arms of Chamberlain, derived from the Counts of Tankerville, to Wycombe of Swalcliffe, viz., ermine, on a boyer gules 6 mullets or. Present representative, Philip Thomas Herbert Wycombe, Esq. Croke of Studley, anciently Blunt. This is the eldest branch of the great family of Blunt or Le Blond, whose origin has been traced by the late Sir Alexander Croke to the Counts of Gisnes before the Norman Conquest. Robert Le Blunt, whose name is found recorded in Domesday, was a considerable landholder in Suffolk, Ixworth in that county being the seat of his barony. Belton in Rutlandshire was afterwards inherited by his descendants from the Odinsels, and Hampton Levet, in the county of Worcester, from the Levet family. In 1404, Nicholas Le Blunt, who had been deeply engaged in the conspiracy to restore Richard II to his throne, changed his name to Croke, on his return to England, in order to avoid the revenge of Henry IV. The Crokes afterwards became a legal family, and seated themselves at Chilton in Buckinghamshire. The Priory of Studley was purchased from Henry VIII by John Croke, in 1539. Younger branches. Blunt of Sodington, in the county of Worcester, and of Maulay Hall in Shropshire, descended from William, second son of Sir Robert Le Blunt, who died in 1288, and the heiress of Odinsels. The Blounts of Maple Durham in this county, and the extinct Lords Mountjoy, are of a still junior line to the House of Sodington. The other extinct branches are too numerous to mention. See Croke's Genealogy of the Croke Family, 4-2. 1823, and The Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. For a memoir of Sir Walter Blunt, who fell at the Battle of Shrewsbury together with Sir Hugh Shirley and 2 other knights in the royal coat armour of Henry IV. Semblably furnished like the king himself. Arms. For Blunt. Berry nebulae of 6 or and sable. For Croke, gules, a fess between 6 martlets argent. The more ancient coat was, lozengey or and sable, which was borne by William Le Blunt in the reign of Henry III. Sir William Le Blunt of Warwickshire, so called because he held under the Earl of Warwick, bore the present nebulae coat in the reign of Edward II. Sir Thomas Le Blunt at the same period the fess between 3 martlets, now called the coat of Croke. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, George Croke, Esq. Ashurst of Waterstock. A Lancashire family of good antiquity, and until the middle of the last century lords of Ashurst in that county, where they appear to have been seated not long after the conquest. In the reign of James II, the eldest son of a younger brother was created a baronet of Waterstock in this county. His daughter and eventual heiress married Sir Richard Allen, baronet, whose daughter, marrying Mr. Ashurst of Ashurst, great-grandfather of the present representative of the family, brought the estate of Waterstock into the elder line of the Ashursts. See Burke's extinct and dormant baronetage, and his landed gentry. Arms. Gules, a cross between 4 fleurs de lis argent. The baronet family bore the crossing railed or, and but 1 fleur de lis of the same. Present representative, John Henry Ashurst, Esq. Annesley of Bletchington, Viscount Valentia in Ireland 1621. Ralph, surnamed Brito de Annesley, living in the 2nd year of Henry II. 1156, is assumed to have been son of Richard, of Annesley, in the county of Nottingham, mentioned in the Domesday Survey. That estate continued in the Annesleys till the death of John de Annesley, Esq. In 1437, when it went by an heiress to the Chaworths. The family then removed to Rodington in the same county, and afterwards to Newport Pagnell in Buckinghamshire. But Ireland was the scene of the prosperity of the family, early in the 17th century, which may be said to have been refounded by Sir Francis Annesley, Secretary of State in 1616. Hence the Viscountcy of Valentia, which afterwards merged in the Earldom of Anglesey in England, adjudged by the English House of Lords to be extinct in 1761. But by the same evidence the Viscountcy of Valentia was allowed to the grandson of the last Earl of Anglesey, whom the English House of Lords found to be illegitimate. He was created Earl of Mount Norris in Ireland in 1793, and on the decease of the last Earl in 1844, the Irish Viscountcy in the representation of the family descended to Arthur Annesley of Bletchington, Esq. Descended from the second marriage of the first Viscount Valentia. Younger branches. 1. Annesley of Clifford Chambers, Company Gloucester. 2. The Earl of Annesley in Ireland, 1789. C. Baker's Northamptonshire, I. 502, Thornton's Nottinghamshire. Archdall's Lodge, 4. 99, and the Tyndall Genealogy, privately printed, folio, 1843. Arms. Polly of 6 argent and azure, a bend gules. Monsieur de Annesley bore, Polly of 6 argent and gules, a bend very argent and sable, in the reign of Edward III. The present coat was borne by John de Annesley in the reign of Richard II. Rolls. Present representative, Arthur Annesley, 11th Viscount Valentia. Villiers of Middleton Stony, Earl of Jersey 1697. The family of Villers or Villiers is ancient in Leicestershire, Alexander de Villiers being Lord of Brokesby in that county early in the 13th century. The present coat of arms is said to have been assumed in the reign of Edward I. As a badge of Sir Richard de Villiers' services in the Crusades. Villiers of Brokesby occurs among the gentlemen of Leicestershire, that be there most of reputation, in the itinerary of Leland the Antiquary in the reign of Henry VIII. But the great rise of the family was in the reign of James I, when the favourite Sir George Villiers became Duke of Buckingham in 1623, extinct 1687. The Earls of Jersey are sprung from the second but elder brother of the first Duke. Their connection with Oxfordshire appears not to have been before the middle of the last century. Brokesby was sold by Sir William Villiers, who died s. Younger branch. The Earl of Clarendon, 1776, descended from the second son of the second Earl of Jersey. Extinct branch. The Earl of Grandison in Ireland, 1721, extinct 1766. Descended from the elder brother of Sir Edward Villiers, who died 1689, ancestor of the Earl of Jersey. See Leland's Itinerary, I, folios 23 and 6. Folios 65, Nichols's Leicestershire, 3. Pti. And Bridges's Collins, 3. 762. Arms. Argent, on a cross gules 5 escallops or. The ancient arms founded on those of the Belmonts Earls of Leicester were sable, 3 cinquefoils argent. Present representative, Victor Albert George Villiers, 7th Earl of Jersey. Gentle. Coker of Bicester. The younger, but I believe now the only remaining, line of a family formerly seated at Coker in the county of Somerset, where it can be traced to the time of Edward I. Maputter in Dorsetshire, derived from the heiress of Veal in the reign of Henry V, became afterwards the family seat. In 1554, John Coker, who appears to have been second son of Thomas Coker, of Maputter, purchased the manor of Nuns Place or King's End in Bicester, which has since remained the residence of this ancient family. See Coker's Survey of Dorsetshire. Hutchins's History of Dorsetshire, Volume 3. Kennett's Parochial Antiquities, 1st, ed. And Burke's Commoners, 2nd edition Volume 3. Arms. Argent, on a bend gules 3 leopards' heads or. The Maputter line bore the arms within a bordering railed sable, but the elder branch of the family, who are represented by the Seymours Dukes of Somerset, omitted the border. Present representative, Lewis Coker, Esq. Parker of Sherborne Castle, Earl of Macclesfield 1721, Baron Parker. 1716. By the decease of the late Thomas Haw Parker, Esq. Of Park Hall, in the county of Stafford, the representation of the family has devolved upon the Earl of Macclesfield, who represents the junior line. The Parkers were established at Park Hall, in the parish of Caverswall, in the 17th century, having been previously seated at Parwich, and before that at Norton Lees, in the county of Derby. The first recorded ancestor, Thomas Parker, was of Bulwell, in Nottinghamshire, in the reign of Richard II. He married the heiress of Gotham, and from hence, says Lysons, the seat of Norton Lees. See Lysons's Derbyshire, p. xviii. Bridges's Collins, 4, 190, and Ward's Stoke-upon-Trent. Arms. Gules, a chevron between 3 leopards' heads or. Present representative, Thomas Augustus Wolstenholme Parker, 6th Earl of Macclesfield. Rutlandshire. Knightley. Wingfield of Tickencote. The Wingfields of Wingfield and Letheringham, both in Suffolk, a distinguished family of the 14th and 15th centuries, are traced nearly to the Conquest. Though they do not appear to have been lords of the manor or castle of Wingfield before the reign of Edward II. The elder branch of this family is represented by the Viscount Powiscourt in Ireland, descended from Louis IX, son of Sir John Wingfield of Letheringham. The present family is sprung from Henry, a younger brother of this Sir John, who died in 1481. Tickencote was acquired by marriage in the reign of Elizabeth with the heiress of Gresham. Younger branch. Wingfield of Onslow in Shropshire, according to the Visitation of that county, descended from Anthony Wingfield of Glossop, Company Derby, younger son of Sir Robert Wingfield of Letheringham, who died in 1431. See the elaborate dissertation on the House of Wingfield in the 2nd volume of Anstis's Register of the Order of the Garter. See also Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire, pages 147, 150. Camden's Visitation of the County of Huntingdon, 1613, printed by the Camden Society. And Blore's Rutlandshire, F.O. 1811, 4 full pedigrees of the different branches formerly seated at Crowfield and Dunamagna, Company Norfolk. Kimbolton Castle, Company Huntingdon, Letheringham and Brantham, Company Suffolk, and Upton, Company Northampton. -70. For Viscount Powiscourt, see Archdall's Lodge, v. 255. Arms. Argent, on a bend gules coatest sable 3 pair of wings conjoined of the field. In the reign of Richard II. Monsieur William Wingfeld bore, gules, 2 wings conjoined in lure argent. Roll. Present representative, John Muxlow Wingfield, Esq. Shropshire. Knightley. Corbett of Moreton Corbett, Baronet 1808. Preeminent among the ancient aristocracy of Shropshire is the House of Corbett, descended from Roger, son of Corbett, so called in the Domesday Survey. In the 12th century the Corbetts divided into 2 branches, the elder was seated at Wattlesborough, the younger at Cowes Castle. In the time of Henry III. The former became of Moreton Corbett, derived from the heiress of the Anglo-Saxon family of Torret, but the Cowes Castle line was by far the most eminent, and became barons of the realm. In the reign of Richard II. Several of the most ancient of the Corbett estates were lost by an heiress, and this happened again in 1583, when the lands brought into the family by the heiress of Hopton went by marriage to the Wallops and Careys. Moreton Corbett remained till 1688, when it also descended to the sister of Sir Vincent Corbett, but the male line was still preserved by the Corbetts of Shrewsbury, and the ancient estate of Moreton Corbett repurchased about 1743. Younger branch. Corbett of Elsham, Company Lincoln, and of Darnhall, Company Chester, descended from Robert II, son of Sir Vincent Corbett, of Moreton Corbett, who died in 1622. Extinct branches. 1. Corbett of Stoke and Adderley in this county, Baronet 1627, sprung from Reginald III, son of Sir Robert Corbett of Moreton Corbett, extinct 1780. 2. Corbett of Hadley in this county, descended from the second marriage of Sir Roger Corbett of Wattlesborough, who died temp. King John. The heiress married John Greville, in the 7th Henry V. 3. Corbett of Longnor in this county, and of Leighton, co. Montgomery, Baronet 1642, descended also from John III, son of Peter Corbett, Baron of Cowes, and Alice Orreby, extinct 1814. 4. Corbett of Sundorne, former Lay of Lee in this county, descended from John III, son of Peter Corbett, Baron of Cowes, and of Alice his wife, daughter of Sir Fulk de Orreby, extinct 1859. C. Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire, Fall. Shrewsbury, 1831, pages 37, 63, 65, 230, and, corrected by the Mrs. of the late Mr. Joseph Morris of Shrewsbury. See also Aiton's Antiquities of Shropshire, Volume 7. And Gent. Mag. for 1809, pages 599, 903. Arms. Or, a raven proper. The present coat, or, uncorbin de sable, was borne by Sir Peter Corbett in the reign of Edward II, but Thomas Corbett, in that of Henry III. Boar, or, two corbeaux sable, which, with the addition of a boyering railed sable, is the coat of the Corbetts of Sundorne. Or, three ravens in pale proper, was borne by Corbett of Hadley, and was so borne by Sir Thomas Corbett in the reign of Edward II. Rolls. Present representative, Sir Vincent Rowland Corbett, 3rd Baronet. In future quoted as, Morris Mrs. Leighton of Loughton, Baronet 1692-3. The Leightons are stated to have been seated at Leighton in this county prior to the conquest. Domesday has, Reynold, Vice-Com, 10 Lest 1, Louis Tenuit Temp. Reg EDW. Hence there can be no doubt the name Lest 1, i.e. Louistown, now Leighton, was derived. Certain it is that the direct ancestors of the family of Leighton were resident there at the very commencement of the 12th century. From Reynold the Sheriff, who was the superior lord of Leighton when Domesday was compiled, that in all his other manors passed in marriage with his daughter to Alan, the ancestor of the Fitzalan family. And in the Liber Niger, under the year 1167, Richard son of Teal, Tihel, is stated to hold Leighton under William Fitzalan by the service of one knight. This Richard was the undoubted ancestor of this ancient family. Leighton is now severed from the inheritance of the male line of the Leightons, belonging to Robert Gardner, Esq., whose wife was the heiress of the Kinnersleys, descended in the female line from the second marriage of Sir Thomas Leighton, knighted in 1513. Church Stretton, acquired by the heiress of Cambray in the 15th century, was for 4 generations the family seat. Loughton, an ancient Corbett estate, was acquired by marriage with a coheiress of Burgh, by John Leighton, Sheriff of Shropshire in 1468. See Aiton's Shropshire, 7. Wotton's Baronetage, 4. 38, Blakeway, pages 74, 75, 80, 91. Stemata Botviliana, 1858, and Morris MSS. Arms. Quarterly per fess indented or and gules. In 1315, Sir Richard de Leighton bore the present coat differenced by a bendlet, as appears by his seal attached to a deed still preserved at Loughton. The same arms are on his monument, formerly in Buildwas Abbey, and now in Leighton Church. Present representative, Sir Baldwin Leighton, 7th Baronet, late MP for South Salop. Sanford of Sanford. A family of acknowledged antiquity, whose ancestor Richard de Sanford was certainly seated at Sanford soon after the conquest, and which has ever since remained their principal seat. It is in the parish of Pries, and is mentioned by Leland in his itinerary. The herald of the 18th century, and the late excellent Bishop of Edinburgh, were both of this family. Younger branch. Sandford of the Isle House near Shrewsbury, parted from the parent stem in the 15th century, and who also by marriage represent the ancient Shropshire families of Sprenghose and Winsbury. See Aiton's Shropshire, 9. And Blakeway, pp. 54, 190, 222. Arms. Quarterly per fess indented azure and ermine. The Sandfords of the Isle bear, party per chevron sable and ermine, in chief 2 boars' heads cooped close or. Present representative, Thomas Hughes Sandford, Esq. Canaston of Hardwick, Baronet 1818. The Canastons are lineal descendants of the ancient British princes of Powys, sprung from Griffith, son of Ireworth Gotch, who took refuge in this county, where, as it is stated in the Testa de Neville, King Henry II gave him the manors of Roten and Ellardine, in the parish of High Achall, and Sutton and Brockton in the parish of Sutton, to be held in capite by the service of being Latimer, i.e. interpreter, between the English and Welsh. He married Matilda, younger sister and co-heir of Ralph Lestrange, and in her right became possessed of the manor of Kinnerly and other estates in Shropshire. Maddock, the eldest son of Griffith, seated himself at Sutton, from him called to this day, Sutton Maddock. Griffith Viken, the younger son, had Kinnerly, a portion of his mother's inheritance, and in that manner he resided at Trajanvarth, Anglesey Kinvarth's town, usually written and spoken as Canaston, and hence the name of the family. Griffith or Griffin de Kyneveston, son of Griffith Viken, was witness to a grant of land to the Abbey of Hagmond in 1313. His lineal descendant Roger Canaston fought at Blore Heath in 1459, and Lord Audley the Lancastrian general is supposed to have fallen by his hand. Hence the 2nd quarter in the arms, and for this and other services he received the honour of knighthood. The Canastons, from the place so called, went to Hordley, and latterly in the 17th century removed to Hardwick. The Canastons of Oatley, extinct early in the 18th century, were an elder branch. They acquired Oatley by the marriage of an heiress of that ancient house in the reign of Henry VII. And were descended from John, elder brother of Sir Roger Canaston before mentioned. See Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Quarterly, 1 and 4, argent, a lion rampant sable, 2 and 3, ermine, a chevron gules. Sir John de Kynestone in the reign of Edward II. Boar, sable, a lion rampant quive for she or. Roll. Present representative, Sir John Roger Canaston, 3rd Baronet. Cornwall of Delberry. This is the only remaining branch of the once powerful family of Cornwall, for so many ages barons of Burford, though without a summons to Parliament, descended from Richard, natural son of Richard Earl of Cornwall, King of the Romans, and 2nd son of John King of England, an illegitimacy however which was denied at the herald's visitation of this county in 1623, by Sir Thomas Cornwall, of Burford, who stated that the said Richard was the legitimate son of Richard Plantagenet, Earl of Cornwall, by Sanchia of Provence, his 2nd wife. The barony of Burford came into the Cornwall family before he 9th of Edward II. With the coheiress of Mortimer, and continued with the descendants till the death of Francis, Baron of Burford, in 1726. The present family is sprung from a younger line, seated at Barrington in the county of Hereford, in the 15th century, and which estate was sold in the 18th. Delberry was purchased by and became the seat of Frederick Cornwall, Esq. who died in 1788, and was father of the late Bishop of Worcester. See Blakeway, pages 72, 83, 92, and Morris MSS. Arms. Ermine, a lion rampant gules crowned or within a boyer enrailed sable bezantee. Geoffrey de Cornwall and Simon de Cornwall bore, argent, a lion rampant gules crowned or, with a baston sable, the first charged with 3 mullets or, the second with 3 bezants. Roll of the reign of Edward III. The present coat was borne by Monsieur Brian Cornwall, in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, Herbert Cornwall, Esq. Lingen, called Burton, of Longnor. The first recorded ancestor of this loyal family is Ralph de Wigmore, Lord of Lingen, in the county of Hereford, founder of the Priory of Lingbroke. His son and grandson John took the name of Lingen. The latter is recorded in the Testa de Neville as holding various estates in Herefordshire, of the old feoffment, that is, by descent from the time of King Henry I. His lineal descendant, Sir John Lingen, of Lingen and Sutton, in the county of Hereford, having married in the reign of Edward IV. The daughter and coheiress of Sir John Berg, succeeded to considerable estates in Shropshire, and to the manor of Radbrook, in the county of Gloucester, until recently the inheritance of his descendants. Longnor, the ancient seat of the Burtons, came into the family in 1722, by the marriage of Thomas Lingen, Esq. of Radbrook, with Anne, only daughter of Robert Burton, Esq. and sister and heir of Thomas Burton, of Longnor, Esq. Their son assumed the name of Burton by Act of Parliament in 1748. From Morris MSS. Arms. Berry of 6 or an azure, on a bend gules 3 roses argent. Present representative, Robert Burton, Esq. Harley of Down Rossall. The origin of this knightly family has been recently explored by Mr. Ayton in his Antiquities of Shropshire, and from that valuable authority it appears that Edward and Hernulf, living in the first half of the 12th century, were lords of Harley, and the ancestors of the race who were afterwards denominated therefrom. Sixth in descent from William de Harley living in 1231 was Sir Robert de Harley, who having married the coheiress of Brampton Bryan, in the county of Hereford, that place became the residence of his descendants, sprung from Sir Brian his second son. The Shropshire estates went to the elder son, and passed through heiresses first to the Pashalls, and thence to the Lakins. Fifth in descent from Sir Brian de Harley was John Harley, Esq. Who signalized himself at Flodden Field in 1513. His eldest son was ancestor of the Earls of Oxford, 1711, extinct 1853. The present family, who now represent this ancient lineage, are descended from William III, son of the above-mentioned John. He died in 1600, having seated himself at Beckjay, in this county. The family afterwards became citizens of Shrewsbury, and acquired Down Rossall, the present seat, in 1852. See Ayton's Antiquities of Shropshire, Volume 6. Collins's Noble Families. Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. And Morris MSS. Arms. Or, a bend coatis sable, and which was borne by Sir Richard de Harley in the reign of Edward II. Roll. Present representative, John Harley, Esq. Tyrwhitt, of Stanley Hall, Baronet 1808. This is a younger branch of an ancient Lincolnshire family, according to Wotton, to be traced to Sir Hercules Tyrwhitt, living in the 10th of Henry I. And raised to eminence by Sir Robert Tyrwhitt, Justice of the Common Pleas and King's Bench in the reign of Henry IV. He was seated at Kettleby, in that county, which remained the residence of the elder branch, created baronets in 1611, until its extinction in 1673. A younger son was of Scotter, in the same county, the ancestor of the present family, of whom John, 5th son of the Rev. Robert Tyrwhitt, married a descendant of the Joneses of Shrewsbury, and by her acquired the Stanley Hall estate, and took the name of Jones, but the present baronet has since resumed the ancient name of Tyrwhitt. See Blakeway. Wotton's Baronetage, I. 178, Camden's Remains. Baker's Northamptonshire, 115 and Notices and Remains of the Family of Tyrwhitt, and Printed not published 8 vo, and by R. P. Tyrwhitt, Esq. Of the Middle Temple, eldest son of Richard Tyrwhitt, late of Nanter Hall in Denbighshire, Esq. Younger brother of the first baronet. Arms. Gules, 3 Tyrwhitts or. Present representative, Sir Henry Thomas Tyrwhitt, 3rd baronet. Gentle. Gataker of Gataker. A family of great antiquity, and which is said to have been established at Gataker by a grant from Edward the Confessor. The pedigree, however, is not traced beyond the reign of Henry III. Although very ancient, this family does not appear to have been distinguished except by the fair maid of Gataker, see Blakeway, and by the eminent divine of this house noticed in Fuller's Worthies. And who was the ancestor of the Gatakers of Mildenhall, in Suffolk? See Leland's Itinerary, v. Ayton's Antiquities of Shropshire, Volume 3. And Morris MSS. Arms. Quarterly gules and ermine, on the second and third quarters 3 piles of the first, on a fess azure 5 bezants. This coat, a remarkable exception to the simple heraldry of the period, is supposed to have been granted to Humphrey Gataker, Esquire of the Body to King Henry VI. The following coat, ascribed to this family, was about the end of the 17th century in the church of Claverley in this county, quarterly, first and fourth ermine, a chief indented gules. Second and third gules, over all on a fess azure 3 bezants. Ayton's Shropshire, 3. Present representative, Edward Lloyd Gataker, Esq. Ayton of Ayton. This family can also lay claim to great antiquity, being certainly resident at Ayton on the Wealdmoors as early as the reigns of Henry I and II. They were in some way connected with the Pantulfs, barons of Wem, who were lords of Ayton at the period of the Domesday Survey, and, in consequence of this connection, not only quartered their arms, but were among the very few Shropshire gentry who were not dispossessed after the rebellion of the 3rd Norman Earl of Shrewsbury, in the time of Henry I. Robert de Ayton stands at the head of the pedigree. See Blakeway, pages 56, 70, 71, Ayton's Shropshire, 8. And Morris MSS. Arms. Quarterly, first and fourth, or, a fret azure, second and third, gules 2 bars ermine. Present representative, Thomas Campbell Ayton, Esq. Plowden of Plowden. When the ancestors of this family were first seated at Plowden is a matter of doubt, but it was at a very early period. In 1194 Roger de Plowden is said to have been at the siege of Acre with Richard I, and there to have acquired the fleurs de lis in the arms. The name occurs upon all the county records from the reign of Henry III. Edmund Plowden the lawyer, in the 16th century, was the great luminary of this family. See Baker's Northamptonshire, I. 470, Blakeway, pages 132, 222, and Morris MSS. Arms. Azure, a fess dansatee, the 2 upper points terminating in fleurs de lis or. Present representative, William Henry Francis Plowden, Esq. Acton of Aldenham, Baronet 1643-4. Engelard de Acton, of Acton Pigott and Acton Burnell, was admitted on the roll of Guild Merchants of Shrewsbury in 1209. His descendant Edward de Acton, of Aldenham, married the coheiress of Lestrange, living in 1387, and with her acquired an estate in Longnor, in this county. The baronetcy was the reward of loyalty in the beginning of the Great Rebellion. General Acton, Prime Minister to the King of Naples for 29 years, commencing in 1778, was a distinguished member of this family. See Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 398, Blakeway, pages 54, 174. Arms. Gules, crucilli or, 2 lions passant in pale argent. This coat is evidently founded on that of Lestrange. Present representative, Sir John Emmerich Edward Dahlberg Acton, 8th Baronet. Whitmore of Apley. This is a younger branch of an ancient family formerly seated at Whittemere or Whitmore, in the parish of Claverley, where it is traced to the reign of Henry III. The Apley branch made a large fortune by mercantile transactions in London in the reign of Elizabeth, and purchased that estate in 1572, from Sir Thomas Lucy, Knight. The Whitmores have represented Bridgenorth in Parliament constantly since the reign of Charles II. Blakeway observes that this family does not appear to have had any connection with the Whitmores of Cheshire, though the heralds have given them similar arms, with a crest allusive to the springing of a young shoot out of an old stock. Younger branches. Whitmore of Dudmaston, in this county, and Whitmore Jones, of Chastleton, in the county of Oxford. See Blakeway. And Notes on the Whitmore family, in Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, v. Arms. Vert, Freddie Orr. Present representative, Thomas Charlton Whitmore, Esq. Walcott of Bitterley. The name is derived from Walcott in the parish of Lidbury, which was held under the Bishop of Hereford by Roger de Walcott in 1255. He was the ancestor of the present family. Sixth in descent from Roger de Walcott was John Walcott, of whom the pedigree relates, that playing at chess with King Henry V. He gave him the checkmate with the rook, whereupon the king changed his coat of arms, which was the cross with fleurs de lis, and gave him the rook for a remembrance. Walcott was sold in the year 1764, and Bitterley, which had belonged to the family in 1660, became the seat of the Walcotts, descended from Humphrey Walcott, who died in 1616, and who was the eldest son of John Walcott of Walcott. He had livery of the manor of Walcott in 1611, on the extinction, says Blakeway, I suppose of the elder line. See Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 chessrooks ermine. The former coat, argent, on a cross pat once azure 5 fleurs de lis or, was ascribed to John de Walcote in the roll of the reign of Richard II. Present representative, the Reverend Charles Walcott. Baldwin, called Child, of Kinlet. This ancient family, which has been supposed to be of Norman origin, was early seated at Diddlebury, or Delbury, in Corvedale, which appears to have come from the heiress of Wigley. Roger Baldwin of Diddlebury died anno 1398, and was the ancestor of the family. Diddlebury was sold to the Cornwalls of Barrington in the last century, when the Baldwins removed to Aqualate in Staffordshire. Kinlet was the inheritance of the Childs, whose coheiress married Charles Baldwin, esq. The Childs derived it from the Lakins, and the Lakins by inheritance from the Blounts of Kinlet. See Blakeway. Arms. Argent, a salter sable. Present representative, Walter Lakin Child, esq. DOD of Cloverley. A branch of the Dodds of Edge in Cheshire, now extinct in the male line, and one of the oldest families in England, which can be traced in a direct line, undoubtedly of Saxon, if not of British descent, which, says Blakeway, is in the highest degree probable. The following is Ormerod's account of the origin of this family. About the time of Henry II, Hova, son of Cadwend, married the daughter and heiress of the Lord of Edge, with whom he had the 4th of that manor. It is probable that the Lord of Edge was son of Edwin, who before the conquest was sole proprietor of 8 manors. We may call him a Saxon thane. It appears by Doomsday that was the Saxon lord of 16 manors, from all of which he was ejected. We may presume he was identical with Cadwand. A descent in the male line, adds Ormerod, from a Saxon noticed in Doomsday would be unique in this county, Cheshire. The Dodds of Clovelly descend from Hugo, living in the 14th of Henry IV, who married the coheiress of Roger de Clovelly. He was the son of John Dod of Farndon, who was son of Roger Dod of Edge, living in the reign of Edward III, which John Dod had also acquired property in Shropshire, by marriage with the coheiress of Warden of Itfield. See Ormerod's Cheshire, 2. 374, and Blakeway. Arms. Argent, a fess gules between 2 codices wavy sable. The Dodds of Edge bore 3 crescents or, on the fess, by which one would imagine they were the younger rather than the elder line of the family, and the present owner of Cloverley possesses deeds which appear to prove that this was the fact. Present representative, John Whitehall Dod, esq. late MP for North Shropshire. Oakley of Oakley. An ancient family, descended from Philip, who in the reign of Henry III was Lord of Oakley in the parish of Bishop's Castle, from whence he assumed his name, and which has ever since been the inheritance of his descendants. Younger branch. Sir Charles Oakley, Baronet 1790. See Blakeway, pages 132, 173, and Morris MSS. Arms. Argent, on a fess between 3 crescents gules as many fleurs de lis or. These arms are, with those of the Plowdens and other families of the vicinity, allusive to the services of ancestors who fought under the banners of the great suzerains of their district, the Fitzalans, in the Crusades and the battlefields of France. Present representative, the Reverend Arthur Oakley. Hill of Hawkstone, Viscount Hill 1842, Baronet 1726-7. The first in the pedigree is Hugh de la Hull, who held the estate of Hull, that is, Court of Hill, in the parish of Burford, in this county, as the 11th part of a knight's fee, of the barony of Stuteville, in the reigns of Richard I. And John, as appears by the Testa de Neville. The family afterwards removed into the north of the county, by marriages with the coheiresses of Lenkslow, Buntingsdale, Stike, and Warren. The castle still borne in the Coat of Hill is found on the seal of William Hill in the reign of Richard II. Court of Hill, the original seat of the Hills, was bequeathed in the reign of Queen Elizabeth to the second son of the eldest branch of the family, in whose line it continued till carried by an heiress to the family of the present proprietor. Hawkstone, the present seat, was settled upon Humphrey Hill in 1560. The great ornament of this family, and indeed he may be called the founder of its modern consequence, was Richard Hill, envoy extraordinary to the Italian states in the very beginning of the 18th century. See Blakeway, pages 142, 179. And Morris MSS. Arms. Ermine, on a fess sable a castle argent. Present representative, Rowland Hill, 2nd Viscount Hill. Forester of Wiley, Baron Forester 1821. This family is clearly descended from Robert de Wollant, Wellington, alias Forester, who is named in the Testa de Neville as holding his estate by the sergeantry of keeping the royal hay of Wellington in the forest of the Wrekin. And there is every probability that he was the descendant of Ulger the Forester, chief forester of all the king's forests in Shropshire in the time of Stephen. C. Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Quarterly per fess dancity argent and sable, on the first and fourth quarters a bugle horn of the last, garnished or. Present representative, John George Weld Forester, 2nd Baron Forester. Edwards, of Harnage Grange in Shrewsbury, Baronet 1645. Idden, son of Rhys Sayes, a powerful British chieftain in the Shropshire marches at the period of the Norman Conquest, is the ancestor of the family of Edwards. His descendants were seated at Kilhendra, in the parish of Ellesmere, in the reign of Henry I, an estate which continued in the family in the time of Queen Elizabeth. The eminent services of Sir Thomas Edwards of Shrewsbury to King Charles I were rewarded by the grant of a baronetcy in 1645. The patent, however, was not taken out till the year 1678, with a right of precedency before all baronets created after 1644. The distinguished Major Herbert Edwards, C.B., one of Her Majesty's commissioners for settling the affairs of the Punjab, is of this family. See Blakeway, pages 107, 121, Blakeway and Owens Shrewsbury, 2. 259, and Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 415, and Morris MSS. Arms. Gules, a chevron enrailed between three heraldic tigers' heads erased argent. Present representative, Sir Henry Hope Edwards, 10th Baronet. Betton, called Bright, of Totterton Hall. Walter de Betton had a freehold estate at Betton Strange, near Shrewsbury, in the reign of Edward I. William Betton, fourth in descent from Walter, was seated at Great Berwick prior to the reign of Henry IV. And at his house the renowned Hotspur lay during the night preceding the Battle of Shrewsbury. The estate and mansion of Great Berwick continued with their lineal descendants until sold in 1831, by Richard Betton, Esq., whose uncle having succeeded to the estates of John Bright, Esq. Assumed that name, and was father of the present proprietor of Totterton Hall. From the Morris MSS. Arms. Argent, 2 pales sable, each charged with 3 crosslets fichy or. Present representative, the Reverend John Bright. Clive, called Herbert, of Styke, Earl of Powys 1804, Baron Clive in the Peerage of Ireland 1762. Although this family owe their elevation to the military genius of the great Lord Clive, to whom the English nation is so much indebted for its glory and power in the East. Yet the Clives have undoubted claims to antiquity both in Shropshire and Cheshire, in which latter county, in the hundred of Northwich, is Clive, from whence their ancestor Warren assumed his name in the time of Henry III. About the reign of Edward II. The family removed to Huxley, also in Cheshire, Henry de Clive having married the coheiress, and again in the reign of Henry VI. On the marriage of James Clive with the heiress of Styke, they settled in Shropshire at that place, which is in the parish of Moretonse, and has remained uninterruptedly in the Clive family. The earldom of Powys is the result of the match with the heiress of Herbert, of Powys Castle, in 1784. See Ormerit's Cheshire, 2. 435, 3. 115, Blakeway. Bridges' Collins, v. 543, and Morris MSS. Arms. Argent, on a fess sable 3 mullets or. In the 4th year of Edward VI, 3 wolf's heads erased sable were added to the field of the original coat. See Archdall's Lodge, 7. 80. Present representative, Edward James Herbert, 3rd Earl of Powys. Lawley of Spoonbill, Baron Wenlock 1839, Baronet 1641. This family is descended from Thomas Lawley, cousin and next heir to John Lord Wenlock, K.G. in the reign of Edward IV, who was slain at the Battle of Tewkesbury. The Lawleys were described as of Wenlock in the reign of Henry VI, and until that of Henry VIII, when Richard Lawley, Esq. ancestor of Lord Wenlock, was written of Spoonhill. See Blakeway. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 261, and Morris MSS. Arms. Argent, a cross for me, checky or and sable. Present representative, Bilby Richard Lawley Thompson, 2nd Baron Wenlock. Pigot of Edgemond. The Pigots were formerly seated at Chetwynd in this county, which they inherited from the Coeris of Peshall in the 14th century. The family came originally from Cheshire. William Pigot of Butt lay in the parish of Prestbury in that county, who died in 1376, was grandfather of Richard Pigot of Butley, who married the heiress of Peshall. Chetwynd was sold about 1776, and the rectory of Edgemond purchased by Thomas Pigot, Esq., in the reign of James I. See Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Ermine, 3 fusils in fess sable. The coat formerly borne by this family, founded on the arms of Chetwynd, was azure, a chevron between 3 mullets or, on a chief ermine 3 fusils sable. Present representative, the Reverend John Dryden Pigot. Thorns of Wintedman Hall. The name is local, from Thorns in the parish of Shenstone, in the county of Stafford, where Robert, son of Roger de la Thorns, was resident early in the 14th century. He was elected burgess for Shrewsbury in 1357, a position subsequently filled by several of his descendants. The family also became seated at Shelvock in this county at an early period. Thomas Thorns of that place erected a mansion on the old family estate at Thorns in the reign of Edward IV, which estate was sold by his descendant Roger Thorns in 1507. Shelvock continued in the family until the extinction of the eldest branch of it in 1678. The present family descend from Nicholas Thorns of Melverley, great-uncle of Richard Thorns, who was sheriff of this county in 1610. See Sanders' History of Shenstone. Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Sable, a lion rampant guardant argent. Present representative, Thomas William Thorns, Esq. Harrys of Cruckton. The ancestor of this family was of Cruckton in the parish of Ponsbury in 1463. It has been supposed that the Harrys are of the old race of Fitzhenry, mentioned in ancient deeds of this county, and who were seated at Little Sutton prior to the reign of Edward III. See Blakeway. And Morris MSS. Arms. Ermine, 3 bars azure, over all 3 annulets or. Present representative, Francis Harrys, Esq. Salwey of Moor Park. About the reign of Henry III. William Salwey was Lord of Leecroft, a hamlet in the parish of Cannock in Staffordshire. Hence the family removed to Stanford in Worcestershire, of which John Salwey was owner in the 3rd of Henry IV. But this estate was carried by an heiress to Sir Francis Winnington in the reign of Charles II. Richard Salwey, younger brother of Edward Salwey of Stanford, was seated at Richard's Castle in the county of Hereford at the time of the Protectorate. His grandson Richard was of the Moor Park, where he died in 1759, and was succeeded by his great-nephew, whose grandson is the present representative of this ancient family. See Erdswick, Staffordshire, edition 1844. Nash's Worcestershire, 2. 369. And Morris MSS. Arms. Sable, a salter enrailed or. Present representative, John Salwey, Esq. Borough of Chetwynd. Lineally descended from Robert Borough, noticed by Leland in his itinerary, which Robert died in 1418, and was father of Robert surnamed de Stoke-Den, Lord of Erdborough in the county of Leicester. Chetwynd was purchased by Thomas Borough, Esq. In 1803, the family having been previously for many years resident at Derby. See Glover's History of the County of Derby, 8 vo. 1833, Volume 2. Who refers to the genealogy of the family in the College of Arms, for Norfolk. Nichols's Leicestershire, 2. 528, and Morris MSS. Arms. Gules, the stem and trunk of a tree eradicated, as also cooped, sprouting out 2 branches argent. In 1702 a frightful modern coat founded on the preceding, with the shield of Pallas dependent from an oak tree was granted by the College of Arms. Present Representative, John Charles Burton Borough, Esq. Somersetshire. Knightley. Paulet of Hinton St. George, Earl Paulet 1706, Baron 1627. Powlet, in the hundred of North Petherton in this county, gave name to this historical family, the first on record being Sir William de Powlet, who died in 1242. He was of Lee in Devonshire, which, with Road and Somersetshire, successively became the family seat. Hinton St. George, which came from the heiress of Denabod in the reign of Henry VI, is noticed by Leland as a right goodly manor place of Fre stone, with 2 goodly high tourres embattled in the inner court, and has ever since remained the seat of this the elder branch of the family. The Marquesses of Winchester, 1551, and the extinct Dukes of Bolton descend from William II, son of Sir John Powlet of Powlet, who died in 1378. They were of Basing in Hampshire, derived through the heiress of Poynings from the great house of St. John, in the reign of Henry VI. See Leland's Itinerary, 2. Folios 55, 6. Folios 11, Bridges's Collins, 2. 367, 4. 1. Collinson's History of Somersetshire, 2. For an account of Hinton St. George, the Topographer, Volume 1. Volume 2. Page 354. For Basing, Gent. Mag, 1787. Arms. Sable, 3 swords in pile, their points towards the base, argent, the pummels and hilts or gules, a pair of wings conjoined in lore argent, being the coat of his mother the heiress of Rainey, was born by Sir John Powlet in the 15th of Richard II. Present Representative, William Paulet, 6th Earl Paulet. Speak of Jordans. This is a younger branch of an ancient family descended from Richard Lewis Speck, who lived in the reign of Henry II. Wemworthy and Brampton, in the county of Devon, were the original seats, but in the time of Henry VI. Sir John Speke, having married an heiress of Beauchamp, became possessed of the manor of Whitelackington in this county, which for 11 generations continued the inheritance of his descendants in the male line. When an heiress carried it to the Norths, Earls of Guildford. Jordans, a hamlet in the manor of Ashill, also inherited from the Beauchamps, appears to be the only remnant of the former possessions of this venerable house. See Leland's Itinerary, 2. FF 51, 55, Topographer, I, 507. And Collinson's History of Somersetshire, I, pages 12, 66. Arms. Berry of 8 argent and azure, an eagle with 2 heads displayed gules. Present Representative, William Speke, Esq. Gentle. Trevelyan of Nettlecombe, Baronet 1661-2. The name sufficiently implies that this is a Cornish family, traced to Nicholas de Trevelyan living in the reign of Edward I, whose ancestors were of Trevelyan, in the parish of St. Vihap, near Foy, at a still earlier period. Nettlecombe was inherited from the heiress of Walesborough towards the end of the 15th century. The Trevelyans suffered for their loyalty during the usurpation, and were rewarded by the baronetcy on the Restoration. The estate of Wallington, in the county of Northumberland, came from the heiress of Calverley in the last century. Younger branch, Trevelyan of Netherwhitton in the county of Northumberland. See Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. Collinson's Somersetshire, 3. Gilbert's Cornwall, I, 564, Hodgson's History of Northumberland, Volume 1, pt 2. And Wotton's Baronetage, 3. Arms. Gules, a land horse argent, armed or, coming out of the sea party per fess wavy azure and of the second. This coat is traditionally derived from one of the family swimming on horseback from the rocks called Seven Stones to the Land's End, at the time of an inundation. The more ancient arms are said to have been a lion rampant holding a baton. Present representative, Sir Walter Calverley Trevelyan, 6th Baronet. Upton, called Smith, of Ashton Court, Baronet 1859. An ancient Cornish family, said to have been originally of Upton, in that county, or, according to Prince in his Worthies of Devon, named from Upton in the parish of Columpton in Devonshire, and fixed at Portlanch in the parish of Newton Ferrers. By a match with the heiress of Mohun, about the end of the 15th century. Here the elder branch was long seated, and became extinct in 1709. The present family descend from a younger brother, who settled at Lupton in Devonshire. His descendant was of Ingmire Hall in Westmoreland, derived from the heiress of Otway about the beginning of the 18th century. The present representative, succeeding to the estates of the Smiths of Ashton, assumed that name, and was created a baronet in 1859. Younger branches. Upton of Glidecourt in the county of Louth, descended from the third son of John Upton of Lupton, living in 1620, and Upton, Baron Templetown, descended from Henry II, son of Arthur Upton of Lupton. This Henry came into Ireland in 1598, a captain in the army under the Earl of Essex, and established himself in the county of Antrim. See Prince's Worthies of Devon, edition 1701. Westcott's Devonshire. And Archdall's Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, 7. Arms. Sable, a cross Malene argent. Present representative, Sir John Henry Greville Upton Smythe, Baronet. Southamptonshire. Knightley. Tichborne of Tichborne, Baronet 1620. Of the great antiquity of this family there is no doubt, they having been seated at their manor of Tichborne from the reign of Henry II, at which period Sir Roger de Tichborne, their first recorded ancestor, was lord of that manor. The immediate ancestors of the present family were of Aldershot, in this county, being descended from the second son of the first baronet. Henry Tichborne, grandson of the celebrated Sir Henry Tichborne, so distinguished during the Great Rebellion in Ireland, and who was fourth son of the first baronet, was raised to the peerage in Ireland as Baron Ferrad in 1715. He died, and the peerage became extinct, in 1728. See Wotton's Baronetage, I. 425, Collectanea Topographica et Genealogica, 7. And for a notice of Chidiock Tichborne, engaged in the Babington conspiracy in 1586, see Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature, First Series, Volume 3. Arms. Vere, a chief or, born by Sir John Tichborne in the 6th of Henry IV. Present representative, Sir Alfred Joseph, Doughty Tichborne, 11th Baronet. Oglander of Nunwell, Baronet 1665. Richard de Oaklandra, the patriarch of his family, is supposed to have been of Norman origin, and was Lord of Nunwell, in the Isle of Wight, the present seat, from the time of King John. 17th in direct male descent from Richard, was Sir John Oglander, knight, a great sufferer, both in person and fortune, for his zealous attachment to his sovereign King Charles I. He died before the Restoration, but his loyalty was recognized by the baronetcy conferred upon his son, a worthy successor to his father, by Charles II. In 1665. See Hutchins's History of Dorset, I. For an account of the family under Parnham, which came from the heiress of Strode, see also Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 492. Arms. Azure, a stork between three crosslets Fitchy or. Present representative, Sir Henry Oglander, 7th Baronet. Wallop of Wallop, Earl of Portsmouth 1743. The true and original name of this family is Barton, Peter de Barton, Lord of West Barton, in this county, having married Alice, only daughter and heiress of Sir Robert de Wallop, who died in the 11th year of Edward I. His great-grandson Richard assumed the name of Wallop, and was returned as one of the knights of the shire for the county of Southampton in the 2nd of Edward III. Over and Nether Wallop, so called, says Camden, from Wellhop, that is, a pretty well in the side of a hill, continued till the reign of Henry V. The principal seat, when Margaret de Valois brought into the family the manor of Farley, afterwards called Farley Wallop, which has since been the usual residence of the Wallops. of whom Sir John was greatly distinguished in the reign of Henry VII, and Sir Henry in Ireland in that of Elizabeth. Robert Wallop, grandson of Sir Henry, unfortunately taking part against his sovereign Charles I. And sitting as one of his judges, though he did not sign the fatal warrant, fell into universal contempt after the Restoration, and died in the Tower of London in 1667. He was great-grandfather of the first peer. C. Bridges's Collins, 4. Arms. Argent, a bend-wavy sable. This coat was borne by Monsieur John de Barton in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, Isaac Newton Wallop, 5th Earl of Portsmouth. Cope of Bramshill, Baronet 1611. The Copes appear in the character of civil servants of the Crown in the reign of Richard II. and Henry IV, and were rewarded with large grants of land in the counties of Northampton and Buckingham. Hardwicke and Hanwell, both in the neighbourhood of Banbury, were subsequently the family seats, and are noticed by Leland, who calls the latter a very pleasant and gallant house. Towards the end of the 17th century the family appear to have been established at Bramshill, traditionally said to have been built for Henry Prince of Wales, eldest son of King James I. See Wotton's Baronetage I. and Beasley's History of Banbury. Arms. Argent, on a chevron azure between 3 roses gules, slipped and leaved vert, as many fleurs de lis or. The original coat was, argent, a boar passant sable, which William Cope, coffer to Henry VII. abandoned for argent, 3 coffers sable, allusive to his office, but he afterwards had assigned to him the present arms alluding to the royal badges of the crown. Present representative, the Reverend Sir William Henry Cope, 12th Baronet. Staffordshire. Knightly. O'Keover of O'Keover. Ormus, at the period of the Norman Conquest, was Lord of O'Keover by grant of Nigel, Abbot of Burton. He is the direct ancestor of this venerable house, which has been ever since in possession of the ancient seat which gives name to the family, and which lies on the very edge of the county, near Ashbourne in Derbyshire. See Wood's Mrs. 8594, Volume 6, for a very curious and valuable cartulary of the O'Covers, and Dodsworth's Mrs. 5037, Volume 96, Folio 17, both in the Bodleian Library. See also Erdswick, Staffordshire, Harwood's edition 1844. Shaw's Staffordshire, Volume 1. And the Topographer, 2. Arms. Ermine, on a chief gules 3 bezants. This coat was borne by Monsieur Philip de Oker, in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, Houghton Charles O'Keover, Esq. Bagot of Bagot's Bromley. Baron Bagot 1780, Baronet 1627. A most ancient family, also coeval with the Conquest, descended from Bagod, who at the time of the compilation of Domesday Book held Bromley of Robert de Stadford or Stafford. In the reign of Richard I. The male line of the Staffords failing, Millicent Stafford married Henry Bagot of this family, and their issue, assuming their mother's name, were progenitors of the illustrious House of Stafford, Dukes of Buckingham. Blithfield in this county, which came from an heiress of that name, has been the seat of the Bagots from the 13th century. Younger branches. Chester of Chicheley Hall, Company Bucks, and Bagot of Pipe Hayes, Co. Warwick, descended from the second and third sons of Sir Walter W. Bagot, father of the first Lord Bagot. See Bagot Memorials, privately printed, 4-2. 1824, Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 47, and Erdswick. Arms. Ermine, 2 chevrons azure. A former coat was, argent, a chevron gules between 3 martlet sable, which was used from the reign of Edward III. to that of Henry VIII. Rolls. The present coat is of still greater antiquity. Present representative, William Bagot, 3rd Baron Bagot. Gifford of Chillington. A noble Norman family, which is traced to the Conquest and of which there were in Leland's time 4 notable houses, remaining in England, in the counties of Devon, Southampton, Stafford, and Buckingham. All with the exception of the third have been long extinct. The Giffords have been seated in Staffordshire since the reign of Henry II. When Peter Gifford, by the gift of Peter Corbisson, became lord of the manor of Chillington, ever since their principal residence. He is called in the deed of gift, Nepos uxoris me. This family had the honor to be concerned in the preservation of King Charles II. After the Battle of Worcester. See Erdswick. Corrected from Huntbach as Mrs. Peeny's Lord Wriothesley. Arms. Azure, 3 stirrups with leathers or. The more ancient coat, which was used by the elder line of the Giffords, who were Earls of Buckingham, was, gules, 3 lions pass in argent. Present representative, Thomas William Gifford, Esq. Wriothesley of Wriothesley, Baron Wriothesley 1838, Baronet 1542. Sometime, writes Leland, the Wrotesleys were men of more land than they be now, and greet with the Earls of Warwick, yet he hath 200 marks of laund. At Wriothesley is a fair house and a parker, and here, it may be added, the family are supposed to have been seated from the period of the Conquest. The pedigree however is not proved beyond William de Wriothesley, lord of that manor before the reign of Henry III, father of Sir Hugh, who, joining the insurgent barons in the reign of Henry III, forfeited his estate, redeemed under the dictum de Kenilworth for 60 marks. His great-grandson Sir Hugh Wriothesley, one of the founders of the Order of the Garter, who died in 1381, is the direct ancestor of the present lord. See Leland's itinerary in Call Topog et Genealogica, 3. 340, Erdswick. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 345, and Shaw's Staffordshire, 2. 205, kindly corrected by the Honourable Charles Wriothesley. Arms. Or, 3 piles sable and a quarter ermine. The more ancient coat, as appears by seals to original deeds of the years 1298 and 1333-37, preserved at Wriothesley, was Freddie. Sir Hugh de Wriothesley bore the present arms in 1349 and 1381. But he is also stated, on the authority of the roll of the reign of Richard II, to have used, or, a bending railed gules. Sir William Wriothesley, father of Sir Hugh, K.G. married Joan, daughter of Roger Bassett, which will account for the present arms, which belonged to the Bassets of Warwickshire. Present representative, John Wriothesley, 2nd Baron Wriothesley. Broughton of Broughton, Baronet 1660. The Broughtons descend in the male line from one of the most ancient families of the county of Chester, the Vernons of Shipbrook. Richard de Vernon, a younger brother of this house, was father of Adam de Napton, in the county of Warwick, whose issue assumed their local name from Broughton in Staffordshire. The pedigrees vary as to the exact point of connection, and, confused and contradictory as the Shipbrook pedigree is at this period, there can be little hope of its being positively identified. But the general fact of descent is allowed by all authorities. See Ormerod's Cheshire, 3. 269, Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 259, and Erdswick. Arms. Argent, 2 bars gules, on a canton of the last across of the first. In the reign of Richard II. Monsieur Thomas de Broughton bore, azure, a crossing railed argent. Roll. Present representative, Sir Henry Delves Broughton, 9th Baronet. Mainwaring of Whitmore. The first recorded ancestor of this great and widely spreading family is Ranulphus, a Norman, Lord of Warmancham, in Cheshire, at the period of the Domesday Survey, where his descendants remained seated for 2 centuries. In the reign of Henry III. They were of Overpeaver in the same county, and remained there until the principal male line became extinct in the person of Sir Henry Mainwaring of Peaver, Baronet, who died unmarried in 1797. Whitmore was inherited by Edward IX, son of Sir John Mainwaring of Peaver, on his marriage with the heiress of Humphrey de Boghay or Bohun of Whitmore. This was in the year 1519. The senior line of the Mainwarings were on the loyal side during the Great Rebellion, and in 1745 opposed to the pretensions of the House of Stuart. But the Whitmore branch favoured the parliamentary interest. Younger branch. Mainwaring of Oatley Park, in the parish of Ellesmere in Shropshire, sprung from Randall, 3rd son of Edward Mainwaring of Whitmore. Extinct branches. Mainwaring of Ightfield, Company Salop, extinct 1712. C. Blakeway, Sheriffs of Shropshire, pp. 83, 133. Mainwaring of Kermansham, Company Chester, extinct 1783. C. Ormerids Cheshire, Volume 3. And Mainwaring of Bromborough, in the same county, extinct 1827. C. Eartswick Staffordshire. And Ormerid, Volume 1. Volume 2. Volume 3. Arms. Argent, 2 bars gules. Present representative, Roland Mainwaring, Esq. Arden of Longcroft. No family in England can claim a more noble origin than the House of Arden, descended in the male line from the Saxon Earls of Warwick before the Conquest. The name of Arden was assumed from the woodlands of Arden, in the north of Warwickshire, by Seward de Arden, in the reign of Henry I, which Seward was grandson of Alwyn the Sheriff in the reign of Edward the Confessor. The elder line of the family was long seated at Park Hall in Warwickshire, and became extinct in 1643. A younger branch descended from Simon's second son of Thomas Arden, of Park Hall, Esq. Settled at Longcroft, in the parish of Yoxall, in the reign of Elizabeth, and now represents this most ancient and noble family. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd edit. Volume 2. Shaw's Staffordshire, Volume 1. And Eardswick. Also a paper by George Ormerid, Esq. Doctor of Laws, the historian of Cheshire, on the connection of Arden, or Ardern, of Cheshire, with the Ardens of Warwickshire, in The Topographer and Genealogist, Volume 1, 1846. Arms. Ermine, a fess checky or an azure, and so borne by Sir de Ardern in the reign of Edward II. Roll. Present representative, George Pincard Arden, Esq. Mennel of Horcross. An ancient Derbyshire family, which can be traced to the reign of Henry II. One of their most ancient possessions was Langley Mennel, in that county, an estate which remained in the family till the end of the 14th century. A younger son at this period was seated at Yevley, his grandson at Willington, both in Derbyshire. Bradley, in the same county, became in the 17th century, by purchase, the residence of a still younger branch, descended from Francis, 4th son of Godfrey Mennel of Willington. From him descends the present family, who were of Horcross the latter part of the last century. Temple Newsome, in Yorkshire, was inherited from the Ingrams by the present Mr. Mennel on the death of the Marchioness of Hertford in 1835. Younger branch. Mennel of Langley Mennel, Derbyshire, descended from Francis, 2nd son of Francis Mennel, of Willington, who died in 1616. See Leland's Itinerary, 4. F.O. 17, and Topographer and Genealogist, I. 439, and 494. Arms. Vert, argent and sable. This was the coat of de la Ward, of which house Hugh de Mennel married the heiress in the reign of Edward III. The proper coat of Mennel was, poly of 6 argent and gules, on a bend azure 3 horseshoes or. Present representative, Hugo Charles Mennel Ingram, Esq. Gentle. Wolseley of Wolseley, Baronet 1628. The most ancient among all the very ancient families in this county, writes Mr. Harwood in his notes to Eartswick, Staffordshire. Seward, mentioned as Lord of Wolseley in a deed without date, is the first in the pedigree of this venerable house, who are said to have been resident at Wolseley even before the Norman Conquest. And it has ever since remained their seat and residence. Younger branch. Wolseley of Mount Wolseley, in the county of Carlow, Baronet of Ireland, 1744, descended from the 3rd son of the 2nd Baronet. See Eardswick. Wotton's Baronetage, 2. 133. Arms. Argent, a Talbot Passant gules. Present representative, Sir Charles Michael Wolseley, 9th Baronet. Coats of Coates. Descended from Richard de Coates, who was probably son of Thomas de Coates, living in 1157, when the Black Book of the Exchequer was compiled. About the reign of Henry VI. The family removed to Woodcote, in Shropshire, which has since continued the principal seat, though the more ancient manor of Coates or Cothes, on the banks of the Sow, has ever remained the property of this ancient house. See Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire. And Eardswick. Arms. Quarterly ermine and poly of 6 or and gules. According to the Visitation of Shropshire in 1623, the ermine was born in the 3rd and 4th quarter. Earnswick observes, it would seem that the Coateses should derive themselves from the Knightleys, or else they do the Knightleys wrong by usurping their armory. It may be remarked that Robert, third in descent from the first Robert de Coates, married a daughter of Richard de Knightley, and from hence perhaps the arms. Present representative, John Coates, Esq. Congreve of Congreve. The name, like those of most ancient families, is local, derived from Congreve, in this county, where the ancestors of this house were seated soon after the Conquest. In the reign of Edward II, William Congreve removed to the adjoining village of Stretton, having married the heiress of Campion of that place. Stretton was sold towards the end of the 18th century, but Congreve still continues the inheritance of its ancient lords. Younger branch. Congreve of Walton, Baronet 1812. See Earnswick. Arms. Sable, a chevron between three battle-axes argent. This is, says Earnswick, the coat of Campion. Present representative, William Walter Congreve, Esq. Sneyd of Kiel. The noble race of Sneyds, of great worship and account, appear to be denominated from Sneyd, a hamlet in the parish of Tunstall, in this county, where they were seated as early as the reign of Henry III. By marriage with the heiress of Tunstall they had other lands in that parish, and for two descents were called Sneyd alias Tunstall. Bradwell, the former seat of this family, was purchased in the reign of Henry IV. The fine old house at Kiel, lately taken down and now rebuilt, was erected by Ralph Sneyd, Esq. in 1581. During the usurpation, the Sneyds being on the loyal side, Kiel House narrowly escaped destruction, and many of the ancient evidences were plundered and lost at that time. Younger branches. Sneyd of Ashcombe and of Loxley in this county, descended from the second son of William Sneyd, of Kiel, who died in 1694, and the Sneyds of Ireland, descended from Wedenhall, Archdeacon of Kilmore. Younger brother of the ancestor of the preceding branches. See Earnswick, pages 20, 25, Leland's Itinerary in Call Topog et Genealogue. 3, 342, Gent. Mag, Volume 71. And Ward's History of the Borough of Stoke-upon-Trent. Arms. Argent, a scythe, the blade in chief, the sned and handle in Ben's sinister sable, on the fess point a fleur-de-lis of the second. This fleur-de-lis is said to have been assumed by Richard de Tunstall, alias Sneyd, after the Battle of Poictiers. Present representative, Ralph Sneyd, Esq. King's Vale Royal, B. 2. Who would derive them from? Cheshire. Whitgreave of Moseley. In the reign of Henry III. Robert Whitgreave, the ancestor of this family, was seated at Burton near Stafford. Bridgeford, in the vicinity of Whitgreave, from whence the name is derived, and early in the 17th century Moseley, successively became the residence of the Whitgreaves, and at the latter place Thomas Whitgreave, Esq. had the honor to shelter his sovereign Charles II. After the Battle of Worcester. See Earnswick, pages 137, 185, 348. Arms. Azure, on a cross quarterly pierced or four chevrons gules. This coat, founded on the arms of Stafford, was granted by Humphrey Earl of Stafford to Robert Whitgrave in the 20th of Henry VI. See the grant in Camden's Remains, ed. 1657. An augmentation has been lately added, on a chief argent, a rose gules within a wreath of oak proper. Present representative, George Thomas Whitgreave, Esq. Lane of Kings Bromley. The ancient seat of this family was at Bentley in this county, of which Richard Lane was possessed in the 6th of Henry VI. The Lanes can be traced to Adam de Lone de Hampton, grandfather of Richard de Lone de Hampton, in the 9th of Edward II. 1315. The three last Lanes of Bentley each lessened the estate, mainly from their devotion to the ill-fated house of Stuart, and the fourth, John Lane, sold Bentley in 1748. This family, even more than the Giffords and Whitgreaves, can lay claim to be remembered for its loyalty to Charles II. After his flight from Worcester. The celebrated Jane Lane was the daughter of the then head of the house, and rode behind the king from Bentley to Bristol. Kings Bromley was inherited from the Newtons about the end of the last century. See Erdswick, pages 235, 410. Shaw's Staffordshire, Volume 2. Gent. Mag. for 1822, Volume 1, pages 194, 415, 482. Arms. Per fess or in azure, a chevron gules between three mullets counterchanged, on a canton of the third the Royal Lions of England, being an augmentation granted by Charles II. Present representative, John Newton Lane, Esq. Suffolk. Knightley. Barnardiston of the Rise. A very remote but the only remaining branch of what was in former ages the most important family in Suffolk, descended from Geoffrey de Barnardiston, of Barnardiston in this county, who was living in the reign of Edward I. And who by his marriage with the daughter and co-heir of Newmarch became possessed of the adjoining manor of Keatington or Ketton, which continued the seat and residence of the Barnardistons, created baronet in 1663. Until the death of Sir John the 6th Baronet of Ketton, in 1745. The present family descended from Thomas Barnardiston, a merchant in London, who died in 1681, fifth son of Sir Thomas of Ketton, Knight, and Mary, daughter of Sir Richard Knightley. Besides the elder and principal line of Ketton, other branches were of Brightwell in this county, created baronets in 1663, extinct in 1721, and of Northill, Company Bedford, extinct in 1778. See Wotton's Baronetage, 3. 396. And Davies' Suffolk Collections in the British Museum, add. Mrs. 19116. For long and interesting accounts of this remarkable family. Arms. Azure, a fess dancetee ermine between 6 crosslets argent. Present representative, Nathaniel Clark Barnardiston. Esq. Jenny of Bredfield. This ancient family is supposed to be of French extraction, and the name to be derived from Gisnes near Calais. The first in the pedigree is Edmund Jenny, of Nottishall, in this county, grandfather of John Jenny, of the same place, who died in 1460, who was father of Sir William, one of the judges of the King's Bench in 1477. Edmund, second son of Sir Robert Jenny, of Nottishall, who died in 1660, married Dorothy, daughter and coheiress of Robert Marriott, of Bredfield, from whom the present family descend. See Davies' Suffolk Collections, add. Mrs. 19137. Arms. Ermine, a bend gules codist or. Present representative, William Jenny, Esq. Brooke of Ewford. Sir Thomas Brooke, Knight, Lord Cobham in right of his wife, Joan, daughter and heir of Sir Reginald Braybrooke, Knight, was sixth in descent from William de la Brooke, owner of the manor of Brooke, in the county of Somerset. Who died in the 15th of Henry III. 1231, Sir Thomas Brooke died in the 17th of Henry VI. From his eldest son descended the Barons Cobham, from Reginald II's son sprung the present family. He was seated at Aspel, in Suffolk, and here his descendants continued for 9 generations. Ewford came from the heiress of Thomson in 1761. See Davies' Suffolk Collections, add. Mrs. 19120, Volume 44, and Gent. Mag. For March 1841. For an account of the restoration of the Brooke monuments at Cobham. Arms. Gules, on a chirvon argent a lion rampant sable. Present representative, Francis Capper Brooke, Esq. Hervey of Ickworth, Marquess of Bristol 1826. Earl 1714, Baron 1703. Descended from Thomas Hervey, who died before 1470, having married Jane, daughter and sole heir of Henry Drury, of Ickworth. There is some uncertainty as to who this Thomas Hervey was. The peerages indeed assume that he was younger brother of Sir George Hervey, of Thully, in Bedfordshire. Mr. Gages however has proved that this could not have been the case, but the Rev. Lord Arthur Hervey in his interesting memoir on Ickworth and the Hervey family, has adduced several reasons by which it would seem that Thomas Hervey was a younger son of John Hervey, Sr., of Thully, and the coheiress of Nearnut, and uncle of Sir George, the last of the legitimate elder line of that knightly family. Younger branch. Bathurst Hervey, of Clarendon, Wiltshire, Baronet 1818, descended from the 8th son of the 1st Earl of Bristol. C. Gage's Thingo. Bridges's Collins, 4. Davies Suffolk Collections, Add. Mrs. 19135, Volume 59. The Rev. Lord Arthur Hervey's Papers on Ickworth and the Family of Hervey, 4-2. Lowestoft, 1858, and Proceedings of the Suffolk Archaeological Society, Volume 2. Number 7. Arms. Gules, on a bend argent 3 trefoils slipped vert, and so borne by John Hervey, Esq., as appears by the Proceedings in the Grey and Hastings Controversy, in the Court of Chivalry in the year 1407. See the Proceedings, privately printed by Lord Hastings in 1841. The arms of Hervey appear to have been founded on the coat of Foliot, Gules, a bend argent. Present representative, Frederick William John Hervey, 3rd Marquess of Bristol. Gentle. Rouse of Dennington and Henham, Earl of Stradbroke 1821, Baron 1796, Baronet 1660. All the Russies that be in Southfolk come out of the house of Rouse of Dennington, writes Leland in his Itinerary, Volume 6. Folios 13. That estate appears to have come into the family by the marriage of Peter Rouse with an heiress of Hobart in the reign of Edward III. And to have been increased afterwards by matches with the heiress of Lewaterne Phillips, the last representing one of the co-heiresses of Erpingham. Henham, the present residence, was purchased in 1545 by Sir Anthony Rouse, son of Sir William Rouse of Dennington. C. Wotton's Baronetage, 3. Bridges's Collins, 8. Suckling's History and Antiquities of Suffolk, Volume 2. And Davies Suffolk Collections, Add. Mrs. 19147, Volume 71. Arms. Sable, a fess dancetee or between 3 crescents argent. Present representative, John Edward Cornwallis Rouse, 2nd Earl of Stradbroke. Higham of Hunston. A younger branch of an old Suffolk family, who derived their name from a hamlet in the parish of Gaisley in this county. The pedigree is traced to Richard Higham, who died in 1340. His grandson Thomas was of Higham, and died in 1409. The elder line ended in co-heiresses in 1558. A younger branch was seated at Barrow, and continued there till 1714, founded by Clement, 4th son of Thomas Higham, of Higham, Esq., who died in 1492. From Sir Clement, 3rd in descent from the first Clement, the present family is descended. Hunston was inherited from the heiress of Lurkin in 1701. C. Gage's History of the Hundred of Thingo. And Davies Suffolk Collections, Add. MSS. 19135, Volume 59. Arms. Sable, a fess cheeky, or an azure, between 3 horses' heads erased argent. Present representative, John Henry Higham, Esq. Blois of Cockfield Hall, Baronet 1686. This family is supposed to derive its name from Blois in France, and is thought to be of great antiquity in this county. It is not regularly deduced, however, beyond Thomas Blois, who was living at Norton in Suffolk in 1470. 3rd in descent was Richard Blois of Grundisburg, which he purchased, and which became for many years the principal seat of the family. He died in 1557. C. Wotton's Baronetage, 4. And Davies Suffolk Collections, Add. Mrs. 91118, Volume 42. Arms. Gules, a bend vert between 2 fleurs de lis argent. Gwilym makes the field sable, and the fleurs de lis or. Present representative, Sir John Ralph Blois, 8th Baronet. Surrey. Knightley. Bray of Shear. The first in the pedigree is Sir Robert Bray, of Northamptonshire, father of Sir James, who lived about the period of Richard I. His great-grandson, Thomas, was Lord of Thurnby, in the same county, in the 9th of Edward II. 1316. From him descended Sir Edward Bray, who died in 1558. Harleston, also in the county of Northampton, was an ancient seat of the Bray family, which rose into opulence with the success of Henry VII. After the Battle of Bosworth, where Sir Reginald Bray, the devoted adherent of the king, was said to have discovered the crown in a thorn bush, in memory of which he afterwards bore for his badge a thorn with a crown in the middle of it. Shire was granted, with many other manors, to Sir Reginald as a reward for his services. The present family spring from Reginald, eldest son by the first wife of Sir Edward Bray, son of John, and nephew of the celebrated Sir Reginald. Edmund Lord Bray was elder brother of Sir Edward. He had an only son, John Lord Bray, who died Sp. in 1557. Of this family was William Bray, Esq., Treasurer of the Society of Antiquaries, and Joint Historian of Surrey. See Leland's Itinerary, 8. 113, A, and Manning and Bray's Surrey, Volume 1. -523. Arms. Argent, a chevron between three eagles' legs sable erased a la cuisse, their talons gules. Another coat usually quartered with the above is, ver, 3 bens gules. Present representative, Edward Bray, Esq. Perceval of Nork House, Earl of Egmont in Ireland 1733, Baron Lovell and Holland 1762, Baron Arden 1802. The House of Ivory, a work privately printed by the second Earl of Egmont in 1742, professes to give the history of this family, but the earlier descents cannot with certainty be relied on, and even the extraction of Richard Perceval, the modern founder of the present family in the time of James I. From the Somersetshire Percevals, is according to Bridges, in his biographical peerage, not without some doubts. It appears, however, certain that he was the son of George Perceval, of Tykenham, in the county of Somerset, by Elizabeth Bampfylde, and fifth in descent from Richard Perceval, of Weston Gordian, in the same county, who died between 1433 and 1439. The representative of a family who had been seated there from the reign of Richard I, and who claimed to be descended from the House of Ivory in Normandy. The elder branch of the Percevals continued at their manor of Weston until the extinction of the male line in the person of Thomas Perceval, Esq. in 1691. The younger branch, the ancestors of the present family, were seated in the county of Cork in Ireland, and in the 18th century at Enmore in Somersetshire, sold after the death of the 5th Earl of Egmont. Nork House was the seat of Lord Arden, father of the present Earl, and brother of the 3rd Earl of Egmont. See A Genealogical History of the House of Ivory, and 8 vo. 1742, and Collinson's History of Somersetshire, Volume 3. Arms. Argent, on a chief indented gules 3 crosses petit of the first. This coat appears to have been borne by Sir Roger Perceval in the reign of Edward I. See his seal engraved in The House of Ivory, Volume 1. Present representative, George James Perceval, 6th Earl of Egmont. Gentle. Weston of West Horsley. Adam de Weston, living in 1205, was the ancestor of this family, which has been from a very early period connected with Surrey. In the reign of Edward II, the Westons were of West Clarendon, and also of Weston in Albury, and of Send and Ockham, in this county. The last was sold in the latter part of the 17th century, and West Horsley inherited by the will of William Nicholas, Esq. in 1749. See Manning and Bray's Surrey, Volume 3. And Gent. Mag. for 1789. For a notice of this family, as well as of the extinct family of the same name, of Sutton, in this county, see also Gent. Mag. for 1800. Arms. Sable, a chevron or between 3 leopards' heads erased argent, crowned or. Present representative, Henry Weston, Esq. Onslow of West Clarendon, Earl of Onslow 1801, Baron 1716, Baronet. 1660. Although the foundation of the consequence of this family was laid by Richard Onslow, a celebrated lawyer of the reign of Elizabeth, yet he was sprung from an old gentle family seated at Onslow in Shropshire, as far back as the time of Richard I. And probably much earlier. The first recorded ancestor is John de Wonslow, whose grandson, Warren, was father of Roger de Wonslow juxta Shrewsbury, whose son Thomas was living in the 12th of Edward II. 1318. Richard Onslow became Speaker of the House of Commons, and died in 1571. He was the first of his family connected with Surrey, by his marriage with Catherine, daughter and heir of Richard Harding, of Knowle, in this county, in the year 1554. West Clarendon was purchased in 1641 by Sir Richard Onslow, created a baronet in 1660, the ancient family estate of Onslow having been sold by Edward Onslow in 1617. Younger branches. Onslow of Altham in the county of Lancaster, baronet 1797, descended from the next brother of the Right Honourable Arthur Onslow, Speaker of the House of Commons from 1726 to 1761. Onslow of Stoughton, in the county of Huntingdon, descended from the second son of Sir Richard Onslow, the first baronet. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 5. Manning and Bray's Surrey, Volume 2. And Blakeway's Sheriffs of Shropshire. Corrected by the Mrs. of Mr. Joseph Morris. Arms. Argent, a fess gules between 6 Cornish chuffs proper. Present representative, Arthur George Onslow, 3rd Earl of Onslow. Sussex. Knightley. Ashburnham of Ashburnham, Earl of Ashburnham 1730, Baron 1689. A family of stupendous antiquity, writes Fuller. The most ancient family in these tracts, according to Camden. Genealogists have given them a Saxon origin, says Bridges. But that is a fact very difficult to be proved, though very commonly asserted. They do not, I believe, appear in Domesday Book. There can be no doubt, however, that the Ashburnhams had been seated at Ashburnham from the reign of Henry II. And probably from a much earlier period, and are descended from Bertram, Constable of Dover in the reign of William the Conqueror. By the improvidence of Sir John Ashburnham, who died in 1620, this ancient patrimony was lost for a time, but recovered by Frances Holland, the wife of his eldest son John, the groom of the bedchamber to Charles I. Who sold her whole estate, and laid out the money in redeeming Ashburnham. Younger branch. Ashburnham of Bromham in this county, baronet 1661, descended from Richard, second son of Thomas Ashburnham, living in the reign of Henry VI. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. Arms. Gules, a fess between 6 mullets argent. The earliest seal remaining of any of the ancestors of this family is, I believe, that of Stephen de Esburn, great-grandson of Bertram, the Constable of Dover. The device is a slip or branch of ash. His grandson, Richard de Hasburnen, bore the Maltravers fret, his mother being daughter of Sir John Maltravers. The present coat was borne by Sir John de Ashburnham, in the reign of Edward II. Seals and roll of the reign of Edward II. Present representative, Bertram Ashburnham, 4th Earl of Ashburnham. Goring of High Den, baronet 1627. The name is derived from Goring, in the Rape of Arundel, where the family can be traced to John de Goring, living in the reign of Edward II. Burton, in this county, was the seat of the principal and elder line of the family, created baronets in 1662, extinct in 1723. Of a younger branch was the celebrated George Lord Goring 1628, Earl of Norwich 1644, which titles were extinct on the death of his third son, but heir, the second Lord, in 1670, sprung from the second son of Sir William Geringe, of Burton, who died in 1553. The present family is descended from the second son of Sir Henry Goring, of Burton, Knight, who died in 1594. High Den was purchased in 1647. Younger branch. Goring of Wiston, Sussex, descended from the second marriage of Sir Charles Matthew Goring, of High Den, the 4th baronet, and the co-heiress of Fagg. See Dalloway's Rape of Arundel. Who refers to evidences relating to the family of Goring, MSS. Call Arm Philpott, F. 119, Leland's Iton, Volume 6. Folio 17, Cartwright's Rape of Bramber. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 2. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 annulets gules. Present representative, Sir Charles Goring, 8th baronet. Pelham of Lawton, Earl of Chichester 1801, Baron 1672, baronet. 1611. The name is local, from Pelham, in Hertfordshire, the seat of the ancestors of this family in the time of Edward I, and probably even before the conquest. In the 28th of Edward I, Walter de Pelham had a confirmation grant of lands in Hailsham, Horsey, and in this county. From the reign of Edward III. The Pelhams have been a most important Sussex family. It was in that reign that Sir John Pelham assumed the buckle as his badge, in token of his claim to the honor of taking John King of France prisoner at the Battle of Poictiers. Lawton belonged to the Pelhams before 1403, but has been long deserted as the residence of the family. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 5. Horsfield's Lewis, and Sussex Archaeological Collections, Volume 3. For a curious paper on the arms and badges of the Pelhams. Arms. Quarterly, 1 and 4, azure, 3 pelicans argent, volning themselves proper, 2 and 3, gules, 2 belts in pale argent with buckles and studs or. Present representative, Henry Thomas Pelham, 3rd Earl of Chichester. Shelley of Maresfield, Baronet 1611. Although there is no doubt of the antiquity of the House of Shelley, the accounts of the earlier descents of the family are very scanty. Originally of the county of Huntingdon, the Shelleys are said to have removed into this county at a very early period. But the earliest mention we have in history of any of this family is of John and Thomas Shelley, following the fortunes of Richard II, were attainted and beheaded in the first year of Henry IV. The remaining brother, Sir William Shelley, not being connected with the followers of Richard II, retained his possessions, and was the ancestor of this family, who in the reign of Henry VI, by a match with the heiress of Michel Grove, in Clapham, was seated at that place, which continued the residence of the Shelleys until the year 1800, when it was sold, and Maresfield became the family seat. Younger branches. Shelley or Castle Goring, Baronet 1806, descended from the 4th son of Sir John Shelley, of Michel Grove, who died in 1526. Shelley of Avington, in the county of Southampton, and Shelley, called Sidney Foulis, Lord de Lisle and Dudley 1835, descended from the second marriage of Sir Bysshe Shelley, of Castle Goring, Baronet, and the heiress of Perry, of Penshurst. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Cartwright's Topography of the Rape of Bramber, and Dalloway's Rape of Arundel. Arms. Sable, a fess enrailed between 3 whelk shells or. Present representative, Sir John Villiers Shelley, 7th Baronet. West of Buckhurst, Earl de Law War 1761, Baron 1427. The Wests are remarkable, not so much for the antiquity of the family as for the early period at which they attained the honor of the peerage. Sir Thomas West is the first recorded ancestor. He died in the 17th of Edward II, having married the heiress of Cantilupe, and thus became possessed of lands in Devonshire, and at Snitterfield in Warwickshire. His grandson, Thomas, married the heiress of de la Warre, and thus became connected with Sussex. But the principal property of the Wests in this county was granted to Thomas West, afterwards Lord La Warre, in the first year of Henry VII. Few families indeed had broader lands, among which may be mentioned, Offington, in the parish of Broadwater, derived from the heiress of Peveril at the end of the 14th century, and Halnaker, in the parish of Boxgrove, both in Sussex. And Wherwell, in Hampshire, all now alienated. Buckhurst came to the present lord by his marriage with the co-heiress of Sackville. Younger branch. West of Ruthin Castle, Denbighshire, descended from the younger son of John, 2nd Earl de la Warre. The Wests of Alscott, in the county of Gloucester, claimed to be descended from Leonard, the younger son of Sir Thomas West, Lord de la Warre, K.G., who died in the year 1525, although there is nothing but family tradition, as is evident by the memorial to the Earl Marshal of Mr. James West, of Alscott, dated December 12, 1768, to justify this assumption. A distinct coat, viz. Argent, a fess dancet paean, was granted to Mr. West on this occasion. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 5, p. Blore's Rutlandshire. Cartwright's Rape of Bramber, and Dalloway's Rape of Chichester, pages 129, 133. Arms. Argent, a fess dancet sable. The badge of the de la Warres was a crampet or shape of a sword, assumed by Roger La Warre, Lord La Warre, for having assisted Sir John Pelham in making John King of France prisoner at the Battle of Poictiers. See Sussex Archaeological Collections, Volume 3. Present Representative, George John Sackville West, 5th Earl de la Warre. Gage of Firle, Baron Gage 1790, Viscount Gage in Ireland 1720. Baronet 1622. John, son of John Gage, living in the 9th of Henry IV, had issue by Joan, heiress of John Sudgrove, in Gloucestershire, Sir John Gage, an adherent of the House of York, knighted by Edward IV, and who died in 1475. He married Eleanor, second daughter and coheiress of Thomas St. Clear, of Hayton Street Clear, in Sussex, and acquired by this marriage several manors in this county, as well as in Surrey, Kent, Buckinghamshire, and Northamptonshire. The present family, seated at Firle from this period, descend from his eldest son. From his second son sprung the Gages of Raunds, in Northamptonshire, sold in 1675. Younger branch. Gage of Hengrave, in Suffolk, Baronet 1622, descended from Edward, third son of Sir John Gage, of Firle, who died in 1633. See Gage's Hengrave. Gage's Hundred of Fingo. Bridges's History of Northamptonshire, Volume 2. Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Volume 3. Bridges's Collins, Volume 8. And Leland's Itinerary, Volume 4. Arms. Party per Salter Argent and Azure, a Salter Gules. Present Representative, Henry Hall Gage, 4th Viscount Gage. Gentle. Bartolot of Stopham. The head of this family, according to Dalloway, may be considered one of the most ancient proprietors of land residing upon his estate in this county. The first in the pedigree is Adam de Bartolot, said to be of Norman origin, father of John, who married Joan Stopham, coheiress of lands in the manor from whence the name is derived. He died in 1428, and Stopham has ever since remained the inheritance of their descendants. See the Topographer, Volume 4. And Cartwright's edition of Dalloway's Rape of Arundel. Arms. Sable, 3 falconers sinister gloves pendant argent, tasselled or. Present Representative, George Bartolot, Esq. Courthope of Wylye. From the reign of King Edward I. This family has been settled at Wadhurst, Lamberhurst, Ticehurst, and the adjoining parishes on the borders of Sussex and Kent. At Goudhurst, in the latter county, they held the manors of Bockingfield and the pillory from the year 1413 to 1498. And in 1513 Wylye, in the parish of Ticehurst, was acquired by John Courthope in marriage with his wife Elizabeth, daughter of William Saunders of Wylye. From this marriage sprung 3 sons, John, George, and Thomas. The issue male of the eldest has been long extinct. From the second, who had Wylye, is descended the present representative of the family. And from the third and youngest, who succeeded to the estate of Courthope in Goudhurst, is descended William Courthope, Esq. Somerset Herald. See Collectanea Topog et Genealogue, Volume 2. Pages 279, 363, and the Visitation of Sussex, c. 27, in Call Arm. Arms. Argent, a fess azure between 3 estoiles sable. Present Representative, George Campion Courthope, Esq. Warwickshire. Knightley. Shirley of Eatington, elder branch of Staunton Harold, in the county of Leicester, Earl Ferrers 1711, Baron Ferrers of Chartley 1677. Baronet 1611. Sajualo, or Sawallies, whose name, says Dugdale, argues him to be of the Old English stock, mentioned in Domesday as mean Lord of Eatington, under Henry de Ferrers, is the first recorded ancestor of this. The oldest knightly family in the county of Warwick. Until the reign of Edward III. Eatington appears to have continued the principal seat of the Shirleys, whose name was assumed in the 12th century from the manor of Shirley, in Derbyshire, and which, with Ratcliffe-on-Soar, in the county of Nottingham. And Rakedale and Staunton Harold, in Leicestershire, derived from the heiresses of Basset and Staunton, succeeded, during the 14th and 15th centuries, as the usual residence of the chiefs of the house. In the 16th century, Astwell, in Northamptonshire, was brought into the family by the heiress of Lovat. And in 1615, by the marriage of Sir Henry Shirley with the coheiress of Devereux, a moiety of the possessions of the Earls of Essex, after the extinction of that title in 1646, centred in Sir Robert Shirley, father of the first Earl Ferrers, on whose death, in 1717, the family estates were divided, the Derbyshire, Leicestershire, and Staffordshire estates descending with the earldom to the issue of his first marriage, and the Warwickshire property, the original seat of the Shirleys, eventually to the great-grandfather of the present possessor, the eldest surviving son of the second marriage of the first Earl Ferrers. Elder branches. Shirley of Staunton Harold, in the county of Leicester, represented by Sawally's Edward, 10th Earl Ferrers 1711, and Shirley of Shirley, in the county of Derby, represented by the Rev. Walter Waddington Shirley, canon of Christ Church, D.D. only son of the late Bishop of Sodier and Man, and great-grandson of Walter, younger brother of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Earls Ferrers. Younger branches, extinct. Shirley, of Whiston, Preston, West Grinstead, and Oat Hall, all in Sussex, and all descended from the second marriage of Ralph Shirley, Esq., and Elizabeth Blunt, which Ralph died in 1466. All these families are presumed to be extinct on the death of Sir William Warden Shirley, Baronet, in 1815. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Edition 2, Volume 1. Nichols's History of Leicestershire, Volume 3. pt 2. 727, Stemata Shirleyana, PRPR 42. 1841, and Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. Arms. Polly of 6, or an azure, a quarter ermine. The more ancient coat was Polly of 6, or an sable, as appears by the seal of Sir Sawally's de Ithindon, Knight, with the legend, Sum scutum da oro et nigro senis ductibus pallidum, engraved in Dugdale's Warwickshire, and in Upton de Studio Militari. Indeed, Sir Ralph Shirley bore it as late as the reign of Edward II, see Nicholas's roll of that date. Sir Hugh de Shirley bore the present coat, roll of Richard II. So did his father Sir Thomas, and his great-grandfather Sir James, as appears by their several seals engraved in Upton, and present representative, Evelyn Philip Shirley, Esq., late M.P., for South Warwickshire. The Iretons of Little Ireton, in the county of Derby, extinct in 1711, were in fact the elder line of the family, sprung from Henry, eldest son of Fulcher, and elder brother of Sawally's de Shirley. Bracebridge of Atherstone. In the time of King John, the venerable family of Bracebridge, originally of Bracebridge in Lincolnshire, acquired by marriage in the person of Peter de Bracebridge with Amicia, daughter of Osbert de Arden and Maud, and granddaughter of Turchill de Warwick, the manor of Kingsbury in this county, an ancient seat of the Mercian kings, and inherited by Turchill, called the last Saxon Earl of Warwick, with his second wife Leveronia. The descendants of which Peter and Amicia had their principal seat at Kingsbury till about the beginning of Queen Elizabeth's reign, when it was sold, and the Atherstone estate purchased. Kinnisbyrie is a fair manor place, writes Leland, in his itinerary, and lordship of 140 li, one Bracebridge is lord of it, it is in Warwickshire. At Bracebridge, on the river Witham, near Lincoln, the original seat of the family, so called it is supposed from the two bridges which still exist there, a grant of free warren was obtained in the 29th of Edward I, which was still retained by Thomas Bracebridge, Esq., who died in 1567. The Bracebridges represent the Holts of Aston, near Birmingham, and, through that ancient family, the Breretons of Cheshire. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. 1061. Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 3. Part 2. For Holt, see Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. And Davidson's History of the Holts of Aston, Folios 1854, for Brereton, see Ormerod's Cheshire, Volume 3. pt 31. Arms. Vair, argent and sable, a fess gules. This coat was borne by Sir John de Brasbrouge, de Company Lincoln, in the reign of Edward II. And again by Monsignor de Brasbridge in those of Edward III. And Richard III. Rolls. Present representative, Charles Holt Bracebridge, Esq. Compton of Compton Winiot, Marquess of Northampton 1812, Earl 1618. Baron 1572. Although the early part of the pedigree of the Comptons is not entirely without doubt, we may conclude that the family was seated at Compton, called, in Le Wingate, soon after the conquest. Arnulfus de Compton and Osbertus de Compton were living in the 16th of Henry II, but Philip de Compton is the first of the name who certainly held the manor of Compton, in the 5th of John. Here the family continued resident for many ages. But its importance arose in a great degree from Sir William Compton having been brought up with Henry Duke of York, afterwards Henry VIII, and from the marriage of his great-grandson, the first Earl of Northampton, with the city heiress of Spencer. The Comptons were preeminently distinguished for loyalty during the civil wars of the 17th century. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. And Bridges's Collins, Volume 3. Arms. Sable, a lion of England or between 3 esquires' helmets argent. A former coat, borne by Thomas de Compton, apparently about the reign of Edward III, was a chevron charged with 3 fleurs de lis. This is proved by a silver seal dug up at Compton in the year 1845, and the same arms are still to be traced on an ancient mutilated monument of a knight with collar of SS. Supposed to represent Sir Thomas de Compton, in the church of Compton Wynyatt. The 3 helmets were afterwards adopted, and appear to have been the arms of a distinct family, the Comptons of Fenny Compton in this county, to which Henry VIII gave the lion as an augmentation. At the same time, according to the custom of the period, was added a quartering to the family arms, viz., argent, a chevron azure, within a border vert Byzantine. Present representative, Charles Douglas Compton, 3rd Marquess of Northampton. Chetwynd of Grendon, Baronet 1795. The younger, but, in England, the only remaining branch of a very ancient family, denominated from Chetwynd, in Shropshire, and of Baxterley, in this county, in the 37th of Henry III. Sir William Chetwynd was the first of the names seated at Grendon, in the 39th of Edward III, his mother being daughter and co-heir of Sir Ralph de Grendon. But in Chester, in Staffordshire, which came from the heiress of Mutton, was the principal seat of the Chetwynds, which was eventually carried by an heiress into the Talbot family, now Earl of Shrewsbury. Elder branch. The Viscounts Chetwynd of Ireland, 1717. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. Ertswick Staffordshire, edition 1844. Ayton's Shropshire, 8. And Archdall's Lodge, Volume 5. Arms. Azure, a chevron between 3 mullets or. In the reign of Edward II. Sir John Chetwynd bore, azure, a chevron or, without the mullets. The present coat was borne by others of the family in the reigns of Edward III. And Richard II. Rolls. Present representative, Sir George Chetwynd, 3rd Baronet. Fielding of Newnham Paddocks, Earl of Denbigh 1622. The princely extraction of this noble family from the Counts of Habsburg in Germany is well known. Its ancestor, Galfridus, or Geoffrey, came into England in the 12th year of the reign of Henry III, and received large possessions from that monarch. The name is derived from Rheinfelden, in Germany, where, and at Laufenburg, were the patrimonial possessions of the House of Habsburg. Newnham was in possession of John Filding in the 12th of Henry VI. Inherited from his mother Joan, daughter and heir of William Prudhomme. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Bridges's Collins, Volume 3. And Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 4. Pti. For the history of this illustrious family, compiled by Nathaniel Wanley about the year 1670. Arms. Argent, on a fess azure 3 fusils or. The present coat was born in the reigns of Edward III. And Richard II. As appears by seals of those dates. Present representative, Rudolph William Basil Fielding, 8th Earl of Denbigh. Staunton of Longbridge. This family is stated by Thomas, in his additions to Dugdale's Warwickshire, to be a branch of the Stauntons of Staunton, in the county of Nottingham, an ancient house which is traced to the Conquest. And was lately represented by Sir George Staunton, Baronet of Ireland 1785, extinct 1859. The first of the lines seated in Warwickshire was Thomas Staunton, in the 39th of Henry VI, 1461. The parent house, existing in the male line, until the year 1688, at Staunton, in Nottinghamshire, held their lands by tenure of castle guard, by keeping and defending a tower in the castle of Belvoir, to this day called Staunton Tower. There is an ancient custom also that the chief of the House of Staunton should present the key of this tower to any of the royal family who may honor Belvoir with their presence. Younger branch. Staunton of Wolverton, in this county, settled there in the 18th of Elizabeth, extinct in the last century. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. Thornton's Nottinghamshire. And for the poetical pedigree of this house, I.B. The monuments at. See also Memoirs of the Life and Family of the late Sir G. L. Staunton, Bart. Pr. 8 VO, 1833. Arms. Argent, 2 chevrons within a border enrailed sable. Founded on the coat of Albany Lord of Belvoir, who bore, or, 2 chevrons and a border gules. The elder line of Staunton sometimes omitted the border. See the tombs in the Church of Staunton. Present representative, John Staunton, Esq. Ferrers of Baddesley Clinton. The sole remains of what was perhaps during the Middle Ages the most powerful Norman family in England. Illustrious both for the antiquity of race, the former political consequence, and the splendor of connection of the various branches, of which the forfeited Earls of Derby, and de Ferrerius, or Ferrers, were the chiefs. Descended from Henry de Ferrers at the time of the Conquest, who held in chief 210 lordships in 14 counties of England, besides the castle and borough of Tutbury, in Staffordshire, the principal seat of the earldom. The Baddesley Clinton line was founded by Sir Edward Ferrers, son of Sir Henry, who was second son of Thomas Ferrers, of Tamworth Castle, in this county, by his marriage with Constantia, daughter and heiress of Nicholas Brome, of Baddesley. He died in 1535. After the forfeiture of the earldom of Derby, in the reign of Henry III. And the vast possessions attached to it, the castle of Chartley, in Staffordshire, inherited from Agnes, daughter and co-heir of Ranulph, Earl of Chester, became the seat of the principal male line. Extinct on the death of William Lord Ferrers of Chartley in the 28th of Henry VI. The representation of the family thereupon devolved on the Ferrerses of Tamworth, sprung from the House of Groby, who were founded by William, younger brother of the last Earl of Derby, and on the decease of John Ferrers, of Tamworth, Esq. In 1680, the present family of Baddesley Clinton succeeded as chief of this illustrious house. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. For Baddesley Clinton, where however will be found no engravings of the monuments of the Ferrerses, because, says Dugdale, so frugal a person is the present heir of the family, now, 1656, residing here. As that he refusing to contribute anything towards the charge thereof, they are omitted. For Ferrers of Chartley, and the Earls of Derby, see Sir O. Mosley's History of Tutbury, 8 VO, 1832, and Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. And for Ferrers of Tamworth, the same. Arms. Gules, 7 massels or, a canton ermine. This was the coat of Quincy, Earl of Winchester, from whom the Ferrers of Groby were descended, the canton being added for difference. The original coat assigned to the first Earls of Derby, was, argent, 6 horseshoes sable. Afterwards, vair or en gules, within a bordure of horseshoes, was used. The Chartley line bore only, vair, or en gules, which was latterly also borne by Ferrers of Tamworth. The Quincy coat was used by William de Ferrers at Carlaverock in 1300. See the roll. Present representative, Marmion Edward Ferrers, Esq. Mordaunt of Walton, Baronet 1611. Turvey in Bedfordshire was the principal seat in England of this noble Norman family, descended from Osbert le Mordaunt, who came over from Normandy with William the Conqueror, and received a grant of the lordship of Radwell in that county. In 1529, John Mordaunt, the representative of the family, was summoned to Parliament by writ as Baron Mordaunt of Turvey. His great-great-grandson was created Earl of Peterborough in 1628. Which title, together with the elder line of the family, became extinct on the decease of Charles Henry Mordaunt, 5th Earl, in 1814. The present family descend from Robert, son of William Mordaunt of Hempstead, in Essex, who was second son of William Mordaunt of Turvey, living in the 11th of Henry IV. which Robert married Barbara, daughter of John Lestrange, of Massingham Parva in Norfolk, and of Walton Diavel, in this county, which since the 32nd year of Henry VIII, 1549–50, has remained the inheritance of their descendants. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Parkins's continuation of Blomfield's Norfolk, Volume 4. And that very rare volume compiled by order of the 2nd Earl of Peterborough, called Halstead's Genealogies, F.O. 1685, privately printed. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 estoiles sable. Present representative, Sir Charles Mordaunt, 10th, Baronet, M.P., for South Warwickshire. Biddulph of Birdingberry, Baronet 1654. This ancient family, originally of Biddulph, in the northern parts of Staffordshire, is traced to Ormus, mentioned in the Domesday Survey. He was, it is said, of Norman descent, and is supposed to have married the Saxon heiress of Biddulph, from whence the name was afterwards assumed. The elder line terminated on the death of John Biddulph, Esq. of Biddulph and of Burton in Sussex, in the year 1835. The Birdingberry branch, now representing this venerable house, was founded by Simon, second son of Richard Biddulph, of Biddulph, in the time of Henry VIII. Whose descendant, another Simon, purchased Birdingberry in 1687. The family were eminently loyal during the civil wars, when the ancient seat of Biddulph was destroyed by the Cromwellians about 1643–4. Younger branch. Biddulph of Ledbury, in the county of Hereford, descended from Anthony, younger brother of the first baronet. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Shaw's History of Staffordshire, Volume 1. Eartswick, Staffordshire, edition 1844. Ward's History of the Borough of Stoke-upon-Trent. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. Arms up, vert, an eagle displayed argent, armed and longed gules. Argent, 3 soldering iron sable, is also said to have been borne by the Biddulphs. Present representative, Sir Theophilus William Biddulph, 7th Baronet. Skipwith of Harborough, Baronet 1622, formerly of Newbold Hall. The name is derived from Skipwith, in the East Riding of Yorkshire, and was first borne by Patrick, living in the reign of Henry I, who was second son of Robert de Estoteville, Baron of Cottingham in the reign of William the Conqueror. In the reign of Henry III. The Skipwiths removed into Lincolnshire, and were seated at Beckaby and Ormsby, in that county, a younger son of Sir William Skipwith, of Ormsby, who died in 1587, was of Prestwold, in Leicestershire. He was the ancestor of the Skipwiths of Newbold Hall, created baronet in 1670, extinct in 1790, and of the present family, who for 5 generations were of Virginia, in America, where the grandfather of the present baronet was born. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 3. Pti. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Arms. Argent, 3 bars pules, in chief a greyhound courant sable. Present representative, Sir Peyton Estoteville Skipwith, 10th Baronet. Gentle. Shuckburgh of Shuckburgh, Baronet 1660. The antiquity of this family need not be doubted, although the lineal descent, as Dugdale avouches, is not very plain. William de Suckburgh is presumed to be the first who assumed the name, from Shuckborough Superior, in this county. He was living in the 3rd of John. The pedigree is deduced by Baker, in his History of Northamptonshire, from John de Shuckburgh, living in the 1st of Edward III. In the 7th of Henry V. His great-grandson William is ranked amongst those knights and esquires of this county who bore ancient arms from their ancestors. It was to Richard Shuckburgh, head of the family in 1642, that the remarkable incident happened which is related by Dugdale. Charles I. Having met him hunting with his hounds a day or 2 before the battle of Edgehill, "Who is that," said the king, "hunting so merrily, while I am about to fight for my crown and dignity?" He was knighted the next day, and proved his loyalty at the battle of Edgehill. He died in 1656, and his son was rewarded with the baronetcy on the Restoration. Younger branch. Shuckburgh of Downton, Wiltshire, descended from Charles, 4th son of the 1st baronet. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Baker's Northamptonshire, Volume 1. Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. And Hoare's Modern Wiltshire, Volume 4. Arms. Sable, a chevron between three mullets pierced argent. This coat is evidently founded on the arms of Danvers, the Norman family under whom the Shuckburghs held. It has been fondly assumed that the mullets are allusive to the Astroites found in the ploughed fields at Shuckburgh. Present representative, Sir Francis Shuckburgh, 8th Baronet. Throckmorton of Coughton, Baronet 1642. The name is derived from Throckmorton, in the parish of Fladbury, in the county of Worcester, where John de Throckmorton, the supposed ancestor of this family, was living about the year 1200. From this John descended, after many generations, another John Throckmorton, who was, according to Leland, the first setter up of his name to any worship in Throckmorton village, the which was at that time neither of his inheritance or purchase, but as a thing taken of the seat of Worcester and farm, because he bore the name of the lordship and village. This John was under Treasurer of England about the time of Henry V, and married Eleanor, daughter and co-heir of Guido de la Spine, and thus became possessed of Coughton, in the parish of Hadley, in this county, which has continued the principal seat of the family. Of whom the most remarkable was Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, ambassador in France, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, who died in 1570. Younger branches, now extinct, were the Throckmortons of Stoughton and Ellington, in Huntingdonshire, for the latter see Camden's Visitation of that county in 1613, printed by the Camden Society in 1849. Winky Face. And the Carews of Beddington, in Surrey, Baronet 1714, extinct 1764, descended in the male line from Sir Nicholas, younger son of Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, and daughter of Sir Nicholas Carew, Knight, see Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 2. And Volume 4. Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. Pages 749 and 819, Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 1. Leland's Itinerary, Volume 4. And for the poetical life of Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, see Peck's Memoirs of Milton. Arms. Gules, on a chevron argent 3 bars gemelle sable. Present representative, Sir Nicholas William Throckmorton, 9th Baronet. Sheldon of Brailes. The descent of this family from the ancient house of Sheldon, in this county, is a matter of doubt, but admitted by Dugdale to be not improbable. It appears to be proved that the Sheldons are descended from John Sheldon, of Aberden, in Worcestershire, in the reign of Henry IV. Nash, in his history of that county, carries the pedigree 2 descents higher, viz. to Richard Sheldon of Rowley, in the county of Stafford, whose grandson John was of the same place in the 4th of Edward IV. The manor of Beeley, in Worcestershire, was purchased of Richard Neville Lord Latimer by William Sheldon in the same reign, and continued till the destruction of the mansion house by fire in the civil wars of the 17th century. The principal seat of the family, who were connected with Warwickshire by the marriage of William Sheldon, Esq. with Mary, daughter and co-heir of William Willington, of Barcheston, Esq., in the reign of Henry VIII. It was this William Sheldon who purchased the manor of Weston, in the parish of Longcompton, in this county, and here his son Ralph built a very fair house, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But these estates have both, within the memory of man, passed from this ancient family, who still possess considerable property at Brailes, purchased by William Sheldon in the 1st of Edward VI. Younger branches of the Sheldons were formerly of Aberden, Childswickham, Broadway, and Spetchley, in Worcestershire. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. And Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 1, pages 65 and 144. Arms. Sable, a fess between 3 sheldrakes argent. Present representative, Henry James Sheldon, Esq. Gregory of Stuyvesant. This family is traced to John Gregory, lord of the manors of Freesley and Esfordby, in the county of Leicester, who married Maud, daughter of Sir Roger Moton, of Peckleton, Knight. His son, Richard Gregory, of the same places, died in the year 1292. Arthur Gregory, Esquire, the representative of this ancient family, was seated at Stuyvesant, within the county of the city of Coventry, of which his father, Thomas, died seized in the 16th of Elizabeth. See Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 3. Pti. And Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 1. Arms. Or, 2 bars and in chief a lion pass and azure. Present representative, Arthur Francis Gregory, Esq. Greville of Warwick Castle, Earl Brooke 1746, and Earl of Warwick. 1759, Baron 1620-1. This family was founded by the wool trade in the 14th century by William Greville, the flower of the wool merchants of the whole realm of England, who died and was buried at Campden, in Gloucestershire, in 1401. He it was who purchased Millcote, in this county, long the seat of the elder line of this family, who, after a succession of crimes, the particulars of which may be seen in Dugdale's Warwickshire, became extinct in the reign of James I. Fulk, second son of Sir Edward Greville of Millcote, who died in the 20th of Henry VIII. Having married Elizabeth, one of the daughters and coheiress of Edward Willoughby, only son of Robert Willoughby, Lord Brooke, became possessed of Beauchamp's Court, in the parish of Ulster, inherited from her grandmother Elizabeth. The eldest of the daughters and co-heirs of the last Lord Beauchamp of Powick. This Fulk Greville was grandfather of the more celebrated Sir Fulk Greville, Lord Brooke, servant to Queen Elizabeth, counsellor to King James, and friend to Sir Philip Sidney, who died in 1628. The fanatic Brooke, killed at Lichfield Close, was his cousin and successor, an ancestor of the present family. The castle of Warwick was granted to Sir Fulk Greville by James I, in the 2nd year of his reign. Younger branch. Greville of North Myms Place, in the county of Hertford, and of Westmeath, in Ireland, descended from Algernon, second son of Fulk 5th Lord Brooke. See Leland's Itinerary, Volume 4. Pti, Folios 16, Volume 6. Folios 19, Dugdale's Warwickshire, Volume 2. Pages 706, 766, Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. And Edmondson's Account of the Greville Family, 8 vo. 1766. Arms. Sable, on a crossing railed or, 5 pellets within a bordering railed of the second. The present coat, with the addition of a mullet in the first quarter, was borne by William Greville, of Campden, as appears by his brass, still in good preservation. His son John differenced his arms with 10 annulets, in lieu of the 5 pellets. Both were omitted by the Grevilles of Millcote. Present representative, George Guy Greville, 4th Earl of Warwick. Westmoreland. Knightley. Lowther of Lowther Castle, Earl of Lonsdale 1807, Baron 1797. Baronet 1764. Eminently a knightly family, traced by Bridges to Sir Gervas de Lowther, living in the reign of Henry III. Other authorities make Sir Hugh de Lowther, Knight of the Shire for this county, in the 28th of Edward I, the first recorded ancestor. His great-grandson was at Agincourt in 1415. There have been 3 principal branches of this family. The first descended from Sir John Lowther, created a baronet of Nova Scotia in 1640, who was grandfather of the first Viscount Lonsdale, 1696. Extinct on the death of the 3rd Viscount in 1750. The second family sprung from Richard, 3rd son of Sir John Lowther, and the third and present family descended from William, 3rd son of a former Sir John Lowther, of Lowther, who died in 1637. Younger branch. Lowther of Swillington, in the county of York, Baronet 1824, descended from John, 2nd son of Sir William Lowther, who died in 1788. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 5. Burns Westmoreland, Volume 1. Whitaker's Leeds, Volume 1. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 2. Arms. Or, 6 annulet sable, and borne by Monsignor Lowther, in the reign of Edward III. Roll. Present representative, William Lowther, 2nd Earl of Lonsdale. Strickland of Sizergh. Descended from Walter de Stirkland, Knight, so called from the pasture ground of the young cattle, called Stirks or Steers, in the parish of Moreland, in this county, who was living in the reign of Henry III. A good account of this family, derived from original evidences, is given by Burn. Sizergh, in the parish of Helsington, appears to have belonged to the Stricklands in the reign of Edward I. Sir Walter de Strickland had license to embark there in the 9th of Edward III. During the civil wars of the 17th century the head of this house was loyal, while Walter, son of Sir William Strickland, of Boynton, Baronet 1641, was one of Cromwell's pretended House of Peers. The Stricklands of Boynton are supposed to be a younger branch of the House of Sizergh. The Stricklands called Standish, of Standish, in the county of Lancaster, represent the elder line, the present Mr. Standish being the eldest son of the late Thomas Strickland, of Sizergh, Esq. C. Burns Westmoreland, Volume 1. N. Whitaker's Richmondshire, Volume 2. Arms. Sable, 3 escallops within a border enrailed argent. The present coat, but without the border, was borne by Walter de Strickland, in the reign of Richard II. Another coat, used in the reign of Edward II, was argent, 2 bars and a quarter gules. Rolls. The Stricklands of Boynton bear, gules, a chevron or between 3 crosses petit argent, on a canton ermine a stag's head erased sable. Present representative, Walter Strickland, Esq. Fleming of Rydal, Baronet 1705. Michael le Fleming, living in the reign of William the Conqueror, is the ancestor of this ancient family, originally seated in Cumberland and at Gleston, in Furness, in Lancashire. Isabel, daughter of Sir John de Lancaster, living in the 6th of Henry VI, having married Sir Thomas le Fleming, of Coniston, Knight, seated the Flemings at Rydal ever since the residence of the family. C. Burns Westmoreland, Volume 1. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 4. Arms. Gules, Freddie Argent. The present coat, called the Arms of Hoddleston, with a label vert, was borne by John Fleming de Westmoreland in the reign of Edward III. Roll. A more ancient coat, according to Wotton, was a fleur-de-lis, within a roundel. Present representative, Sir Michael le Fleming, 7th Baronet. Gentle. Wyburg of Clifton. In the 38th year of the reign of Edward III. William de Wyburg, of St. Bees, in Cumberland, became possessed of the manor of Clifton, in marriage with Eleanor, only daughter of Gilbert Dengaine, whose family had held it from the time of Henry II. It has ever since continued the seat and residence of their descendants. In Cromwell's days the Wyburgs had the honor to be considered delinquents. And in the succeeding century, in 1715, the head of the house was taken prisoner in consequence of his allegiance to the House of Hanover. Younger branch. Lawson of Brayton, Baronet 1831. C. Burns Westmoreland, Volume 1. Arms. Sable, 3 bars or, in chief 2 estoiles of the last. Sometimes I find 2 mullets in chief, and 1 in base, used in place of the estoiles. Present representative, William Wyburg, Esq. Wiltshire. Knightley. Seymour of Maiden Bradley. Duke of Somerset 1546-7, Baronet 1611. This great historical family is of Norman origin, descended from Roger de Seymour or Seymour, who lived in the reign of Henry I. Woundy, Penhow, and Seymour Castle, all in the county of Monmouth, the last sold in the reign of Henry VIII. Were ancient seats of the family, who we find in the 14th century resident in Somersetshire, after the marriage of Sir Roger Seymour with the co-heiress of Beauchamp of Hatch. His grandson married the heiress of Estermy or Sturmy of Chatham, in this county, and thus first became connected with Wiltshire. Maiden Bradley belonged to Sir Edward Seymour, the elder, the eldest surviving son of the Protector Somerset by his first wife, and the ancestor of the present family, who in 1750, on the death of the 7th Duke of Somerset, succeeded to the dukedom, which by special entail went first to the descendants of the Protector by his second wife, until the extinction of her male line in that year. Younger branches. Seymour, of Noyle, in this county, descended from Francis, next brother of Edward VIII Duke of Somerset, and second son of Sir Edward Seymour, Baronet, of Maiden Bradley, who died in 1741. Seymour Marquess of Hertford, 1793, descended from Francis, son of Sir Edward Seymour, Bart, who died in 1708, and his second wife, Letitia, daughter of Francis Popham. C. Bridges's Collins, Volume 1. Volume 2. Westcott's Devonshire Pedigrees. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Arms. Quarterly, 1 and 4, or, on a pile gules between 6 fleurs de lis azure 3 lions of England. 2 and 3, gules, 2 wings conjoined in lure of the first, the points downwards. The wings, the original coat, was borne by Sir Roger de Cymer in the 23rd Henry III, as appears by his seal, with the legend, Sigil Rogeri de Cymer. Collins. The first quarter was granted by Henry VIII. As an augmentation in consequence of his marrying Jane, daughter of Sir John Seymour. Present representative, Edward Adolphus Seymour, K.G. 13th Duke of Somerset. Arundel of Wardour, Baron Arundel of Wardour 1605. A Norman family, which for centuries has flourished in the west of England, traced by Dugdale to Rogerius Arundel, mentioned in Domesday. The most diligent inspection, however, writes Hoare in his Wiltshire, of an immense collection of ancient charters, deeds, and instruments of all kinds, and from the earliest periods of documentary evidence, among the archives of Wardour Castle, have not enabled us to trace the filiation of this house from the said Rogerius. Rainfred de Arundel, who lived at the end of the reign of Henry III, stands therefore at the head of the pedigree as given by Hoare. Gilbert in his Survey of Cornwall is inclined to believe the name to be derived from Arundel in Sussex, and refers to York's Union of Honour. He says the family came into Cornwall by a match with the heiress of Trembleth about the middle of the 12th century. Lanherne, in that county, was in the 14th century their principal seat. The castle of Wardour was purchased by Sir Thomas Arundel from Sir Fulk Greville in 1547. Camden, Carew, and Leland unite in recording the hospitality and honourable demeanour of this family, in all relations of social life, and state that from the preeminence of their ample possessions they were popularly designated the Great Arundels. See Call Topog et Genealogue, Volume 3. Leland's Iton, Volume 3. Folios 2, Gilbert's Cornwall, Volume 1. Bridges's Collins, Volume 7. And Hoare's Wiltshire, Volume 3. Pti. And K. Arms. Sable, 6 martlets argent. The martlets, or hirondellas, may be considered an early instance of canting heraldry. Present representative, John Francis Arundel, 12th Baron Arundel of Wardour. Wyndham of Dinton. The sole remaining branch in the male line of this ancient family, said to be of Saxon origin, and descended from Aelwardus, of Wyndham, or Wyndham, in Norfolk, living soon after the Norman Conquest. Felbrigg, in the same county, was for many ages the seat of the Wyndhams, and afterwards Orchard, in Somersetshire, which came from the co-heiress of Sydenham. The present family, who succeeded to the representation on the death of the fourth and last Earl of Egremont, in 1845, descend from Sir Wadham, 9th son of Sir John Wyndham, of Orchard and Felbrigg. They were seated at Norrington, in this county, about 1660. Dinton was purchased in 1689. See Parkins's continuation of Blomfield's Norfolk, Volume 4. Hoare's Wiltshire, Volume 3. Pti. 108, and Volume 4. Hutchins's History of Dorset, Volume 3. Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. And Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. Arms. Azure, a chevron between 3 lions' heads erased or. Present representative, William Wyndham, Esq. Mallet of Wilbury, Baronet 1791. A noble Norman family of great antiquity, who were of baronial rank immediately after the Conquest, descended from William Baron Mallet, whose grandson, another William Baron Mallet, was expelled by Henry I. The elder branch of the family were long seated at Enmore, in the county of Somerset. But the ancestors of the present family, whose baronetcy was conferred for services in the East Indies, at Corrypole and Woolley, in the county of Devon, and at Poynington and St. Audrey's, in Somersetshire. Wilbury was purchased in 1803. See Hoare's Modern Wiltshire, Volume 1, pt. 2. Collinson's History of Somersetshire, Volume 1. And the Gentleman's Magazine for 1799. Arms. Azure, 3 escallops or. Robert Mallet bore argent, 3 fermots sable, in the reign of Edward I. As appears by Sir R. St. George's Roll, Harl. Ms. 6137. Present Representative, Sir Alexander Charles Mallet, 2nd Baronet. Gentle. Codrington of Rawton. The name is local, from Codrington, in the parish of Wapeley, in the county of Gloucester, where this family was seated as early as the reign of Henry IV. John Codrington, Esquire, standard-bearer to Henry V. In his wars in France, was the direct ancestor. He died in 1475, at the age, it is said, of 112. His monument remains at Wapeley. Codrington remained in the family till 1753, when it passed with an heiress to the Bampfyldes of Poltimore, and has since been repurchased by the present owner of Dodington. Didmarton, also in Gloucestershire, which came by marriage in 1570, and was afterwards sold, and latterly Rawton, in this county, became the family seats. Two younger branches have been seated at Dodington. The first, descended from Thomas Codrington, brother of John the Standard-Bearer, long settled at Frampton-on-Severn in Gloucestershire. Bought Dodington in the time of Queen Elizabeth and sold it at the beginning of the 18th century to the ancestor of the present family, Codrington of Dodington, in the county of Gloucester, Baronet 1721, descended from Christopher, second son of Robert Codrington, who died in 1618. See Atkins's Gloucestershire, pages 204 and 391, Rutter's Gloucestershire. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 4. Corrected by the information of Mr. R. H. Codrington. Arms. Argent, a fess embattled counter-embattled sable, Freddie gules, between 3 lioncels passant of the 3rd. The Freddie is sometimes omitted by the present Dodington branch. The ancient coat was simply, argent, a fess between 3 lioncels passant gules, still used by the former family of Dodington, now settled in Somersetshire. The embattlement and fret was an augmentation granted to the standard-bearer in the 19th of Henry VI. And again 2 years before he died he received a further acknowledgement of his support of the red rose in a coat to be borne quarterly, vert, on a bend argent 3 roses gules, in the sinister quarter a dexter hand couped of the 2nd. Present Representative, William Wyndham Codrington, Esq. Thine of Longleat, Marquess of Bath 1789, Viscount Weymouth 1682, Baronet 1641. The name is derived from the mansion or inn at Stretton, in the county of Salop, to which the freehold lands of the family, with various detached copyholds, were attached. The original name was Botfield, so called from Botfield in Stretton. The first on record being William de Bottefeld, sub-forester of Shirlett, in Shropshire, in 1255. About the time of Edward IV. The elder line of the family assumed the name of Thine, otherwise Botfeld, which was born for 3 generations before the time of Sir John Thine, the purchaser of Longleat, who died in 1580, the ancestor of the present family. Younger branch represented by the late Beriah Botfield of Norton Hall, in the county of Northampton, and Decker Hill, Company Salop, descended from John, second son of Thomas Bottefeld, of Bottefeld, living in 1439. See the Topographer and Genealogist, Volume 3. And the Stemmata Bodevilliana, privately printed, 2nd edition, 1858, 4-2. Arms. Barry of 10 Oran Sable. The younger branch, who retained the name of Botfield, bore Barry of 12 Oran Sable. Present Representative, John Alexander Thine, 4th Marquess of Bath. Worcestershire. Knightley. Acton of Wolverton. A junior branch of a very ancient family, said indeed by Habington, the Worcestershire antiquary, to be of Saxon origin, and formerly seated at Acton, properly Oakton, in the parish of Ombersley. Elias de Acton, of Ombersley, occurs in the 3rd of Henry III. He was the ancestor of various branches of the Actons resident in different parts of this county, at Sutton, Ribesford, Elmley-Levet, Bockelton, and Burton, all of whom now appear to be extinct, the male line being preserved by the present family. Founded by a younger son of Sir Roger Acton, of Sutton, and the heiress of Coxey, about the middle of the 17th century. See Nash's History of Worcestershire, Volume 2. And Blakeway's Sheriffs of Salop. Arms. Gules, a fess within a border and railed ermine. Present Representative, William Joseph Acton, Esq. Littleton of Frankly, Baron Littleton 1794. Irish Baron 1776. Baronet 1618. The name is derived from a place in the Vale of Evesham, where the ancestors of this family in the female line were seated before the reign of Richard I. Frankly came from an heiress of that name in the reign of Henry III. In that of Henry V. Elizabeth, heiress of Sir Thomas Littleton, of Frankly, married Thomas Westcott of Westcott, in the county of Devon, Esquire, but the old knight, her father, desirous to perpetuate his name, and his purpose failed not, would not yield consent to the marriage but upon his sons-in-law assured promise that his son, enjoying his mother's inheritance, should also take her name, and continue it, which was justly performed. Westcott's Devonshire. Hagley, the principal seat, was purchased in 1564. Mr. John Littleton, the head of this family, was implicated in Lord Essex's rising in 1600, but his son, Sir Thomas, was right loyal to the crown in 1642. See Leland's itinerary in Call Topog et Genealogue, Volume 3. Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 1. Prince's Worthies of Devon, edition 1701. Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. And Bridges's Collins, Volume 8. See also in the Library of the Society of Antiquaries a genealogical account of this family, in the handwriting of Dr. Charles Littleton, Bishop of Carlisle, No. 151, 42. Arms. Argent, a chevron between three escallop sable, borne by Thomas Littleton in the reign of Henry IV. As appears by his seal. Present representative, George William Littleton, 4th Lord Littleton. Talbot of Grafton, Earl of Shrewsbury 1442. Earl Talbot 1784, Baron 1733, Earl of Waterford in Ireland 1661. This great historical family is traced to the Conquest, Richard Talbot, living at that period, being the first recorded ancestor. No family in England is more connected with the history of our country than this noble race. Few are more highly allied. The Marches of Wales appear to be the original seat. Afterwards we find the Talbots in Shropshire, in Staffordshire, where their estates were inherited from the Verdons in the time of the Edwards, and lastly in Yorkshire, at Sheffield, derived from the great heiress of Neville Lord Furnivall. This was the seat of the first 7 Earls of Shrewsbury, of whom an excellent biographical account will be found in Hunter's Hallamshire, page 43. The manor of Grafton, formerly the estate of the Staffords, was granted by Henry VII. To Sir Gilbert Talbot in 1486. It afterwards became the seat of a younger branch, who eventually, on the death of the 8th Earl, became Earls of Shrewsbury, from whom all the succeeding Earls, to the decease of Bertram Arthur, 17th Earl of Shrewsbury, in 1856, were descended. The present and 18th Earl, who is also the 3rd Earl Talbot, springs from the second marriage of Sir John Talbot of Albrighton in Shropshire, and of Grafton, in this county, who died in 1550. And who was grandfather of the 9th and ancestor of the succeeding Earls. Younger branch. Talbot, Baron Talbot of Malahide in Ireland, 1831, descended from Richard, second son of Richard Talbot and Maud Montgomery, the 3rd ancestor of the House of Shrewsbury, who was living in 1153. See Nash's Worcestershire, Volume I. Bridges's Collins, Volume 3. P.I., and the Shrewsbury Peerage Claim before the House of Lords, 1857. Arms. Gules, a lion rampant within a border enrailed or. Borne by Sir Gilbert Talbot in the reign of Edward II. Rolls, and said to be the coat of Rhys ap Griffith, Prince of South Wales. The ancient arms of Talbot being bendy of 10 argent and gules. The Talbots of Malahide bear the border erminoise instead of or. Present representative, Henry John Chetwynd Talbot, 18th Earl of Shrewsbury, and 3rd Earl Talbot. Winnington of Stanford, Baronet 1755. Descended from Paul Winnington, living in 1615, great-grandson of Robert, who was son of Thomas Winnington of the Birches, in the county of Chester, living in the reign of Henry VII. This Thomas represented a younger branch of the Winningtons, of Winnington, in the same county, descended from Robert, son of Ladulphus de Croxton, who took the name of Winnington in the reign of Edward I. On his marriage with Marjorie, daughter and heiress of Robert de Winnington, living in the 56th of Henry III. Stanford, formerly the seat of the Salways, came to the Winningtons in the early part of the reign of Charles II. On the marriage of Sir Francis Wilmington and Elizabeth Salway. See Ormerod's Cheshire, Volume 2. Volume 3. Pages 74 and 93, pedigree privately printed by Sir Thomas Phillips, from an original MS Peeney Sir Thomas Winnington, Bart. And Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 2. Armstot, Argent, an inescutcheon voided, within an orle of Martlet sable. Present Representative, Sir Thomas Edward Winnington, MP for Bewdley, 4th Baronet. Noel of Bellhall. This is the only remaining branch in the male line of the very ancient family of Noel, of which the Earls of Gainsborough, created 1681, extinct 1798, represented a junior line. William, the ancestor of all the Noels, was living in the reign of Henry I, and was at that period Lord of Ellenhall, in the county of Stafford. In the time of Henry II, either he or his son founded the Priory of Raunton, in the same county. From the Noels of Ellenhall descended a branch of the family seated at Hillcote, in Staffordshire, an estate which remained with them until recent times, the father of the present representative, who was son of Walter Noel, of Hillcote, Esq. Having removed to Bellhall, in the parish of Belbroughton, in this county. The Noels of Rutlandshire and Leicestershire were also descended from the house of Ellenhall. See Harwood's edition of Erdswick, Staffordshire, 1844. And Blore's Rutlandshire. Armstot, or Freddie Gules, a Canton Ermine. Present Representative, Charles Noel, Esq. Gentle. Lechmere of Hanley, Baronet 1818. A family of great antiquity, said to have migrated from the Low Countries, and to have received a grant of land called Lechmere's Field, in Hanley, from William the Conqueror. The first in the pedigree is Reginald de Lechemy de Hanley, mentioned in a deed without date. He was father of Adam de Lechmere, who married Isabella, and was the ancestor of this venerable house, whose ancient seat at Severn End, in Hanley, with the exception of a period of 30 years, has ever since remained in the family. During the civil wars the Lechmeres were on the side of the Parliament. A second son, who died without issue in 1727, was raised to the peerage in 1721. Younger branches. Lechmere of Steeple Aston, in the county of Oxford, and Lechmere of Fanhope, in the county of Hereford, also the Lechmeres, called Patshalls, of Allensmore, in the same county. The two last being descended from Sandys, second son of Sir Nicholas Lechmere, the judge, who died in 1701. See Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 1. Armstot, Gules, a fess and in chief two pelicans or, volning themselves proper. Present Representative, Sir Edmund Anthony Harley Lechmere, 3rd Baronet. Seabright of Bisford, Baronet 1626. William Seabright, of Seabright, in Much Beddoe, in Essex, living in the reign of Henry II. Is the ancestor of this ancient family, who removed into this county at a very early period, apparently after the marriage of Mabel Seabright with Catherine, daughter and heir of Ralph Cooper, of Blakeshall, in the parish of Wolverley. In which parish the Seabrights possessed lands in the 6th year of Edward I. Bisford was purchased about the reign of Elizabeth. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 2. And Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 1. Armstot, Argent, 3 cinquefoils pierced sable. Present Representative, Sir John Gage Saunders Seabright, 9th Baronet. Boughton of Rowslench, Baronet 1641. This is a Warwickshire family of good antiquity, traced to Robert de Borton, grandfather of William, who lived in the reign of Edward III. In that of Henry VI. By the heiress of Allesley, the family became possessed of the manor of Lawford, which remained their residence till the murder of Sir Theodosius Boughton, Baronet, by his brother-in-law Mr. Donnellan, in 1781. After that event, a younger branch succeeding to the estate and title, Lawford Hall, was pulled down, and the 9th Baronet, on inheriting the property of the Rouses of Rowslench, in this county, assumed that name, and made it his seat and residence. See Dugdale's Warwickshire, 2nd edition, Volume 1. Nichols's Leicestershire, Volume 4. Pti. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 2. Armstott, Sable, 3 Crescents or. Present Representative, Sir Charles Henry Rouse Boughton, 11th Baronet. Yorkshire. Knightley. Fitzwilliam of Wentworth House, Earl Fitzwilliam 1746, Baron of. Ireland 1620. William Fitzgodric, who married Albreda de Lisowers, Lady of Sprotsborough, in this county, and who died before 1195, is the remote ancestor of this ancient house. Their son, William Fitzwilliam, was seated at Sprotsborough in the reign of Henry II, and here the family continued till the extinction of the elder line, which ended in coheiresses in the reign of Henry VIII. The rise of this branch of the family must be ascribed to Sir William Fitzwilliam, Lord Justice, and afterwards Lord Deputy of Ireland, in the reign of Elizabeth, whose grandson was created Baron Fitzwilliam in 1620. In the year 1565, Hugh Fitzwilliam collected whatever evidences could be found touching the descent of the family. This account, which is in the possession of Earl Fitzwilliam, is the foundation of most of the histories of this great family, whose present Yorkshire property came from the Wentworths through the coheiress of the Marquis of Rockingham in 1744. From this match resulted the earldom in 1746. See Hunter's South Yorkshire, Volume 1. Volume 2. And Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. Armstott, Lozenge Argent and Gules. The present coat, except that ermine takes the place of argent, was borne by Thomas Fitzwilliam in the reign of Henry III. In that of Richard II. William Fitzwilliam bore the arms as at present used. Present Representative, William Thomas Spencer Wentworth Fitzwilliam, K.G. 6th Earl Fitzwilliam. Scrope of Danby. Few families were more important in the 14th and 15th centuries than the noble house of Scrope. Their descent is unbroken from the Conquest. Few houses also have been more distinguished by the number of great offices of honour held both in church and state. The Scropes were very early settled in Yorkshire, Bolton being, from the period of the reign of Edward I, their principal seat and barony. The present family is sprung from a younger son of Henry, 6th Lord Scrope of Bolton. It was established at Danby about the middle of the 17th century, by marriage with the heiress of Conyers. See Whitaker's Richmondshire, Volume 1. The Scrope and Grosvenor Roll by Sir Harris Nicholas, 1832, Volume 2. And Paulet Scrope's History of Castlecombe, see also Blore's Rutlandshire, Fall. 1811. -8, 4 full pedigrees of the Scropes of Bolton and Massam, Yorkshire, Cockerington, Lincolnshire, Wormsley or Wormsley, Oxfordshire, and Castlecombe, Wiltshire, all now extinct, also the Topographer, Volume 3. For Church Notes from Cockerington by Gervas Hollis. Adrian Scrope the regicide was of the Wormsley branch. Armstott, Azure, a Bend, Oregon. These arms were confirmed by the Court of Chivalry in 1390, on the celebrated dispute between the houses of Scrope and Grosvenor, as to the right of bearing them. In the reign of Edward III. M. William Le Scrope bore the present coat, and Le Point de la Bende un lion rampant de purper. In that of Richard II, M. Henry Le Scrope differenced his arms with a label of 3 points argent, M. Thomas Le Scrope at the same period charged his label with an annulet sable, while other members of the family bore the label ermine charged with bars gules, and lozenges and mullets ermine. Rolls of the dates. Present Representative, Simon Thomas Scrope, Esq. Grimston of Grimston Garth. Sylvester de Grimston, standard-bearer and chamberlain to William I. Of Grimston, in the parish of Garton, is claimed as the ancestor of this venerable Norman family, who have ever since the period of the Conquest resided at the place from whence the name is derived. Younger branches of the Grimstons were seated in Norfolk and Essex, besides the Grimstons of Gorhambury, Earls of Verulam, all now extinct in the male line. See Polson's Holderness, Volume 2. Clutterbuck's Hertfordshire, Volume 1. Bridges's Collins, Volume 8. And the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. See also Boutell's Brasses. For inscriptions to Sir Edward Grimston and his son in Rishangles Church, near Eye, in Suffolk. Arms. Argent, on a fess sable 3 mullets of 6 points or pierced gules. This coat was borne by Monsieur Gerard de Grimston in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, Marmaduke Gerard Grimston, Esq. Wyval of Constable Burton. This ancient Norman family is said to be descended from Sir Humphrey de Wyval, who lived at the time of the Conquest, and whose descendants were seated at Slingsby in this county. The more modern part of the pedigree begins with Robert Wyval of Ripon, whose son was of Little Burton, in the reign of Henry VIII. From thence the family migrated to Constable Burton, about the end of the reign of James I. During the civil wars of the 17th century, the Wyvals were distinguished by their loyalty and consequent sufferings in the royal cause. An elder line of this family, on whom the baronetcy, created in 1611, has descended, is said to be resident in Maryland, in the United States of America. See Leland's Itinerary, Volume 4. P.L.I., Whitaker's Richmondshire, Volume 1. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Arms. Gules, 3 chevronels interlaced vere, and a chief or. The arms are founded upon the coat of Fitzhugh, and may be taken as a proof of high antiquity. Present representative, Marmaduke Wyval, Esq. Tempest of Broughton. The pedigree of this ancient family is traced to Roger, whom Dr. Whitaker calls progenitor of this the oldest and most distinguished of the Craven families now surviving. That this man was a Norman the name will not permit us to doubt. That he was a dependent of Roger of Poitou is extremely probable. That he was at all events possessed of Bracewell, in Craven, early in the reign of Henry I, is absolutely certain. Dar. Whitaker proceeds to remark on the name of Tempest, which he says, whatever was its origin, seems to have been venerated by the family, as in the 2 next centuries, when local appellation became almost universal, they never chose to part with it. The elder line of the Tempests continued at Bracewell till the time of Charles I, when Richard Tempest, the last representative, pulled down the family house, and devised the estate to a distant relation. The house of Broughton descends directly from Roger, second son of Sir Piers Tempest, which Roger married in the 7th of Henry IV. Catherine, daughter and heir of Peter Gilead of Broughton, which has been ever since the seat of the Tempests, a name never stained with dishonor, but often illustrated with deeds of arms. A younger branch was of Tong in this county, descended from Henry, youngest son of Sir Richard Tempest of Bracewell, Sheriff of Yorkshire in the 8th of Henry VIII. Created baronet in 1664, extinct 1819. See Whitaker's Craven, pages 80, 87. Arms. Argent, a bend between 6 storm finches sable. Present representative, Charles Henry Tempest, Esq. Hamerden of Hellifield Peel. One of the most ancient families in the north of England, according to Dr. Whitaker, descended from Richard de Hamerden, who lived in the 26th of Henry II, anno 1170. From Hamerden, the original seat, the family removed to Hellifield, acquired by marriage with the heiress of Knowle, in the reign of Edward III. The castle, or Peel, was built in the reign of Henry VII. The Hamerdens were engaged in the Northern Rebellion in 1537, and thereby Sir Stephen Hamerden lost his head, and his family the estate, which was restored to the male representative of the family, in the 3rd year of Elizabeth, by a munificent settlement made by John Redman, who had become possessed of the property, and was related by marriage to the Hamerdens. A younger branch was of Preston Jacqueline in this county. See Whitaker's Craven, edition 1812. And Dugdale's Visitation of Yorkshire, 1665-6, printed by the Surtees Society in 1859. Arms. Argent, 3 hammers sable. The Preston Jacqueline line bore argent, on a chevron between 3 hammers sable a trefoil slipped or. Present representative, James Hamerden, Esq. Hotham of South Dalton, Baron of Ireland 1797, Baronet 1621. Peter de Trehouse, who assumed the local name of Hotham, and was living in the year 1188, is the ancestor of this family, who were of Scarborough in this county in the reign of Edward I. A seat which continued the principal residence of the Hothams for several centuries until it went to decay after the civil wars in the 17th century. The Siege of Hull in 1643, when Sir John Hotham was governor for the Parliament, and with his son was discovered holding correspondence with the royalists, for which they both suffered death, will ever render this family historical. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. The Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. And Oliver's Beverley. Arms. Berry of 10 argent and azure, on a canton or a raven proper. M. John de Hotham is stated in the roll of arms of the period of Edward III. To have borne, or, a Ben's sable charged with 3 mullets argent voided gules. Present representative, Beaumont Hotham, 3rd Baron Hotham. Boynton of Barmston, Baronet 1618. Bartholomew de Bovington, living at the beginning of the 12th century, stands at the head of the pedigree. Other authorities mention Sir Ingram de Boynton of Acklam, in Cleveland, who lived in the reign of Henry III, as the first recorded ancestor. Barmston came from the daughter and co-heir of Sir Martin del C., about the end of the 15th century. During the Civil Wars, Sir Matthew Boynton, the head of this family, was one of the gentlemen chiefly trusted in Yorkshire by the Parliament. See Polson's History of Holderness, Volume 1. The Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. And Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 1. Arms. Or, a fess between 3 crescents gules. This coat was borne by Monsieur Thomas de Boynton in the reign of Richard II. Roll. Present representative, Sir Henry Boynton, 10th Baronet. Waterton of Walton. Waterton in the county of Lincoln was the original seat, and from hence the name was derived at an early period. Sir Robert Waterton, Master of the Horse to Henry IV, and John Waterton, who served King Henry V. At Agincourt in the same office, were of this place. The last was succeeded by his brother Sir Robert, who was of Methley in this county, which he inherited with his wife Cicely, the daughter and heir of Robert Fleming, of Woodhall in that parish, and where his tomb is still preserved. This Sir Robert was governor of Pontefract Castle during the time that Richard II was confined there. The present family descend from John Waterton, a younger son of this house, the male line of the elder branch being extinct, who married Catherine de Burgh, heiress of Walton, in the year 1435. Which has since continued the residence of this ancient knightly lineage. See Whitaker's Leeds, Volume 1. And the Scrope and Grosvenor Roll, Volume 2. For a memoir of Hugh Waterton, Esq., and the history of the Isle of Axholme by Archdeacon Stonehouse. Arms. Berry of 6 ermine and gules, over all 3 crescent sable. Present representative, Edmund Waterton, Esq. Fairfax of Steeton. The truly ancient family of Fairfax, as Camden styles it, is supposed to be of Saxon origin, and to have been seated at Torcaster in Northumberland at the period of the Conquest. In 1205, 6th of John, Richard Fairfax, the first of the family proved by evidence, was possessed of the lands of Ascombe, not far from the city of York. His grandson William purchased the manor of Walton in the West Riding, which continued for near 600 years, till the extinction of the elder male line of the family in the person of Charles Gregory Fairfax, 10th Viscount Fairfax of Ireland. In 1772, the inheritance of his descendants. From a younger son of Richard Fairfax, of Walton, Chief Justice of England in the reign of Henry VI. The present family is descended, as well as Fairfax of Denton, Baron Fairfax of Cameron in Scotland, 1627, who represents an elder line, and who resides in the United States of America. Steeton was the gift of the Chief Justice to Sir Guy Fairfax, his 3rd son, the founder of this branch of the family, and here he erected a castle in 1477. See Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, edition 1754, Volume 2. Arms. Argent, 3 bars gemelles gules, surmounted by a lion rampant sable, crowned or. Present representative, Thomas Fairfax, Esq. He is descended from the eldest son of Sir William Fairfax of Steeton, who died in 1557. Norton of Grantley, Baron Grantley 1782. The pedigree begins with Egbert Conyers, whose son Roger was living in the 9th year of Edward II. And was father of another Roger, who marrying the heiress of Norton, their son took that name. 6th in descent was Richard Norton, who joined with the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland in the Rebellion of the North in 1569, and thereby caused the destruction of almost every branch of his family. He was attainted in the 12th of Elizabeth, and died in exile in Spain. The present family descend from Sir Fletcher Norton, Speaker of the House of Commons, descended from Edmund Norton of Clocroft, third son of old Richard Norton, which Edmund had taken no part in the Northern Rebellion. An elder branch, also descended from the third son of Sir Richard, and believed to be now extinct, was of Solly near Ripon, from the period of Charles I. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 7. Whitaker's Richmondshire, Volume 2. And Memorials of the Rebellion of 1569. Arms. Azure, a Manche ermine, over all a bend gules. In the reign of Edward II, Sir John de Conyers bore, azure, a manche or, and a hand proper. Sir Robert de Conyers at the same period reversed the colours, bearing, or, a manche azure, and a hand proper. Monsieur Robert Conyers in the reign of Richard II bore, azure, a manche or charged with an annulet sable. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, Fletcher Norton, 3rd Baron Grantley. Seville of Methley, Earl of Mexborough in Ireland 1765, and Baron. Pollington 1753. The family of Seville was one of the most illustrious in the West Riding of the county of York. Some writers have fancifully ascribed to it an Italian origin, but it probably had its rise at Silkstone, in this county. It certainly flourished in those parts in the 13th century. And in the middle of the 14th century we find, 1358, Margaret Seville Prioress of Kirklees. In the reign of Edward III. The family divided itself into two main branches, in the person of two brothers, John of Tankersley and Henry of Bradley. The senior branch acquired its greatest renown in the person of George I Marquess of Halifax, a title which became extinct in 1700. The junior branch was of Copleen Methley, and, having produced one of the most learned men of our country, Sir Henry Seville, the Provost of Eton, is now represented by the Earl of Mexborough. See Dugdale's Baronage, 2. Whitaker's Leeds, Volume I, pages 272, 310, Archdale's edition of Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, Volume 3. Hunter's Antiquarian Notices of Lupset, 1851, and the Seville Correspondence, edited for the Camden Society by W. D. Cooper, FSA, 1858. Arms. Argent, on a bend sable 3 owls of the field. This coat was borne by Monsieur John Saville, in the reign of Richard II. His son John differenced it by a label of 3 points gules. Present representative, John Charles George Seville, 4th Earl of Mexborough. Gower of Sydenham, Duke of Sutherland 1833, Marquess of Stafford 1786, Earl Gower 1746, Baron 1703. Descended from Sir Nicholas Gower, Knight of the Shire for this county in the reign of Edward III, and seated at Sydenham from about the same period. Of this family, it has been said, was Gower the poet, but Sir Harris Nicholas in his memoir of Gower could not trace the connection. Leland remarks, the house of Gower the poet yet remaineth at Swidenham, Sydenham, in Yorkshire, and divers of them since have been knights. In the end of the 17th century the wealth of this family was greatly increased by marriage with the heiress of Levison, of Trentham, in Staffordshire, and also in the year 1785 by the marriage of the Marquess of Stafford with Elizabeth, daughter and heir of William 18th Earl of Sutherland, mother of the present Duke. Younger branches. The Earl of Ellesmere 1846, and Gower of Bill Hill, Company Berks, descended from John son of John 1st Earl Gower, by his third wife. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 2. Historical and Antiquarian Mag, 1828, Volume 2. And Leland's Iton, Volume 6. Folios 15. Arms. Barry of 8 argent and gules, a cross pat once sable. Present representative, George Granville William Sutherland Levison Gower, 3rd Duke of Sutherland, K.G. Donny of Cowick and Danby, Viscount Down in Ireland 1680. A Norman family by reputation, and said to be traced to the Conquest, descended from Sir William Downey, who was in the wars in the Holy Land with Richard I. In 1192, at which time that king gave him, in memory of his acts of valor, a ring from his finger, which is still in possession of the family. At an early period the Donnys were in possession of lands in Cornwall. 15 manors in that county descended by an heiress to the house of Courtenay Earl of Devon, about the reign of Edward II. In Richard II's time the family removed into this county by a match with the heiress of Newton of Snaith. Cowick was the seat and residence of Sir Guy Donny, in the reigns of Henry VII. And Henry VIII. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 8. And Gilbert's Cornwall, Volume 1. Arms. Argent, on a bend coaticed sable 3 annulets of the field. Present representative, Hugh Richard Donny, 8th Viscount Down. Pilkington of Nether Bradley and Chevet Hall, Baronet of Nova Scotia 1635. A right ancient family, gentlemen of repute in the county of Lancaster, before the Conquest, according to Fuller in his Worthies, and also mentioned by Gwilym as a knightly family of great antiquity. Taking name from Pilkington in Lancashire. That estate appears to have remained in the family until the ruin of the elder branch in consequence of Sir Thomas Pilkington having taken part against Henry VII. And with Richard III. At the Battle of Bosworth. The present house descended from Sir John Pilkington, second son of Robert Pilkington, and brother of the unfortunate Sir Thomas. His son Robert is stated to have been of Bradley, in this county. He died in 1429, and was the ancestor of Sir Arthur the first Baronet. Younger branches. Pilkington of Park Lane Hall, in this county, descended from the second son of Robert Pilkington, of Bradley, who was living in 1540. And Pilkington of Torre, in the county of Westmeath, descended from Sir Robert, younger brother of Sir John Pilkington, ancestor of the House of Bradley. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 4. Hunter's South Yorkshire, Volume 2. Burke's Landed Gentry. And The Grand Juries of the County of Westmeath, Volume 2. Arms. A cross pat once voided gules. The crest, a mower of party colours argent and gules, is said by Fuller in his Worthies of England, to have been assumed in memory of the ancestor of the family having so disguised himself in order to escape after the Battle of Hastings. The Battle of Bosworth is the more probable scene of this event, where 4 knights of the family were in arms on the part of Richard III. Present representative, Sir Lionel Milbourne Swinnerton Pilkington, 11th Baronet. Stourton of Allerton, Baron Stourton 1447. A well-known Wiltshire family, seated at Stourton, in that county, soon after the Norman Conquest. The name of the Stourtons be very ancient yn those parties, writes Leland in his itinerary. The river of Stour riseth there of 6 fountains or springer, whereof 3 be on the north side of the park hard within the pale, the other 3 be north also, but without the park. The Lord Stourton giveth these 6 fountains yn his arms. The Yorkshire property, and consequent settlement in this county, came from the match with the heiress of Langdale Lord Langdale in 1775. Younger branch. Stourton, called Vavasour, of Hazelwood. Baronet 1828, first cousin of the present peer. See Bridges's Collins, Volume 6. And Leland's Iton, 7. Folio 78b. Arms. Sable, a bend or between 6 fountains proper. Present representative, Charles Stourton, 18th Baron Stourton. Markham of Becca Hall. A remote branch of an ancient Nottinghamshire family, which can be traced to the time of Henry II. The name is derived from Markham, near Tuxford, in that county, but Coatham was afterwards the family seat, until it was sold by Markham, a fatal unthrift, who was the brother of the antiquary Francis Markham. This was about the end of the reign of Elizabeth. William Markham, Archbishop of York, who died in 1807, was the ancestor and restorer of this worthy family. He was descended from Daniel, a younger son of the house of Coatham. Becca Hall has been in possession of the Markhams since the end of the last century. See Markham's History of the Markhams, privately printed, 8 vo. 1854, The Proceedings of the Society of Antiquaries, 1859, and The Topographer, Volume 2. For Markham of Sedgebrook, Company Lincoln, extinct 1779. Arms. Azure, on a chief or a demi-lion rampant issuing gules. The Markhams of Sedgebrook bore their arms differenced by a border argent. Present representative, William Thomas Markham, Esq. Burton, called Denison, of Grimstone, Baron Lunsborough 1850. The name is derived from Bourton, in the parish of Condover, in Shropshire, an estate which remained in the family until the reign of James I. Although the Burtons became resident at Longner, in the same county, prior to the reign of Edward IV. Goyford de Bourtona, Burton, one of the foresters of Shropshire, in the reign of Henry I, is the first recorded ancestor. The senior line of this house terminated with Thomas Burton, who died unmarried in 1730, and whose sister carried the Longner estate to the Lingon family, who have assumed the name of Burton, c. Thomas, fifth son of Thomas Burton, of Longner, is the ancestor of the present family, and of the Marquess of Conyngham, elder brother of the late Lord Lunsborough. He went to Ireland in the reign of James I, and died there in 1665. His great-grandson married the heiress of Conyngham. The late lord assumed the name of Denison on succeeding to the estates of his uncle W. J. Denison, Esq. See Archdale's edition of Lodge's Peerage of Ireland, Volume 7. And Morris MSS. Arms. Per pale azure purple, a crossing railed or between 4 roses argent, granted in 1478, and commemorative of the devotion of this house to the White Rose of York. Present representative, William Henry Forester Denison, 2nd Baron Lunsborough. Gentle. Rawdon of Rawdon Marquess of Hastings 1816 Earl of Moira in Ireland 1761, Baronet 1665. Rawdon, in the parish of Guiseley in this county, is the original seat of this ancient family, which is traced to Thor de Rawdon, whose son Serlo lived in the reign of Stephen. Rawdon remained the family residence till early in the 17th century, when Sir George Rawdon, the then head of the house, removed into the north of Ireland, and was seated at Moira, in the county of Down, where the family principally lived till the match with the heiress of Hastings in 1752. See Whitaker's Leeds, Volume 1. Bridges's Collins, Volume 4. Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. And Archdale's Lodge, Volume 3. Arms. Argent, a fess between 3 fians sable. Present representative, Henry Wasford Charles Plantagenet Rawdon Hastings, 4th Marquess of Hastings. Tancred of Boroughbridge, Baronet 1662. At a very early date, and probably not long after the Conquest, the ancestors of this family were seated at Boroughbridge, which appears to have been ever since one of the residences of the House of Tancred. See Wotton's Baronetage, Volume 3. Arms. Argent, a chevron between 3 escalloped gules. Present representative, Sir Thomas Tancred, 7th Baronet. Mennell of North Kilvington. Hilton in Cleveland appears to have been the original seat of this ancient family. Here it was resident in the 12th century, and here it remained till the middle of the 16th, when Anthony Mennell, the immediate ancestor of the present family, removed by purchase to North Kilvington, which has since continued the residence of his descendants. See Graves' History of Cleveland, and Burke's Landed Gentry. Arms. Azure, 3 bars gemelles and a chief or. This is the ancient coat of Masonill or Mennell of Dalby-on-the-Woods in Leicestershire, and was borne by Trevor de Mennell in the reign of Henry III, and also by Sir Nicholas de Mennell in that of Edward II. With the exception of 2 instead of 3 bars gemelles. Rolls of the dates. Present representative, Thomas Mennell, Esq. And of Burg Wallace. Of this family Mr. Hunter has remarked that it is a single instance of the male line being maintained in its ancient port and rank out of all the gentry of the deanery of Doncaster, summoned to appear before the heralds in 1584. The pedigree begins with Sir William de Anne, constable of the castle of Tickhill in the time of Edward II. He married the coheiress of Haringel, from whom came the manor of Fricklay, sold in the latter part of the 18th century. Burg Wallace came from the heiress of Fenton in the reign of Elizabeth. Mr. Hunter observes, the Annis, like too many other families, have not been careful of preserving their ancient evidences, and theirs was not one of the muniment rooms to which our diligent antiquary Dodsworth had access. See Hunter's South Yorkshire, Volume 2. Pages 148, 485. Arms. Gules, 3 stags' heads cabossed argent attired or. Present representative, George and Esq. Lister of Gisborne, Baron Ribblesdale 1797. The pedigree is traced to the 6th of Edward II, when John de Lister was resident at Derby. He married the daughter and heiress of John de Bolton, bow-bearer of Bolland, and thus became connected with this county. The elder line was of Midhope, or Middup, and afterwards, in the reign of Philip and Mary, of Thornton in Craven, and became extinct in 1667. The present family is sprung from Thomas, second son of Christopher Lister, who lived in the time of Edward IV. The Listers were of Gisborne early in the 16th century, the ancient seat of Arnoldsbiggin in that manner being their seat for many generations. Lister, of Rowton, in Shropshire, is supposed to be a branch of this family, though there is no evidence of the fact. Rowton has been in possession of the Listers since 1482. See Whitaker's Craven, edition 1812, pages 38, 103, and Bridges's Collins, volume 8. And for Rowton, Blakeway's Sheriffs of Salop. Arms. Ermine, on a fess sable 3 mullets or. Lister of Rowton bears the mullets argent. Present representative, Thomas Lister, 3rd Baron Ribblesdale. Lascellus of Harewood. Earl of Harewood 1812 Baron 1796. A family of ancient standing in this county, descended from John de Lascellus, of Hinderskelth, now called Castle Howard, in the wapentake of Bulmer, in the North Riding, living in the 9th year of Edward II. For 7 generations immediately following they were called Lascellus alias Jackson. About the reign of Henry VI. They removed to Gorthorpe, also in the North Riding, and afterwards to Stank in Northallerton. Harewood was purchased about 1721. See Whitaker's Leeds, Volume 1. And Bridges's Collins, Volume 8. Arms. Sable, a cross flory within a border or. This coat, without the border, was borne by Monsieur Lascellus de Warthorpe, as appears by the roll of the reign of Edward III. Monsieur Rafe de Lascellus bore at the same period, argent, 3 chaplets of roses vermeil, with a border enrailed sable. Present representative, Henry Thynne Lascellus, 4th Earl of Harewood. Wombwell of Wombwell, Baronet 1778. There was a family who took the local name of Wombwell from that manor in the 13th century, but this cannot with certainty be connected with it. The pedigree therefore commences with Hugh Wombwell of Wombwell, son of Henry Lowell de Wombwell, living in the reign of Edward III. The elder branch of this family became extinct in the male line on the death of William Wombwell of Wombwell, Esq. in 1733. Part of the estate from whence the name is derived belongs to the present family, who represented junior line, descended from George Wombwell, of Leeds, who died in 1682, by purchase of the co-heirs. See Hunter South Yorkshire, Volume 2. Arms. Gules, a bend between 6 unicorns' heads couped argent, and so born in the 6th of Henry IV. Present representative, Sir George Orby Wombwell, 4th Baronet. Palms of Naburn. There appears no reason to doubt the antiquity of this family, said to be descended from Manfred Palms, living in the reign of Stephen, and seated at Naburn since the year 1226, by a match with the heiress of Waterville. See Burke's Landed Gentry. Arms. Gules, 3 fleurs de lis argent, a chief vert. Present representative, the Rev. William Lindsay Palms. Roundel of Screven. On the authority of Whitaker we learn that Screven has been in this family since the early part of the 15th century, the first recorded ancestor being John Roundel of Screven, living in the 3rd of Henry VI. See Whitaker's Craven, ed. 1812. Arms. Or, a fescules between 3 olive branches vert. Present representative, the Reverend Danson Richardson Roundel. There is no subject more difficult to be dwelt on than that of honorable descent. None on which the world are greater skeptics, none more offensive to them, and yet there is no quality to which every one in his heart pays so great a respect. Sir Egerton Bridges's Autobiography. Index. Westminster. J. B. Nichols and Sons, Printers. Parliament Street. Transcriber's notes. The following misprints have been corrected. See under, Compton of Compton Winiot. G.H. McGill's account. This may seem a misprint but McGill is an existing name. As the text below, Digby of Milton, suggests, the place name Milton should be Tilton. Confirmation for this has been found in The Leicestershire Historian, Volume 2, Number 8, the article, The Tilton Family in America and its Link with Tilton. On the Hill, written by Peter D. A. Blakesley, page 7. The family of Digby, lords of the manor of Tilton from the 12th century until the 17th century, when the manor was sold. Another misprint for Tilton has been found in the index. 2 misprints in this one. The author used asterisks to indicate notes. Unfortunately, 3 asterisks lack an explanation. They are located at Leicestershire, 4. pt 2. Leicestershire, 3. pt 2. 2, pti, page 261, Winky Face. The word, coeris, also occurs with the notation, coeris. Both notations have been maintained. The plain text file of this ebook uses underscores to indicate italic text, and plus signs to indicate a bold Gothic typeface. Each family description starts with an illustration representing their arms. In the plain text file, these have been replaced with illustration. Obvious punctuation/spelling errors were corrected without note.